Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa koti womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give you me, give me you. Obunu kife la chasha so Obunu kife me chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you away. Follow you, they go. Maka munagi me and you. Okwa munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you, Aqua Monagi, my baby. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuni kife la chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet.
Nigeria, we lady, our own native. No tribe at all, medieval, in brother who we stand. We are proud to serve that sovereign motherland.
Nigeria, we hail our own dear native land. Nigeria, we hail our own dear native land. No tribes and tongues may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigeria, Nigeria's all. I'm proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honor, and this we count as gain. To and unto our children, Havana without stay. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria shall be blessed.
Okay now.
To pèsè fífi máa ń pẹ́. Àti pátápátá ló wẹ́ ní ìfọ̀gẹ̀ mẹ́wọ́n.
Okay.
Ọkọ yẹn ló fi fíìmù. Ìkéde anya. Màmá mú sí na nwa m etogo kwa. Maka na nwa m jelu mba, o wee bute ike. Ọganihu na-ebute ilo nwanne m. Ọ na-agawa nke ya dịka akpa ya chọkwa.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkọ́bí ewé ayò, ewé tún méje, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ́ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlòkó bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé wọ́n á fi jóye aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé ìyọ̀dà ọmọ àtàràbọ̀bà àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú mèrè aṣíwájú odògbòlùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé àgẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ àkọ́bí ọlọ́run.
See, finally, we could just leave politics for the Northerners. No be joking matter. This one no be because of say I dey support anybody or anything. No. Let's leave politics to the Northerners. From when we get independent, they come. Where the North don't they rule us. Where the Northern person don't they rule us. My brother, country never scatter reach this level. No be joke, go trace them. The Northerners are good in politics. Now why the British carry the country hand over to Tafawa Balewa? No be waiting they go to drag. Worst come to worst as Buhari takes worse reach or where people say in worse as Buhari takes say they say sluggish or one thing. But Baba still maintain the economy of the country. Country no scatter. You understand? They say no get sense, no fit do, no fit rule. But the economy still dey stable for the common man to bear. I don't know if you understand. We could just leave politics for the North. No be, we don't need to dey drag am. This one come out, that one come out, say this one. We could just leave politics for the North. The Northerners are best in politics. We just leave am for them. See, even just the trace since independent way the Northern person don dey rule till now. Country never scatter reach like this. Since the even see Yaradua come, everywhere soft. The economy dey stable. Even Buhari where they say it was to economy still stable. Country no scatter like the common man no shout like mad person. Let's leave the politics for the Northerners. I swear to God. All those tribes where they come, all those people where they come, the APC, the Peter Obi, the whatever. Una no fit do am.
Upliftment of our capital city. Wike is a force of nature. Wike is redefining the meaning and concept of modern leadership in Nigeria. The president is mightily proud of you for your dedication, for your persistence, for your courage, and the will to do good. I think you deserve to stand and take a bow. Under Wike's leadership, we have witnessed remarkable strides in infrastructure development, urban planning, and sustainable growth in the nation's capital. Under Wike, we have proved to the world that what counts is leadership, and what this nation needs is quality leadership.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you all? Hope you're having a wonderfully glorious day. So my day better for you being for me being in your company, of course. So good day and all that. All right, I was actually going to make a comment on that. There is even the most ardent critic of the Tinubu administration cannot but acknowledge the success that Wike has been. Within 12 months, he has transformed the whole of Abuja. So what then is he going to do in the next 3 years? It's going to, if you don't have real estate in Abuja, then if you can still afford it, then maybe go get a maybe an acre. Don't get a plot, get an acre if you can afford it. Because Abuja is going to be out of the affordability of everyone globally by the time Wike is done. So there it is. A round of applause for Yeps and Wike, and a round of applause for Dave Umahi as well, all doing excellent jobs. So good day to you. Good to be your company, and how are you? So good day to you. Good to be your company, and how are you? The usual protocol: click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. If you want to come join me on the screen, this hyperlink right here, I'm going to resend it to the comment section. It's still topmost in the comment section anyway, but let me resend it so it's immediate to hand. If you want to come and join me on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Up it pops you into a studio space. Soon as I finish reading out the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen, invite your thoughts. So that's how it works. It's an open microphone session, and the open microphone, the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard, and the $ at the bottom of the screen. That invites you to super chat towards the platform. So we have the anticipation of a minimum of 5 super chats every session, and most sessions we hit that. So set us on our way by clicking on that $ super chat towards the platform. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to be an active combatant. And of course, if you're feeling somewhat flushed and generous, click on the $ at the bottom of the screen, super chat towards the stream. So all that, it's a mixed bag of everything. I'm going to take a swig of water. Apologies, pardon me. So yes, it's a mixed bag of everything. Often instances, it is a mixed bag of everything. So there are certain segments. Anyway, let me just launch straight into it. So let me launch straight into it and kick it off with this one. So this this somewhat this headline is somewhat of a bragging right for this platform generally, and maybe a little bit of a pat on the back for Kulata as well. This is something that we've spoken about endlessly on this platform, that the quickest fix for the Nigerian situation is food importation. So finally, the penny drops in Aso Rock. Executive order, Tinubu to suspend import duties on staple food items, pharmaceuticals, orders for 6 months to ease inflation. He should have done this a long time ago. He really should have done this a long time ago. But there it is right there. And you say they don't listen to this platform, that we're too small to be heard. Every single thing we say, they carry out. Executive order, Tinubu to suspend import duties on staple food items, pharmaceutical, other items for 6 months to ease inflation. He should have done it a long time ago. And it's not even planning. They should have been telling us that he has actually done it. So it's not even a matter of planning. The federal government is planning a 6-month suspension of import duties on staple food items, drugs, and other essential items as a measure to curb inflation. So there it is. The federal government is planning a 6-month suspension of import duties on staple food items, drugs, and other essentials as a measure to curb inflation. This was contained in an executive order issued by the president and signed by correspondents. The document signed by correspondents did not include the signature of the president. However, correspondents can verify the source. The document also includes plans to waive levies on fertilizer. So I'm not quite sure why they are waiving levies on fertilizer when we have the biggest fertilizer producer just in Lagos right there by the name Dangote. The document also includes plans to waive levies on fertilizers, poultry feed, flour, and grains. So it's quite a targeted space actually. So poultry feed right there, not poultry, but poultry feed. So essentially food for birds and dogs, geese, chicken, etc. So poultry feed. This fertilizer I don't agree with unless Dangote is still saying it's not ready. Flour, of course, we're a bread consuming country, and grains include crucially rice. So it's a targeted sort of executive order. The executive order on inflation, the Inflation Reduction and Price Stability Order, as outlined in the document, will mandate the Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank of Nigeria to devise a plan for offering low-interest loans to agriculture, pharmaceutical, and manufacturing sectors. The import duty and other tariffs are to be suspended on the following for 6 months: staple food items, raw materials, and other direct inputs used for manufacturing, inputs for agriculture production, including fertilizers, seedlings, and chemicals, pharmaceutical products, poultry feeds, flour, and grains, the document said. The president is also likely to suspend value-added tax VAT on automotive gas oil. Is that an attack on Dangote? I wonder. Some basic food items and semi-processed staple food items such as noodles and pasta, raw materials input for manufacture of food items, electricity and public transportation, as well as agricultural inputs and produce and pharmaceutical products for the rest of the year. So they should do that immediately, flood the country with food. And once you remove food as a consideration, I think everybody will keep quiet. And it's such a low, $1 billion will feed the country for 6 months. And $1 billion is just what they steal in one day. So just do that. Importation of paddy rice. Correspondents had earlier reported that the federal government, in its Accelerated Stabilization and Advancement Plan, ASAP, they picked the acronym first and then found the words to pad it out. So ASAP. So anyway, correspondents had earlier reported that the federal government in its I'm not saying the supercharge coming, by the way. Can we see the supercharge coming? Correspondents had earlier reported that the federal government in its Accelerated Stabilization and Advancement Plan, ASAP, report submitted by Finance Minister Wale Edun is considering the importation of paddy rice into the country as well as maize. The ASAP report recommended an executive order on the importation of paddy rice to millers to stem the growing tide of food inflation across the country. The document also recommends the following: import duty and VAT suspension on specified items. 2, importation of paddy rice by millers. 3, import duty exchange rate peg. So I was applauding so far until we got to this one. So if they are going to peg they're just hidden it as a last item, but this is where the concern and the corruption comes in. So import duty exchange rate are pegged. So if they're telling you they're going to peg the import duty exchange rate for those specified items, then that is to tell you then that they are going to subsidize it. Because if they peg it, that is to say they will cut it off at a bracket that this is the exchange rate for these specific items. So if they peg the exchange rate for importation of these items, then we saw it with Dangote when they were giving him favorable exchange rate for his refinery, and he just kept on recycling money and never built anything. So there it is. Let me take it from the topmost paragraph again. The ASAP report recommended an executive order on the importation of paddy rice to millers to stem the growing tide of food inflation across the country. The document also recommends the following: import duty and VAT suspension on specified items, importation of paddy rice by millers, import duty exchange rate peg. Meanwhile, the proposed plan by the federal government conflicts with earlier statement by President Tinubu on food importation earlier this year. The president, in an address to state chairmen of his All Progressive Congress APC, had stated that his administration will not continue food imports, hoping to turn the present challenge into an opportunity for the future. In Nigeria, a food crisis looms, challenging the nation's stability. Food prices have surged, with food inflation reaching 40.5%. Amongst the hardest hit commodities is rice, a dietary staple. Is rice a dietary staple? In the past year alone, let's do that again. Amongst the hardest hit commodities is rice, a dietary staple. In the past year, rice prices have skyrocketed by 169%, reaching nearly 90,000 naira per bag in March and April. This sharp increase in food cost is placing immense strain on households across the country, exacerbating an already fragile economy. It is estimated that around 31 million Nigerians may face severe food shortages by August this year. The repercussions of this crisis extends far beyond economic concerns, impacting health, education, and overall societal well-being. So there it is right there. We've said it countlessly on this platform. So if you feel they don't listen to us, it's happened too often for them not to be listening to us. So they are listening. So the next one here, there's a clip for this. So I'll play you the clip rather than I read you the readout. So I'll play you the clip at the end of, actually, let me leave the headline, then I'll leave that till the end of the readout. So there's a trouble at the topmost echelons of society, back and forth. Femi Otedola, Jim Ovie. Femi Otedola tackles Jim Ovie, exposes fraudulent transactions in Zenith Bank account. So how many of us has this happened to, that we didn't have the punch we didn't have the weight to punch at it? And this Femi Otedola, by the way, is always battling everybody. It was battling Tony Elumelu for, it's still an ongoing battle with Tony Elumelu. Now it's taking on Jim Ovie, or Ovia. The face-off between Femi Otedola, billionaire businessman, and Jim Ovia, chairman of Zenith Bank, over an alleged multi-billion naira fraud was, let's do that again. The face-off between Femi Otedola, billionaire businessman, and Jim Ovia, chairman of Zenith Bank, over an alleged multi-billion naira fraud has taken a turn for the worse. Correspondents understand. Otedola had accused Zenith Bank of unlawfully using the account of his company, Sea Force Shipping Limited, to trade in 2011 without his knowledge or consent. Although these and other allegations have been investigated by the Force Criminal Investigation Department of the police, moves are being made to resolve the matter amicably. Correspondents had contacted Ovia, and Zenith Bank for comments. Despite having not been operated since 2010, Sea Force Shipping accounts continued to be used for trading, completely unknown to Otedola, according to his petition to the police. Although Otedola said Sea Force never applied for nor took a loan from Zenith Bank, unauthorized trading running into billions of naira continued on the account. So you have to understand that somebody is trading that account, which is essentially somebody trading Otedola's name. So whatever they are trading, those trades carry the cachet of Otedola's name, which then accesses financial facilities that might not otherwise be accessible And I think that is where the nub of it is. Although Otedola said C-Force never applied for nor took a loan from Zenith Bank, and this, by the way, will be happening outside the knowledge of Jim Ovia, because I don't expect that he will be part of this, but it's under his overall umbrella. So of course, Otedola goes after him. Although Otedola said C-Force never applied for nor took a loan from Zenith Bank, unauthorized trading running into billions of naira continued on the account. When asked to provide documentation, including offer letters to support the grant of said loan, Zenith Bank reportedly failed to do so. Otedola discovered the suspicious activities only recently, 13 years after the transactions, when he was tipped off by a whistleblower in Zenith Bank. When he confronted the bank officials, correspondents learned they apologized. Otedola produced a letter written on March the 19th, 2018 by Zenith Bank to Shofolawe and Bakari, Shofolawale Bakari and co. C-Force auditors, stating a debt of only 2.2 million on the account, as against 5 billion recorded in the bank statement seen by correspondents. Curiously, on the day the letter was written, the bank statement showed a debt of 2.9 billion compared to the 2 million naira stated in the letter signed by Taufik Bashir, Internal Audit Control, and Edwin something or the other. All right, so yes, is there much more to this? All right, let me give you to the end. Transactions of over 16 billion naira were recorded against C-Force account from 2011 to 2024. Otedola queried who made the payments to reduce the purported debt from 16.9 billion to 11 billion because it was not in the know of the transactions. They were credited 77 billion in April 2011, except they're just running the account anyway. Meanwhile, meanwhile, Xenon, C-Force, Luxon Oil and Gas, Garment Care Limited, and Otedola have secured the Federal High Court injunction against Zenith Bank, Quantum Zenith Securities and Investment, Veritas Registrar, and Central Security Clearing System, restraining them from trading with shares or paying dividends. So a bit of back and forth. I think these are the documentations that back it up. But there it is right there. That's just a peculiar little storyline right there. So a peculiar little storyline right there. On to this, Kaduna Assembly recommends probe of El Rufai for fund diversion, money laundering. So like I said, I have a clip on that. I think a lot of people sent it in. So here it is again. Kaduna Assembly, El Rufai's government siphoned over 400 billion naira. So we all knew that it was looting hand over fist there. Anyway, FCT, I was told that you would not perform, but I made my choice. So that's Tinubu then patting Wike on the back. Let's go on to the next one. This one I will read. Senators Baker has bill to ban open grazing skills second reading. So without even reading it, you can already tell what the divide will be in this one. It's a north-south divide, as I'm sure you've already guessed. All right, Senators Baker has bill to ban open grazing skills second reading. Tensions ran high as the bill to ban open grazing successfully passed its second reading in the Nigeria Senate on Wednesday. The legislative session was marked by heated debates and strong emotions, reflecting the contentious nature of the proposed bill. If enacted, this bill will finally prohibit open grazing nationwide, aiming to resolve long-standing conflicts between herders and farmers. The bill, sponsored by Senator Titus Zam, representing, of course, it's quite apt where it's coming from, because of course this is the pain, this is the pinch point of the pain of that space. That's the pinch point of it. The bill, sponsored by Senator Titus Zam, representing Benue Northwest, outlines specific regulations for the establishment and management of ranches, promoting best practices and mitigating disputes between herders and farmers. Explaining the general principles of the bill, Zam canvassed the need for the proposed commission to manage, regulate, and preserve ranches across the country. He said the proposed National Animal Husbandry and Ranches Commission is for management, preservation, and control of ranches across Nigeria. The bill, however, met stiff opposition from Senator Danjuma Goje from Gombe and his counterpart from Kebbi State, Adamu Alero. Both lawmakers and former governors argued that cattle rearing and ranching activities were more in the north than in other parts of the country, reasoning that lawmaking should be for the entire country and not for a section. So that cattle rearing is not only situated in the north, a lot of it cascades into the south, and we all know what that leads to. Goje specifically mentioned that cattle routes begin from the far north and ends in Lokoja, as the route does not extend to the south. Well, we all know to the contrary. There was a clip that somebody actually sent me of this Fulani guy that rolled his cattle into somebody's maize farm and just decimated the whole space. If you have that clip, send it to me again. Maybe we'll play it just because it tallies with this particular storyline. In his contribution, Senator Hussein Babangida Uba, representing Jigawa Northwest, called for extra caution in passing the bill, given its trail of controversy in the past. Other senators who supported the bill contended that the proposed commission would manage the farmer-herder crisis, hence it should be passed. The bill was passed after it was put to voice vote by the Senate President Godswill Akpabio. It was referred to the Senate Committee on Agriculture, Judiciary, and Legal Matters to be reverted in 4 weeks. This legislative measure is designed to address the challenges and conflicts associated with cattle rearing, ensuring a more structured and sustainable approach to the industry. So there it is right there. The window opens for us to put an end to all this chicanery of our Fulani herdsmen. And by the way, there's no one in the studio. If you want the conversation, you have to. Like I said, it's an active, it is a participatory sport. If you want the conversation, then you have to come into the studio. Northern senators clash with colleagues over bill on cattle ranching. So we just read that. So now you see the problem with this Tinubu administration, especially, but Nigerian governance in general, is they don't read the mood. They don't read the tea leaves to see what is telling them. So given all that is going on in the country at the moment, and especially the most current high octane tension space, we pay for the workers and all that, the last thing you'll be expecting to see will be a headline like this: Senate approves 300% pay rise for CJN other judicial officers. So there it is right there. Long may they rule over you is just what that is. Senate approves 300% pay rise for CJN other judicial officers. So let's get it. The Senate on Wednesday approved a bill that grants where are the supporters? I've not seen any signs of supporters flashing up. The Senate on Wednesday approved a bill that grants a 300% salary increase for judicial officers at the federal and state levels. The Red Chambers approved the report presented by the Senate Committee on Judiciary, Human Rights, and Legal Matters, chaired by Senator Mohammed Tahir Mongono, APC Borno North, to the lawmakers. This follows the consideration and adoption of an executive bill transmitted by President Bola Tinubu, which sought to prescribe improved salaries and allowances, as well as other fringe benefits for judicial officers and workers. The executive bill forwarded by the president is titled "A Bill for an Act to Prescribe the Salary, Allowances, and Fringe Benefits of Judicial Office Holders in Nigeria and for Related Matters." The bill, if similarly passed by the House of Representatives and assented to by the president, will give the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Olukayode Ariwola, an annual salary of 64 million naira. And by the way, that's not excessive for the position that he occupies. The president of the Court of Appeal will be entitled to 62.4 million naira, while justices of the Supreme Court will earn the sum of 61.4 million naira each. All heads of various courts, such as the Chief Judge of the Federal High Court, Chief Judge of the Federal Capital Territory High Court, the President of the National Industrial Court, amongst others, will earn the same basic salary of 7.9 million naira annually. So that's quite a jump, actually. So the Supreme Court justices get 61.4 million, and then the Chief Judge of the maybe this is a mistype, I don't know. But the Chief Judge of the Federal High Court, Chief Judge of the Federal Capital Territory High Court, etc., they get 7.9 million naira annually. When I saw that 7.9 million, I was expecting to say monthly, no, annually. So there it is. So the corruption in the judiciary continues then. Speaking further, the Borno lawmaker told his colleagues that stakeholders at the public hearing of the bill unanimously supported its passage. The proposed legislation is apt and timely, as the increase in remunerations of judicial office holders is long overdue in light of the present economic realities and high inflation in the country. So it's the ungodliness of that statement, where does this statement, where does the pinch point apply the most? So if we take this statement as a truism, where does the pinch point, where is the pain of the pinch point most felt? Where is the pain of the pinch point most felt? So listen to this paragraph. The proposed legislation is apt and timely, as the increase in remunerations of judicial office holder is long overdue. Now listen to this. This is the pinch point. But where does this apply to it the most? In light of the present economic realities and high inflation in the country. So if you're in full cognizance of that, then please apply it to everyday workers. I think the judicial officers, they are not likely to starve anytime soon. It's a cash and carry judicial system anyway, isn't it? According to him, the bill is quite innovative because apart from an increment in the basic salary, it also takes into consideration certain peculiarities of the administrative structure and operational mechanism of the judiciary. Generally, the bill, if passed, will birth an appropriate and commensurate remuneration that will ensure judicial independence and integrity. No doubt adequate remunerations will allow judicial officers to focus on their professional development without worrying about financial constraints. Hence, it will improve their professionalism and decision-making skills. So the persons whose mouths have grown fat from taking bribes, they'll stop taking bribes because we give them an extra penny. But there it is right there. They increase their own wages by 300%, and they're telling Do you know what? You know, there was a time, there was a famine as in the scarcity of food in in France under let me actually come on the screen. There was a famine, that is a famine, scarcity of food in France. I think it was under Louis the Fourth or something like that. Uh, uh, so there was so much outcry in France then that the people were crying that they could not even buy bread. So I think, yes, that was under Louis the Fourth. You can correct me if I'm yeah, but it was under Louis the Fourth. So there was famine in France then, scarcity of food, and the citizenry were agitated, crying that they could not buy bread. So now the wife of Louis the Fourth, who's a lady called Marie Antoinette, she said, "This is they debunked this quote, but it's still in the vagaries of did she say it or not?" But she said, if they cannot find cake, let them eat. If they cannot find bread, let them eat cake. So let them eat cake. So that's where that phraseology comes from. So that just popped into my mind as I was just reading that. So if they cannot find Gary, let them let them starve. Yeah, let them eat cake, essentially what that is. So let them eat cake. So now this is the worst kept news headline yet within this Tinubu administration. Government admits fuel subsidy to GOB, 5.4 trillion naira in 2024. So our fuel subsidy is gone, but it's taking a long way out of it's taking the Senate route out of the door. It's taking the Senate route, the Israelite route out of the door. Nigerian government admits fuel subsidy to GOB, 5.4 billion. So there it is. Subsidy gone, but not really. So subsidy gone, but not really. So let me bring you to this one now. Was it Louis the 14th? Thank you, Jafar. So if a maker turns up, then we'll play the video that's linked to this one. There's a video linked to this particular tweet from the BBC. If a maker or a kenne or some real hardened Southeasterner turns up, then we may have a bit of this. This is a Cubana chief priest. Cubana chief priest exposed the condition of Southeast Igbo land. So it says because we are only really wanting a Southeasterner to turn up because the video I'm about to play you is all in Igbo language. So if there's nobody to translate, then it won't make much sense. But I'll give you the readout. There is another video that I will play, but I'll give you the readout first. Cubana chief priest exposed the condition of Southeast Igbo land. It says there's a lot of hunger in the South. This is Cubana chief priest speaking, one of their socialites in the Southeast. Cubana chief priest exposed the condition of Southeast Igbo land. There is, and these are quotations from him now, there is a lot of hunger in the Southeast. It is our brothers at home that give criminals information. Our people started killing the rich, so the rich stopped going. Let's do that again. Cubana chief priest exposed the condition of the Southeast Igbo land. There is a lot of hunger in the Southeast. It is our brother at home that give criminals information. Our people started killing the rich, so the rich stopped coming back home during festivities. That is why I ran to Lagos to do my business. He said a lot more in the interview. I says, when you see the Igbo claiming another man's land, being vocal about Lagos Yoruba land is because they want what they can't have because their own land has nothing to brag about. Most of them had to relocate to Yoruba land before they can have money to send back home. Chief priest relocated back to Igbo land when they were not shouting, don't invest in, I don't know quite what that means. Chief priest relocated back to Igbo land when they were shouting, don't invest in Lagos. But when body tell arm, he relocate back to Yoruba land. Most of you Igbos that hate on Yorubas are just a bunch of ingrates. Yorubas and Yoruba land. And by the way, I'm not punching at the Southeast. This was sent in by a Southeasterner who wants to discuss it. So if he turns up, then we'll discuss it. But this was sent in by a Southeasterner who is quite insistent that we discuss it. Most of you Igbos that hate on Yorubas are just a bunch of ingrates. Yorubas and Yoruba land have been good to you, but an ingrate will always bite the hand that feeds him. The more you people keep hating on the Yorubas, the more you all will self-destruct. So that is Cubana chief priest in an explosive interaction with the BBC. So that's the end of the readout. So now let me now see. There was a clip that I wanted to play as well. Do I have it? If I don't, then I don't. Yeah, yes. Hold on. Yes, I do have it, but I had not yet put it in the studio. So let me play you Senator Adeleke's inimitable attempt at the new or now re-emerged national anthem again, as we wait for the clip that I want to play you to load up.
Nigeria, we lady, our own native. No tribe at all, medieval, in brotherhood we stand. We are proud to serve that sovereign motherland.
There it is right there, the perfect rendition. And this way, and fatherland, that is it. The people of Osho State, they don't enter one chance. So that's the one chance governor of Osho State. The dancing, my goodness me, that guy is going to destroy that state. But then they deserve what they get. They voted for him, so they suffer him. So they voted for him, they suffer him. I'm not quite sure why this thing is taking. It's loading now, processing. Here it is. So the travails of El Rufai as promised.
And the ad hoc committee set up by the Kaduna State House of Assembly to investigate all finances, loans and contracts awarded under the former Governor Nasir El Rufai has recommended the investigation and prosecution of the former governor. Also to be prosecuted are some other inducted members of his cabinet for alleged abuse of office through the award of contracts without due process, diversion of public funds and money laundering. This came to the fore today after the committee submitted its report to the House of Assembly. The chairman of that committee, Henry Zachariah, said that most of the loans obtained under the El Rufai administration were not used for the purpose for which they were obtained. Receiving that report, the Speaker of the Kaduna State House of Assembly, Yusuf Liman, said that a total of 423 billion naira was allegedly siphoned by the El Rufai administration, leaving the states with huge liabilities.
The total amount of money siphoned by the Kaduna State government from 29 May 2015 and 29 May 2023 was 423 billion 115 million and 28,072 naira 88 kobo. The committee found dubious transactions, suspicious transactions, diversion. All domestic loans and foreign obtained by the Kaduna State government between 2019 May 2015 to 2019 May 2023 and found by the committee to have been obtained without due process are not binding on the state, and the state government should henceforth stop honoring all obligation arising from them.
Meanwhile, former Governor Nasir El-Rufai appears not to be taking the allegations by the Kaduna State House of Assembly against his government lightly and has dismissed the claims as scandalous. In a statement by his media advisor, Muyiwa Adekeye, Malam El-Rufai explains that he is immensely proud of his record of governance and the legacy he left behind in Kaduna State. A record, he notes, cannot be altered by any malicious effort to use the auspices of the state legislature for defamation and undeserved smears. He adds that it is obvious that the ad hoc committee is merely going through the motions of an inquiry just to give some gloss to the predetermined conclusions, adding that it is sad to see a shameful departure from any notion of decency and fairness by the state legislature.
So yes, there it is right there. So there it is right there. There is one more video clip, but I'll keep that until somebody that is actually able to translate it turns up. So if nobody that is able to translate it turns up, then there's no point playing it. But the people who have turned up are Aro Gidigba joins us. Good to see you. Ajande Koko, father of the bride, there he is right there. Arabatu Ramu, otherwise known as Ola Isaac Black, makes up the list. So there it is. So plenty of spaces. Anybody that wants to hop on. Let's kick it off with you, Aro Gidigba. What's up? Are you ready?
Yes, one man. Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly. Good. I'm hearing myself back. Can you mute the YouTube?
Actually, I'm not on YouTube. I've actually closed that down.
I think we're bouncing back. Can you hear me bouncing back?
Well, I can hear you clearly. Let me see. I'm using a headphone. Let me turn it up and turn it back on.
Okay.
All right. Hello?
He said
I can hear you, one man. We can hear you.
All right. On mute. Let's see if are you there?
I'm here. I am here.
Yes. I'm coming back. Are you using a headset?
I am.
Or are you? Okay. Can you unplug something or plug something?
Yes. Okay. I think that's what I'm going to do.
All right. Should I kick it off with Ajande Koko? Come back to you. Let me kick it off with Ajande Koko if he is ready.
Yes, please do that. Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Ajande Koko, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. Maybe you can go out and come back in. Maybe the system will correct it.
No, I think there's another device that's bouncing off. It's on StreamYard and then one other device, so they are conflicting against each other. That's what's probably going on.
Okay, let's kick it off temporarily, waiting for him to come back in.
Yes, if you go out and come back in, let's see if that fixes it.
Which one be Aro Gidigba?
I don't. Aro
Gidigba. Ajale Koko, can I kick it off with the Kene?
Okay.
Let me kick it off with the Kene only because I want to bring this clip in that was sent in. Ekene on mute. Let me know you are Ekene. Ekene on mute now. All right. Yeah. Okay, Ekene, I'm going to play this clip. It's in Igbo language, so it's about 4 minutes. Then you give us the translation once it's done.
I wouldn't say like a government. You get one negi. Like a government, he gave me ichere akakesha top government. Time election oro gave ya biaponya. Always they give one negi bere easy. Say like ya no support the government. Get no support to police. Kezi ki say one negi wonye police. Kezi ki one negi wonye army. Obodo na we police no onye army ka onye ga achịkọta. Ihe m ji bịawa Lagos ime biznes ọ na ụfọdụ ụmụnne anyị ndị Igbo na-atụzi ụjọ ịlọta ụlọ maka ọha lọtabu ụlọ mee biznes maka ndị nọ n'Owerri ihe a na-aṅụchara nwa biya ha na obere mmanya ọkụ na obere mmanya champagne mana ndị abi Lagos na Abuja ha bata weekend ota ha akpọsa everywhere ego abata na sistem m like agba Christmas keta ọwụrụ mgbe Christmas na-azụchi ike n'ụzụcha ahịa Christmas mgbagote ọ bụrụ moto ọfụrụ ngoro ọ bụrụ biznes ọhụrụ ngoro mana ọ bịaziri dị slow and dịka ndị Igbo shikwuo mbugharị ka eji ere mbe onye mere m ji kore akpa m palie si ka m bịakwa make sure na mbụ nri ma ha na-abịa eri n'Owerri bịakwutekwe ha na Lagos na-akọwakwara ha sị a na enwekwa ihe mebiri emebi n'ụlọ adịkwala mma ndị omekome kwanụ na ndị ọjọọ na-eme ka ha wụrụ na ha ga-emebi Igbo ọ ndị iberibe ka ha wụ maka ile anya Igbo alaala azụ bifo ihe insekuriti ebido ndị dịka Dr. Ned Okonkwo imoni ha ị ga-ahụcha ụdịrị manshọn ndị ha rụrụ n'obodo ha so abịa nwee competition among ourselves onye ọbụla na-achọ ịla ụlọ gaa rụọ maka Igbo na like ịma aka we are inspirations to ourselves so ihe ndị omekome mebiziri wụ ha bịaziri bịa mee ka a ghara ịhụ ọgaranya aha ọgaranya egbuo ya asị ọwa onye ọjọọ asụsụ ome ndị ọgaranya agbalaga na o mere agụrụ adị n'obodo anyị nnukwu agụrụ dị n'obodo so ihe m na-eme apil wụ ụmụnne anyị echefukwala ụlọ anyị agaghị agbara ndị ọjọọ ọsọ ndị ọjọọ wụ ndị ga-agbara anyị ọsọ na-azọ ịga ụkwụ ụmụnne anyị nọkwanụ n'ụlọ kwesịrị ilekọta ụlọ anya maka ọwa oke nọ n'ụlọ na-agwa nke nọ n'ama na azụ dị na ngịga so ọwụ ndị nọ n'ụlọ ụfọdụ ụmụnne wu ndị na-agba ụlọ nwanne ha ọkụ maka anya ukwu anyị mana ụfọdụ ndị adịkwa mma dịka o sikwa dị ma n'ala bekee mana ihe anyị ga-eji akọ na uche wee mee ọwụ ihe egbe na mma ndị ọjọọ unu sere aka na unu na-emebi obodo anyị ụmụ anyị ndị pere mpe ka ihe anyị nwere idewere ha ụmụ mụ na ha etolitele mụ na ha na-alụ ụlọ n'anya ha dịzi ka ha wụ ndị Lagos ha marazi ebe ha si ihe anyị na-emebi anyị nwere our own culture and heritage and we cannot project it from afar before n'obodo m onwe ihe a na-akpọ Ofeke Day on 1st of January onwe ihe na-atọ ụtọ ka ya mana ihe ndị a adịzi anyị niile ịgbakọta ọkọ ọnụ si mba na ka anyị wetakwe South East back because ihe ọma dị na South East buru ibu imagine emewezie traditional marriage eburu ya gaa na event center na Lagos o eburu ya gawa Owerri ayi ọ dịzinụ mma enwe burial agalie ozu ka onye ohi gbapụta bịa mee reception ihe awụ ụta isi ebi bifo eburu ozu odogwu na-alọta a na-agba mkpọ n'ala na-agba egbe excitement adị ihe ndị a nwụọla so we are gradually losing our own ka anyị laghachikwa nọ na ruutu anyị mezie obodo anyị n'obodo adịla mma na ihe mebiri emebi a ga-emezi ihe daigara na mmiri ụkwụ ka eji achọ ya anyị agbalakwala ọsọ maka ọsọ awụ ihe ga-ehepụ anyị ọ ga-aghasa ya aghasa completely.
All right, Oyinbo tó sọ Oyinbo lásán tó mọ ẹ. What was all that about, Ekene?
You were even playing the clip. I thought you understand what he was saying, but
we needed you to the translation. What was they saying?
He's talking about the reason why he brought his business to Lagos because of the insecurity that befielded the South, especially in Imo State, and a lot of big men that used to come back to East to enjoy themselves, and their business is all about enjoyment. So they don't normally come again. So he has to carry the business and go and meet them in Lagos. And for him to also be telling them that Igbo land is good again, that insecurity is no more as they think, that they should not run away from the East, so that they should come back and develop the East as they used to do before. Before there is a lot of competition, Igbo strive in competition. People like E-Money, he give example, their mansions, people they want to build, this one want to build a better mansion than this person. And that is why we have a lot of development in the East. So he still imploring them to still have that mindset so that the East will continue to develop. Then the wicked ones that used to attack them, the rich, because of they support the government. Those ones are the problem of the East. So, and he was thinking about sometime he was being attacked. He was being attacked. He was they would have murdered him a few years. Is it last year or last 2 years? I don't know. Accusing him of being a supporter of a government, especially the government of Opus Odema. So those people that they were attacking the rich men because they support government is also a big problem. Why people like them cannot East. But if we don't like,
is that what he said? We wait for Emeka to turn up. I think he has a different version of it. But,
so no, so he have to. He have to. He have to. What am I even saying? He has to.
Yeah, nobody understands what you're saying. You sound half asleep. Carry on. Are you there, Kenny? What's going on?
I think maybe system might be having a system problem, maybe because we are not hearing from him now.
Yes, Kenny?
He will come back. I think it's maybe a system drop or something like that. Or is it still there?
He's there unmuted, but we can't hear anything from him.
Maybe
can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, so it's all about the problem of the Southeast, the problem of insecurity. They talked about the evil guys that are attacking rich men in the Southeast. It's a very big challenge to them. And it has brought a lot of, it started to bring on development in the Southeast. So, and
do you agree with what he said? Because when somebody sent that clip in, I sent it to you so that you can view it ahead of time. Do you agree with what he said?
Yeah, I agreed now. I talked about it. If you follow following me, there was a time I talked about the fast development that is happening in Asaba. It's because of insecurity in the Southeast. So that has brought in very fast development in Asaba. So I agree with him in that regard. Yeah. So even though things are getting normal now, but that's that problem of insecurity really brought a lot of development in Asaba. People quickly moved to Asaba, did a lot of build some hotels and all those stuff. So, and Imo State also being the center of this problem. You know, Imo State, their business thrive very well in Owerri. But sometimes because of insecurity, the business slowed down. So he said that there are something that he no longer do business. Most of the time, if we do business every December, either buy a new car or open a new business. But it happens that he no longer enjoy that privilege again. So you have to carry the business to Lagos to meet those guys that used to patronize him in the East those days. So he said a lot of things, both the one I can remember and the one I cannot remember. But the other one I pointed out is that people like them that support government, especially this APC government, are being attacked in the East.
Why is that?
I don't know. So that's how he put it there. That people, so if you don't like a government, you wait for the next 4 years to vote them out. You don't attack people that support that government. So that's how he put it. So, he's a supporter of Opus Odema. And this unknown government, they have really attacked. There was a time they attacked his convoy and killed some security men. He escaped dead that day. So I think it's from that day that he started running away from the east, and he made those points there. So that's what I understand with all this Igbo that he's speaking. So, but he's still encouraging every rich guy we have out there to come back to East, that the East is becoming better again, that they should come back and start to develop our land the way they used to do it before. So that's the final of everything.
All right, brilliant. We'll wait for Emeka to turn up. I think he might have a different inflection, but
Emeka don't know. Emeka will not understand. Emeka don't understand Igbo. He's not an Igbo guy. So there is no way he will understand what. Emeka cannot understand this thing. And he is using a very big.
What did he say about Yoruba land? Did he say anything about Yoruba land?
No, he spoke nothing about Yoruba land. No, he didn't say anything there. Just everything I will just told you, just explanation of what he said. So I don't see anything different. The only thing I know is that the only point that I know that he made there is people like them that are supporting the current government or APC government are in danger of being attacked in the southeast. And it's very.
But he said something about Lagos. Lagos.
We had him say Lagos now.
He said the reason why he brought his business to Lagos is because the business starts going down in the east. So he has to bring it to Lagos so that the things will still go normal. Because those guys that use him every December, they don't come back home again. He even talk about our culture that is going down. That we now do traditional marriage in Lagos. We call party this and this. There was a particular tradition that he mentioned that they used to do in Imo State every January 1st. That since this insecurity started, they don't used to do that again. That program bring all of them together, both rich and the poor, in the village. But this, for some years now, that tradition, they cannot do it again because of insecurity. So that Lagos you are hearing, it's all about why he moved to Lagos. He moved his business to Lagos.
Did he say they are now doing that yearly festival? Did he say they are now doing it in Lagos since they abandoned the East?
No, they're not. No, they're not doing it in Lagos. They're not doing it in Lagos. So, but he's pleading that those things. The only thing that he said they're doing in Lagos is traditional marriage. They now do some Igbo rich guy do traditional marriage in Lagos because of insecurity. Yeah, I wish I can confirm. That one is very true.
So Yoruba land is saving the culture of Igbo people now.
That is it. Now, when you make your land insecure, people will move away, and it brings a lot of instability. So insecurity is a very big challenge. The development that is happening in Asaba today is because of insecurity in the southeast. Very big one. So now people move to Asaba, buy acres of land, build or sell, build houses. So it's very pathetic one.
All right, take us to that news. That wasn't the impression I was giving about that, but we take your word for it. Nobody speaks Igbo here apart from you. So take us to this space. Tinubu suspends import duties on staple food items, pharmaceuticals, orders for 6 months to ease inflation. So at last, some movement in that direction.
Yeah, it's a good movement. If Lily, the Lily main business, yeah, it's a good business, and because the only thing I know about this government is they seems to say something and not be doing it. That's the only problem I have with them. But removing import duty on pharmaceutical items and food items imported, can also it will bring a very big impact, especially this pharmaceutical item. Drugs are very expensive in Nigeria today. Very, very expensive. Very, very one. So people that are having malaria in Nigeria today, you have to be a rich man for you to suffer from malaria in Nigeria today. If not, you will not be able to take care of yourself. So if he's able to do that, I will give kudos to him. Food items, pharmaceutical items, because a lot of this company left Nigeria under his regime. So he has to do something. He has to do something. So I don't want it to look like you are saying something and you're not doing it. But if it is implemented, because we are only reacting, the government is only reacting, they're not proactive. So what I want is action. Action. So that when we go to the market, maybe in the next 1 month or in the next 2 months, we'll begin to see the price of these drugs dropping down. So, and food, I don't know how much food Nigeria are importing, but in terms of food, I think he has to do more. We have the land, we have all it takes to feed ourselves, and the government are not doing much in that regard. So I saw there was a news I wanted to post to you. Wale Edun admitting that Nigerian government is paying subsidy. Very huge one. I wanted to send that headline to you, but I forgot. I still have it in my phone. So, when we
have it
that's
here
why I
as
said
well.
Okay, that's it. Nigerian government admits fuel subsidy to GOPT. So it's that's why I said that the government is saying another thing and doing another thing. That's the problem of this APC government. They do a lot of propaganda. They don't come out to speak word or to say things the way it is. And it's killing the economy. Who are they doing? They're doing themselves. There is an Igbo adage that said that if you say how it's happening to you, people will know how to help you. You don't hide in secrecy. This is government. It's people's business to know what is happening in their daily affairs. But the government is not doing that. They think they can always live in denial, in propaganda. And these things are affecting the livelihood of Nigeria, the economy. It's affecting it. When we are saying it here, and it's not even...
How is fuel stabilization? How is that a bad thing? How is intervention to stabilize the price of fuel? How is that a bad thing?
You are the one using the word intervention. This, I said subsidy.
Yes, it's
not
an
a bad thing.
intervention now. Yeah, it is
nobody is saying it's a bad thing. But you cannot be telling us that you are subsidizing petrol. Today we are buying petrol at the rate of 700, 680, some places 750, and you are subsidizing petrol. When we know that when we have subsidy, we are buying petrol at the rate of 190, 200, even 90, 95 naira. So how can you be subsidizing petrol at the rate of 6 something or 700 to Nigerians? Is that not criminal?
They're not subsidizing. They're insulating.
One man. They are subsidizing. Whether you want to admit it or not. You are not better than Wale. You are not better than Wale Edun that said it.
And those were not his exact words. Those are not his exact words. That's the reporter's spin.
Whether he said that exact word or not, the most important thing that he admitted that the government is just see the volume, 5.4 trillion in 2024.
How much is that in real money?
Check it now.
That's not real money now. That's
5.4 trillion.
Yeah, that's naira now, not real money. In real money, it's just a pittance. So that's why I'm saying it's an intervention, not a subsidy. Are you going again, Ekene? Can you hear me? Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right.
I can hear you.
Yeah, Ekene, we might well have to move on. No, it's not back. I think
back.
Arogidigba is back, but
Okay, you can take it up if Ekene is not
Yeah,
there.
one man.
Yes, okay,
So,
you're back. Ekene, you're dipping quite heavily, but carry on.
Yeah, it's so I know that the network is bad today. I don't know the reason, but
It's Tinubu now. It's Tinubu. Everything on that is Tinubu government. You know.
No, it's not Tinubu. It's not Tinubu. I will not blame him on the network issue. But the only thing I know is that the propaganda in this government is on the very high side. You understand? So the
So sorry. Does your memory go back to when Tinubu told us that the subsidy was being removed? Does your memory go back?
Yeah.
Because he went on to say something else. Can you remember what he said?
I don't know what other thing he said.
He said the subsidy was removed, but the government will intervene whenever intervention is necessary. So it's still consistent with what he said.
Okay.
One man, please stop deceiving us, please. I think this rigmarole game you guys always play. You know, I think by now you guys should be, understanding that it's no more joke as usual. I can sorry that I took your mouth. I'm sorry, but one man, it was just clear. We are floating the naira, and the subsidy, we stop paying subsidy. So if you have a wound, and that was what Peter B was saying, you have a wound, you take away the wound dressing, maybe the gauze dressing that you have on it, and you put transparent dressing, right? The wound still remain. It does remain, one man. For some time, I just stay in the background. I know you see me chat, I keep betting everybody on this show. I keep betting everybody. I said, anytime I come on this show, I'm going to appeal to you that I'll be having 60 minutes whenever I want to talk. Because all these people we have here, they're not as accurate as me. 1 year in office, look at what this man is doing. Babaja cannot give you the right jig. Kulata.
You will. I trust you, man.
Babaja will not give you what you want.
Babaja became angry a few days ago, and he was lambasting them.
I know.
A few days ago.
I heard you. I know. I know. You cannot. Lala, you cannot run from him. You said you're with him. You must be with Tinubu. But one man, I think that's the beauty of the show. The beauty of the show is that we come with our expectations, we give our predictions, and whoever wins carries the day. So far, I think I'm winning. Myself, my honorable self, I think I should be calling myself honorable because I'm honorable because I say it the way it is. Other honorable members here, like Ekene.
Now you go call yourself honorable.
Let me Tinubu carry a hand. Let me Tinubu carry a hand. Don't be local. This time around, Angelico, because sometimes you give it to yourself, right? Most of the things that you see here,
I agree with you on that. I agree with you on
that. Likes of Rational Mind will come here, and people in the comment section will curse him. Even one man, if I mention Obi, one man will be like, EJ, you cut me off. But all those things, I was surprised the other day. Kulata came to give his 1 year report of fake data. And when he came in, he was agreeing with me and Obi. And I was surprised. One man, we have a baby economy. If you go, let me explain what I mean. If you take 20% of the skyscraper you have in Lagos and you relocate them to Ibadan, your state, or enigmatic states on those states, or Kulata state, I think is from, I don't know where he's from. Right? One man, you find out that those buildings will stay there and rot. That those buildings will rot. Do you know why? Because you've not made enough money to manage such complex. You've not built yourself in such a way you can attract people that sees those complex as, you know, as a part of their business. And one man, that is what is going on. People keep talking about flyover, this, that. No. We have the roads already. Make the ones that we have beautiful. Invest in critical sector. It is not something that we cannot say fiscal. One man, a man from Onisha Market.
You mean similar to what Wike is doing? Is that what you're talking about?
Wike is even more practical. If you ask me, Wike is even more practical than Tinubu. It is not too much grammar. This road needs to be built. Build it. You want to go and build another one for another side? No. That's the reason why I keep giving Wike 6.5 in terms of performance.
Are you talking as Anambra as River State governor?
No. As River State governor, I will still give him a 5 because
so you're giving him a 6.5 as a minister in this government.
Yes. Do you know the reason why? Because in a country of blind man, in a country of blind men, or in a congregation of blind men, the white-eyed man leads. Wike is like a white-eyed man in this government. Let's face it, one man. It's not going to kill you if you accept it. Look at the day Kulata was making his predictions here, was giving his scores. Look at the score. If you were to take that score to go to read, even if it's sociology, you're not going to get admission. If Tinubu government was a prerequisite to get into a university or get into a position with that kind of record, you will lock them up. With the amount of resources that they have at their disposal, you will lock them up.
The amount of resources they have, what resources do they have at their disposal?
No. One man. See, let me tell you, Buhari might have made a mess.
Might have.
But let me tell you,
might have.
Yeah, he might have made it. Yeah, Buhari left a mess.
Right.
Let me put it that way. Let me be more. Buhari made a mess.
Yes.
Yeah, but Buhari left a mess.
To the economy.
You that came in.
Yes.
No, you that came in. The way to fix it is not what Tinubu is doing.
By clearing the debt.
No man.
This government has borrowed. Do you know the amount of money this government have borrowed in the last 1 year? I hope you saw it.
You tell me. You have the figures. You tell me. I'm not aware that
it's about 20.something trillion.
Trillion.
Yeah.
Because they're borrowing in dollars, right? Because now our debt is right, because our debt ratio before our debt profile before Buhari left government was about 70 trillion. Now it's about 90. So one man, the issue there is this, right? We can defend.
Do you understand that? Anyway, carry on.
One man, there's nothing to understand.
No.
We know where the money is.
No, you don't understand. Is really what I'm saying. The naira has been floated. So those debts in hard currency, if you if you naira-nize them, then of course they will reflect a higher figure.
If you dollarize them, it's going to be the same thing. If you live in the dollar, okay, why don't you live in the dollar so that it will be lesser?
No, you told us that it's something trillion naira.
No, it's about, so it added 20 trillion, so it's about 90 trillion naira now. Our debt.
Okay.
Right? That's my point. In 1 year, he has borrowed what Buhari did in maybe 2 or 3 years. In 1 year. So where are we headed? And we cannot say for sure this is where this money is going. Apart from the debt he canceled, I say he canceled, the one he repaid. You cannot say what is the policy of this government. Well,
it took debt to repay debt. Is that what you're saying?
One man, it is possible.
My goodness.
So that is what one man. See, let me tell you, he took those debts, right, to repay debt. The one that he's even making, he is pushing it to things like Hajj, VP's Lodge, cars for National Assembly. You know,
right.
It is not. Look, one man. You don't have to say all right. You don't have to summarize what I'm saying.
No, because
what
you're playing an old tune now. This is the same tune that you play.
One man.
It's the same tune that you play. So
one man. There's one thing I told you. You see, I am a very practical person.
Right.
Right. You count one before you count two.
Right.
Any person that tells you count three before you count one is a retrogressive person. Any person that tells you count one before you count 10, that person is a thief. Go by your steps. What did I tell you, one man, prior to this election? I told you that I have lived under Tinubu, that is no more the Tinubu. But even at that my biggest fear in Tinubu's government is the people around him, the people that are going to work with him. Did I say that? I keep betting you on this show. One man, it is not a boast. I'm not boasting. It is something that is a talent. I tell you the way it is. I see it, I'll tell you. Somebody told me one time, why don't you open church? I said, I don't want to use whatever gift I have to exploit people. But if I talk to somebody, I'll tell the kind of person that person is.
Is bullshitting a skill?
No, bullshit. Yeah, bullshit can be a skill, especially when you're in the midst of Abadorians.
Okay, then you are highly skilled.
You understand what I'm saying, one man? I keep telling you that. I said, the people walking around Tinubu, what are they going to do? Because why did I say that? The people that are going to work for him are going to be selected by these same people around him.
All right, let Kenneth carry on, because you're not inserting anything that we love your voice, but you're not inserting anything that you've never said before.
No, I know one man, right? Because you guys have discussed the 1 year. I've not been able to come in to my mind. So I have a lot. So I'm just like I told you.
We'll go to the 8 minutes just because the room is now populating, and then in your 8 minutes, then you
I didn't want to take his time.
No. The 8 minutes actually starts with Ekene. So we go Ekene, then Aroke Degba, and then we'll push it around. Ekene, back to you.
Okay, one man. So, today when posting that they have saved a lot.
Ekene, the deep is getting too much. All right, Ekene. Let's go to Aroke Degba, because the pauses at Aroke Degba. You're up first. 8-minute monologue, and the floor is yours. Aroke Degba. Is anyone there?
Yeah, one man, I'm back. So
yes, I can. All right, give us your 8 minutes, but stand in that spot so that you don't cut off again. Carry on.
Yeah, so they cannot even pay a living wage, and with the situation of the country today, see the way they're playing workers, doing they call them for a meeting, they will add 3,000 naira. The next one, they will add 2,500, as if they are beginning for crayfish and ogiri. So it's quite pathetic when how the government handle things when it comes to the populace. You see, Senate approve a 300% pay rise for CGN and the other judicial officers. That's how they do. The ones that benefit them, the ones that that help them to come into power, they settle them first. So, and the workers are there suffering. That's quite okay, sure. But what I mean, this government should come out to be transparent. You see, Wale do look so dull to me. We promoted that guy so much when he was appointed. But to my greatest surprise, he's the one of the dullest minister in this APC, in this current Bola Tinubu government.
Is that not the nature of the job? Is it meant to be dancing as Zonto? Is it meant to come on television and dance as Zonto?
I don't know. I don't know. The last time I saw him, he was interviewed on channels. Then that guy didn't give a clear answer to any of the questions.
A financial minister is meant to be boring and conservative. That's the nature of it.
No, his own is too much. See, he's more. He doesn't look somehow to me as if the job was being forced on him, and now he's just trying to carry out his duty. That's how I see him. Even Cardoso looks smart, but these days he's becoming dull also. So the people that we projected to move this government ahead are becoming the ones that are not doing anything. That's how I see this APC government. So, but it is what it is. It is what it is. They have already soiled themselves. They have already been committed. So they must carry out the duty. And I don't see all this Orose reporter. I don't see Tinubu doing that. I don't see Tinubu removing any minister and all that. So it's quite pathetic because if you see this, the people he has appointed is for political purpose. So they must be there to serve his political ambition in 2027. So he cannot be facing Rufai today and create another Rufai. So he has to preserve those guys, treat them well for 2027 because he's already facing a battle with Rufai. So he's picking up a fight with him, calling for his probe, for the abuse of his office and all those stuff. So all these things, I don't think he's ready to pick it with any other minister. So I see him keeping those ministers. I don't see him suspending any of them. And if he keeps them, that is the downfall of this government. Because those guys don't look smart. They don't look objective. They don't even look educated. They are only there to defend the government. The ones that I think they cannot perform, somebody like Festus Kayamo has done something little. Wike, I know. I'm not surprised. Even our brother Umahi is becoming so dull. We're not seeing that his engineering skills anymore. Especially this coastal road has rendered him useless in the eye of the people. So it's quite pathetic, one man. And
sorry, in the eyes of which people, Ben Mori Blues released a clip speaking to that coastal road, saying it's the best thing that's happened to his region. And a lot of Edo followership of the Obi space, they are applauding it. Every internationally celebrated, everybody excited.
After they went there to celebrate it, did they went there again to talk about some adjustment that are being made in that regard?
There are variations in a 700-kilometer road. But did you not expect that?
Yeah, did they talk about it? Did they talk about it?
Was that not your expectation?
We'll just wait.
Wait. Have you ever built a house, a bungalow, or something like that? Because anybody that's ever built will tell you that even in the course of building a modest bungalow, there are several variations due to the change of desire, money, whatever. There's always variations.
There is nothing like change of desire because as a government before you start a project, you must have done your this thing. You have done much investigation before you even start it. Even
which they did. That doesn't.
Even
that
the Bible
doesn't.
say that.
That doesn't.
Even
That
the
doesn't.
Bible.
No,
Even the
guys,
Bible.
settle down.
Any
That
man
doesn't preclude variation.
that start. Let me finish one man. Any
All
man
right,
that
carry
start
on.
a
But
project.
it's an unreasonable criticism.
No, man that start a project without first of all thinking if he has the money, the capacity, and the plans to complete that project is regarded as a foolish man in the Bible. You understand? So, and the government didn't do such plan. So, see, if you want to build something for me, as a even if it is 1 kilometer, do it so that I will enjoy it in my lifetime. Do it. Don't come and start something that I know some people will not even have the time, the opportunity to enjoy it. They would have, some people would have died when that project would have been completed. A lot of people that know when Second Niger Bridge was being speak about, most of them are dead.
Yes.
After barriers come out. But you see, there is the problem we face in this country. A lot of federal roads today that we travel through that is not being maintained. That if they maintain it today, if I drive my car through that road, I will enjoy it at least for this short period that someone is going to live in this earth. Don't come and give me promise that I'll be expecting all my life. If it is 1 kilometer, do it. Let me enjoy it before I die. So
yes, what are you doing now? Can they started work on the project already? I do want me to go and bring you clips.
Don't bring me.
They are building it
Don't bring
already.
me. I'm only waiting. I'm only waiting for
this year, part of it will be completed. So I mean,
I'm only waiting for the completion of that project. That's the only thing I'm waiting for. You understand? And it's quite pathetic that a lot of building,
and it will be completed within your lifetime. It's a 7-year project.
Not even within my lifetime. Within this my youthful age self. At least the next 4 or 5 years, I want to make use of it.
No, they should complete it tomorrow. That's really what they should do.
Yeah, it's possible. Any serious country that wants to do project is possible to do that. Even if they want to complete it in the next 4 years, it's possible. Don't just use it for politics and tell me that it's an 8 years project. If you want to govern well, govern within the purview of the extent of your first year of government. Don't give me a project that you want to use for campaign in the next election. That's deceitful to me. And that's what the Tinubu government is doing. They're putting up a project that they will use for campaign in the next election. Without it, even when people are dying of hunger. I saw Remi Tinubu sharing rice and all those stuff. I was just laughing. They subject Nigerians to poverty. At the end of the day, they come out and be telling us they're sharing 1,200 bags of rice. Sharing oil. Making mockeries of Nigerians. It's quite pathetic. The way they look Nigerian, they cannot create a very fair playing ground for everybody to go to the farm, do agriculture, do whatever you want to do in this country and survive and feed your family without looking at the government. Every day they want to be sharing rice to the people. Every day. The same thing Buhari did. They are still repeating it. And even this Cardoso has said it, that all this palliative and all this that you guys are sharing are also crippling the economy. Wale Edu admitted this that the heavy subsidy at the rate of 5.something trillion. How much is the budget of Nigeria in 2024? That you have to use 5.4 trillion for subsidy, and you're not giving account of it. It's not even in the budget. Is that not criminality? When you remove 5.something trillion from 2024 budget, how much is remaining? And he's already writing a supplementary budget that this year is not even up to half. He's writing he want to submit a supplementary budget in the same 2024. The one he has passed on. What has he done? He's already putting on a supplementary budget in this 2024.
Is that not because of the subsidy? You remove something like 5 or something trillion out of the budget and you are paying it at the back. Is that not criminality? What are you guys saying here? Why are we supporting all these evil men in power? What is your budget this year? Is it up to 30 trillion? I think it's about 27 or 20 something trillion. Then you remove 5 or something for fuel subsidy. That is not even mirrored or pictured in the budget. Is that not money for the boys? Is that not money made for squandering? And I can tell you that this 450 that laborers are demanding, Nigeria can really do it. It's just because of wickedness. When you calculate all these things, unnecessary money they are spending anyhow, you will see that living wage or demand of the labor is attainable. It's quite pathetic. 5 point something trillion out of the budget, and you want me to say it's an intervention? I should not speak about it. Who told you it's an intervention? Intervention of 5 point something trillion in just 6 months. 2024 is not even over. In just 6 months, and you are telling me it's an intervention? And you couldn't do yourself because you made a mockery of yourself by coming up to announce that subsidy removal. And today you don't want to even, you don't know how to do it again. You have to bring it from the back. I hail now people giving any support to this government. I hail now. This is the most criminal government I've ever witnessed. If you can just count 5 point something trillion in our in 2024, well, how much is your 2024 budget? Just discount it without any record. Without any record. Is that not criminality? Is that not criminality? And hail on our APC supporters. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. Arogi the guy has dropped. Joel dropped as well. So Adale Koko, you're up next. I suspect you might want to. Where do you want to start?
Does Ola want to go? If Ola want to go.
Ola. All right. We might well just knock it on the head soon.
I know. I'm here.
Yeah? All right. Where do you want to start, Ola?
I just. Where do you want me to start? Just give me the.
Well, I think the timing of this, I have to say, is entirely is off-putting. It shows a lack of sensitivity and an insulation really to what is going on. Now, Senate approves 300% pay rise for CJ and other judicial officers. So to backdrop it a little bit, this is an ongoing thing. I think they've been in these discussions for a good while now and is somewhat ready for approval. But whether it was ready for approval or not, whether it's something in the workings already or not, just from the climate, especially this ongoings with the labor union, you'd have thought they would defer this particular one until much later. But what are you making of this headline then that gives another whipping hand to the critics of the government?
Okay. Good day, everyone, wherever you are. Well, like you've rightly said, I think it is so unfortunate because I don't know what our leaders I don't know what they think of though, because when we look at the way the people in the government, the way they represent us, the way they behave, sometimes you start wondering if they really know what they are doing in that representing us at that level. Because you see, the thing I've seen about our politicians, most of them, if not all of them, is that they still behave that they carry survivor mentality. They carry that one into the business of the government, and this is why they don't really understand that they are supposed to be there and represent the interest of everyone. You see, what these guys are doing now is that you are trying to even make the matter worse, because we still have, some of us, we don't really like the stance, the way the labor are even pursuing this increment. But then you now see the Senate now, they are bringing this one out. It's so unfortunate. Well, are we saying the CJ, is it wrong for CJN just to earn something higher? It may not be totally wrong, but I've always been someone that believe that nobody, including the president of the country, should earn outside the performance of the Nigeria economy. Because if you really want to face the facts,
what does that mean?
Okay, where is it relative to the performance of the economy? Okay, when you look at the performance, you just take it from the area of the minimum wage earner. You want to demonstrate that, okay, we don't really have money to pay the workers the minimum wage, but then you see your senators, you see your governors, they are earning more than what
Yeah,
any.
but those are statutory. You know, those salaries are set by the wages and remunerations. I think there's some agency that sets that. So,
Do you know why I will not take that?
are you talking about some sort of fluctuating wage structure that they are paid according to the performance of the economy?
Let me tell you, even if they have any organization that is setting that the wages for the senator, for the public, for the government. So don't forget that though that agency is backed by a particular law. The agency that is doing that is not just doing it from nowhere. It has a statutory. You understand? It has a particular law, the legal framework that energizes that agency to perform. So you can, through that instrument of law, to say, oh, hey, don't put us in a very tight corner. You understand? So you see all these bulletproof, loving, a senator that the end is, and they give excuses. So there's no way you are going to okay. What should be? Because I've always said this thing. What should be is this: even if you are going to earn anything so high, let the thing be very close to the topmost level of the civil service. You understand? If maybe the highest level of the civil service now, maybe you earn, let's say, 1 million a month, to make an example. Even if you want to distinguish yourself as a political class, okay, maybe if you earn 1.2, nobody will speak. But when your budget, no matter how you claim that it's not a fraction, but when your budget can be compared to any significant fraction of the entire budget for the country, that is crazy. Do
you know the breakdown of their budget? The parliamentarians. Do you know the breakdown of their budget? Do you know the composition of the budget of those parliamentarians?
Let me tell you one thing.
You see, because what I'm saying is all these things like constituency projects, office run, all of these things are in the overall budget. So if you look at the lump sums and you don't bake it into its constituent parts, then you might have a misreading of it.
See, I think for people to take them seriously, see, all this idea of constituency project and whatever they may want to hide under. You understand? All those are just some channel. They are just like a medium. That's just like a medium of giving the rat. You are giving rat to the cat. You understand? So separate all this. Let your wages be your wages, and let those people that are actually responsible for that project be responsible for that project. Don't make it.
Yeah, but
Don't
their
make
wages
it
are Ola, you are better than this now. Their wages are their wages. The constituent projects are set projects, that they are able to show their constituencies the impact they're having at the parliamentary. It doesn't actually go directly to them, but they have oversight of it.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. We have to look at the component part of all these big sums that we speak about.
So should we look at the principal of a secondary school now, and you now add the project in his native town as part of his wages?
In his native town? No, that's a false analogy.
It's not adding up. These people are senators, they are not executors of projects.
No, but they are not executing project now, they are oversighting it.
If you want to do a project in my village, let the ministry, let the agency of the government doing that be responsible. Add that one to the budget of that ministry. Don't add it to the budget of the senator and the National Assembly member.
But so it's not to the budget of the senator. It's the budget of the Senate. The budget of the senator is quite distinct and separate from the budget of the senator.
That is why we need to see. Look, like I keep saying, if in my
life, are you understanding what I'm saying?
I understand what you are saying. If in my life, if I was not alive when Ajasin was Ondo State governor, you will tell me this, I will take that. And those that we were talking about too, we knew those people, we know those people that were representing us. All this idea of adding constituency projects, it only started after 1999. I'm still saying that even if a senator wants to build school, it should not be the business of that senator to add that onto his own package. It is the business to make sure that you lobby for that school to be brought to your city. And let that, if it's going to be part of the Ministry of Education budget, let it be. So you don't have that, you don't have any business for that to be coming under you. So when it comes under you now, you just already energize them to have a way of shopping our money. And at the end of the day, you now claim that you are doing projects. So that is not tenable, to be honest. So to me, people going to that place, they are looking at, because when people are saying, no, our leaders, they do this, it's just because we still have this survivor mentality. We don't really know. Because if it's not a survivor mentality, if you do good, okay, every person you should be talking of, okay, you are saving for your retirement, you should know what to invest. And that one should be enough for you to even carry on. But these people, because they already know that whatever they are doing, they are not even doing well. So anytime they want to get to that place, they want to loot against today's generation and the future generation. That's the problem we are having with these people. Now, normally, increasing CJN by 300% will have been fine, because number one, you don't want your judges and whosoever that will be delivering judgment to you don't want to be at the mercy of all these money bag people that they just give you money. So you have to give them what is due to them, and they should be able to survive. But look at it from another perspective. If the political office holders, if they are not earning something outrageous, you won't be talking of CJN today. Even as a matter of fact, normally CJN probably should be earning more than them normally, if these groups have not cornered our resources. So don't let us. This is so insensitive, to be honest with ourselves. This is very, very insensitive, and it's also hard of. I don't know what exactly, because to me, if you ask me on a good day, when this thing is not.
Sorry, what's insensitive? The 300% increment or the timing of the announcement?
The timing is very insensitive, to be honest. It's very insensitive. But then, going forward, having this type of wages, why you cannot justify why workers are not earning living wage, you understand, is unacceptable. Let's just because it's not going to help the economy. It's not going to help in any way. Do you think if the politicians, if they are earning, like, let's say, if they are earning like the normal, something just slightly above the normal civil servant our wages, do you think the labor union will even have any reason to even declare that, okay, we want to fight, we want to strike and fight for minimum wage? They will not have any reason. But every time these people, every time anybody
Are they not?
Are they not? What do you mean by are they not? I'm trying
The basic salary of a parliamentarian is probably less than a palm sex.
Woman, everybody knows how to put mouth. You put meat in your mouth, and you can claim that you've not eaten anything. You've not eaten out of that meat. The question is this: don't use minimum wage to do. See, when you say you earn, well, part of your income, you know, a lot comes with income. Your income, your health insurance, your income, the car they are giving to your office. Part of your income is that maybe they are fueling your car for you. So part of your income is that they give you furniture allowance. Part of income is they give you wardrobe. So when you add all those things up, you understand? When you add all those things up, there's no way you want to tell me that those people, they are justified and you are now using the minimum way to do for me. Even when you look at the attire, what this guy will put on alone is more than what we are talking about. When you look at the shoes, okay, someone is telling you, okay, I have 1 million, but you look at the suit the person is putting on, it's like 1.5 million. How do you justify that? You understand? So
you know that a lot of the people in let's use Nedunwoko for instance. He's in parliament. He's a dollar billionaire. You know, so I'm not sure. A lot of them are independently wealthy anyway. A lot of them.
Okay, see, for the reason of what you just mentioned now, is that reason that when you have these people in power, like I told you, I witnessed political situation in that country before. We've seen a governor that was using 504 before he went to the government house. When he went to the government house, he went back to even the house he was living that he built as a secondary school principal. I was still using that.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
But it wasn't wealthy anyway, was he? But a lot of them, a lot of them are bankers, lawyers, you know, successful business people. You know, before they got into parliament.
That is the more reason they say, okay, Nigerians, if they so more desire that they want to serve, okay, I'm wealthy enough, I'm going to serve you free. Because look, I will tell you something. Olisa Agbakoba in the 2014 confab, he didn't collect his money. Tunde Bakari in 2014 confab.
Yeah, but that's personal choice, no? That's personal choice. That's personal choice.
That our politicians, they are seeing that political offices as survivor mentality. They are just using that thing as a survivor thing. So there's not, you know, when they carry all this poverty stricken mentality, that is what they are taking to.
But they are not poverty stricken, though. That's what we've just agreed.
They are not poverty stricken. And those people that already
disagree with you, one man. A lot of them are not that wealthy before they got there. So I don't know why you are getting.
Go and look at the parliament now. It's filled with
a lot of them
former state governors who's not wealthy. It's Akpabio not wealthy before he got into parliament. All of the northern governors there is Oshiomhole. Is he not wealthy? The one that bought a $10 million wife.
Hold on. Before they became governor, what were they? Were they wealthy?
He was a trade union leader. Was he not?
Akpabio was not wealthy. Was not wealthy before he became governor. Oshiomhole was not wealthy before he became.
If he wasn't wealthy, he couldn't have become governor because it's not cheap becoming governor.
No, he's not wealthy. He's not wealthy. We saw everything. We know they are. How do I describe it? They are not wealthy people before they became governor. Do you want to tell me that Sanwo-Olu was wealthy before he became governor?
Yes, actually.
Sanwo-Olu was wealthy, but he's a nominee. He's not even.
It's when they.
I'm saying, BT.
No,
What I'm saying, one
no.
man.
When he said
When
no, when he said we know, I'm like, who is we? Do you have
what,
their document or like who is we?
Am I right to say that the parliamentarians are independently successful pre-parliament?
Yes, for the most part. I mean,
For the most part,
what
yes, of
what
course,
do
not
you
in
what we
totality.
are telling you before these people joined politics, they were not wealthy.
All right.
They were not. Go and check their background.
How were they successful in politics if they
Don't
were
worry.
not
It's
wealthy?
when they joined politics and became governor and they started stealing
How did they? No, hold on. How did they become governor without being wealthy?
possibly sponsored by some Babasale.
All right.
A lot of them, and all these senators are all
where's the
the rep
evidence?
member.
Where
A
is
lot of them, we saw them. I mean, what are you guys talking about? You are talking one man. You are talking as if they are so wealthy and very wealthy before that
No, we didn't.
they don't
Nobody's
need your
saying
money.
that.
They don't need to
Nobody's
steal.
saying that.
No. I was saying that in response to Ola saying that they go around
We're
wearing
not broke. We're
a
not
million.
poor. That's the
They
point.
were
We're not
not
like
poor now.
broken.
Roma, like I told you, you see, one thing is this. We have some corrupt leaders in that country that were bold enough to indirectly tell us that they enriched themselves when they got into their before they go to that office. When they asked IBB then, how did you make your money? He said, I didn't go into the office or the presidency in penury. You understand? So it's not even denied whether he embezzle or whatever. But all this boju that we are now doing that, these people are not any. Man, you don't tell me that, because if you put the list of all those politicians here today, you will see some of them that they had absolutely nothing. That even the debt, their debt stock before they went into that government house, you'll be shocked. So they all of a sudden they became successful, and we can just tell me something. You want to tell me categorically, I want to be bold about it, that Dino Melaye was a billionaire, multi-billionaire before he went to that government
Nobody
house.
is saying that they were that prior. The point we were making is that they were not like pauper or like poor, wandering the street the way you're trying to describe, make it look like. They had something before they got to office.
Have poverty striking mentality.
This narrative is this is the problem. People are fed into this narrative. This false narrative.
It's populism, isn't it? It's just kumbayaism. Just
one man
is the chanting of the baying mob.
We can give you the list of all these people when they started in 1999. All right, Ibori was not wealthy before he became governor,
but he was rich. But he was rich.
Hold on now.
He wasn't wealthy, but he was rich.
Hold on. Ibori was not wealthy. What do you call it? Jonathan, that was vice governor, was not wealthy. His governor then was working as a Papa Port as an agent, clearing agent, before he became governor. A lot of them were sponsored by the military back then.
Someone will tell me that Ayofayose was a billionaire. Ayofayose was a billionaire before he became governor.
I mean, look, a lot of these people
you guys
were nothing. Is when they became
the problem. Nothingness.
and were able to loot a lot of money. Then they transformed themselves to what they are today. They were not worthy. Majority of them were not worthy in 1999 when they came into politics. We know their backgrounds. We saw them.
Let me change it for one man.
Do you want to tell me that Osoba was wealthy? You want to tell me that was wealthy? All those people were majority of the governors then were not wealthy.
Come on. Osoba, more people. Come on. Nobody had money in the 80s now.
Let me tell you something. Okay, let's assume, you want to claim the wealthy. Okay, thank you. That's what we want to let us to believe. Now, the senators in Canada here, and probably those in America too, they are wealthy, you understand, before they get into their government houses. But the question is this. You can see me Trudeau within your park riding bicycle. You can see me, your member of parliament. As a matter of fact, we visit them regularly if you are interested when they are having town hall meeting here, and you will not see any unfriendly policeman or some kind of armored guard around, just trying to look like they are protecting someone that the entire world is looking for. So the thing is this: if you are doing because you are worthy, the more reason that you are supposed to say, okay, you behave like Abiola those days. Now there was the time that Abiola gave some institution 1 million just to equip them to buy school buses, for them to buy buses. Now that you are worthy, now why can't you use your wealth to even develop the community you are coming from? How come that you are now looting what they are supposed to use to build a center? Because I am not sure whether a center in Nigeria works like it used to be before. How come that you can't use that same wealth, you understand, to say, okay, instead of me receiving this much, I will now allocate some of those money to renovate the schools there. But I want to say something. Until we stop giving excuses and saying consistency projects, senators are not those. If you want to have any consistency projects, let that one be the business of the executive. Now, just go and lobby for them to be there. Don't add it to, because look at it this way: how can they be calculating and be adding the money for constituent project as part of your package? So are you now telling me that, okay, you want to build school now, so you give everybody flat? Okay, someone that want to build a senator come from Lagos, let's say you are paying him 100 million a month. The one that come from Ekiti, 100 million. So are you telling me that you calculate the constituency project so much that it's still going to cost the same amount of implementing projects in Lagos, in Ekiti or in Kano? So we are not mumu. You can't see, because if you think you can fool some of us, you can't fool everybody. So that idea of we have minimum wage like a primary school teacher, and all of a sudden, why can't primary school or school principal, why can't they be riding the armor personnel carrier car around? So what you cannot get even as a normal person, you are so rich, what you cannot even spend, then you are not spending the thing when you get to the government house. Where's your wealth? You understand?
All right.
So to me, I don't believe in all those things. So this is the peak of insensitivity. Honestly, we have a place to even get all these people. You understand? If anybody wants to interpret that, interpret. We are supposed to give them lashes. You understand? So to me, on a good day, I will support the CJN any more than any politician in that country, because you want these people, you want to put them in such a way where people cannot just have access to them and bribe them. You just want them to be only. It's okay, but this timing of 300% is so insane.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question real quick. So you're telling me that because a judge got a raise of 300%, is going to stop accepting bribes, right? That's what you're telling me.
It's going to stop what?
Because it got an increase in salaries, it's gonna limit the chance of being open to being compromised. In the point
No. I know what you are driving at.
I'll give a brief response to that, and then I'll take you to another topic. Yeah.
See. What I'm saying, that in a normal economy, you understand, we just have to find a way to calibrate this economy. Let's just face this fact.
It makes no difference. It can increase it 4 or 5 times. That's the difference. So,
what I'm simply telling you is that let us reset. Whether we like, let us reset and do things the normal way.
And find other ways. Find other ways. Not because don't tell me because they increase the salary of a judge. So therefore,
I'm still telling you that I'm not talking about the increment of that judge. I'm saying that the political minister, for example, if the DG of any local government of any parastatal is earning, let's say, 2 million a month, at least because the minister maybe is political and above him, so the minister should be earning 2.2. not to be earning 60 million. That's what I'm saying. So if you have that type of structure, then the judge, now you now say, okay, the CJ, now you now give that person 3 million. So that is fair. You understand? And you have to look at how money is coming from the purse. So if you don't have excess, how will you bribe? So all this money that the senator and co are earning, they are just earning it for political reasons. So that's what they are going to use to prosecute another politics when it comes to another cycle. So you can see what is not good is not good. There's no other name. So
all right. Let me take you to this headline, but just give a snapshot commentary on this. Tinubu to suspend import duty on staple foods, pharmaceutical, or others for 6 months to ease inflation. So a lot of people feel that this should be the direction of travel.
Now, you see what Tinubu is doing now. Like I said it clearly here from the beginning. When they remove first subsidy and they float Naira, I said, what you need to do now is, one, I said, increase the worker salary. I mean, the government worker salary. Then fight this food inflation by flooding the country with food. But I said that government should coordinate this because you don't leave it just in the hand of crooks, because some will use this one as a means of enriching themselves. But because if you can buy, okay, assuming you are still earning the current wage, but a bag of rice is like 1/3 of the current price, then maybe people will not even be shouting the way they are shouting now. That's the point. So what they are doing, because normally food, cheaper food, all those things, those are the things you look at part of your income. But the minimum wage itself, even if it is 1 million a month, if a bag of rice is 500,000, it's meaningless. So what you want to do is you want to get value for whatever you are earning now, because it doesn't matter what you earn. The value on what you earn is what matters. You understand? So of what value is that your maybe 30,000 that you just go and sit down one corner and two bottles of beer? You understand? Everything is finished. But if that same 30,000 can buy like say 10 carton, it's another thing entirely. And that is where I come into the fact of productivity. I said, okay, it's good what it's doing, but find a way to boost the productivity, because when you have enough supply, then there's no way you want to do it. You will force the price of staple items. You force the price down. So this is just coming too late, because I'm shocked. Because where I'm shocked is just because Tinubu is someone I so much respect. I know how I back this guy up by digging up data, his creativity, his innovation. But when thing is taking you too long, and you are now giving some kind of political gladiators, those people that not that they have anything they want to do, but you are setting that environment for them to see why people should not go for you and come for them, even though they might be worse than you. That is what because it has come too slow. Now, but it got to a point that I barely see the difference between Tinubu and Baba go slow, because the Tinubu I used to know is not the Tinubu I'm seeing now. So executive order after how many months? After like 12 months, you are doing that. Okay, it's not too late though. Let's see how they can fast track, because one thing is for you to promise, and another thing is for you, for that impact of what you are promising to give it authenticity, to do it, and for us to see. Oransaye report that he mentioned the other time, how many months now? How many weeks now? You understand? We are still not seeing anything he has done about it. So one thing is for you to promise, another thing is for you to fulfill. Yeah, suspend import duties on staple food items. Good. But make sure that some people are not just making money. So if I were in his position there now, I know that people will say, oh, maybe they are making money. I would say, like this import duty, you give license to some people to do this thing for that 6 months. Don't make it for free for all. I don't support that. If you want, okay, Ajanle Cocoa and Co to be supplying rice, give license for Ajanle Cocoa within that 6 months and supply. You know that Ajanle Cocoa is the person you are giving this this suspended import duty.
No.
No. I just figurative here. I'm just saying. So you don't make it free for all, because at the end of the day, people that are supposed to go and face the farm squarely or find alternative of solving our problem internally, they will see quick money, because they will see quick money and they can still manipulate it just to help themselves. So to me, because I start wondering, all those silos, all those things we are talking about, those where are they now? Because in the period of food emergency, this is when we should just be depleting all those silos and all those food reserves we have. So what does that tell us? It simply means probably we don't even have all those things in place before. Maybe we just have paper. You just have paper reserve and something that we can't point to anything concrete. So to me, I will give this as a starting point. Maybe I will give this executive order like 30% until I start seeing the impact. Because to today, even some of us that are born, that we could not even say this is what was happening during Murtala period. People are still referring to what happened under Murtala within that few months spent in that office. And people are still cursing those people that buy Murtala till tomorrow, based on that short time. So let us see what this one will be, because this is I would say this is mass friendly. So the demand is friendly to the masses. So, but I hope it's not just another paper, paper order that will not be backed up.
Oh, all right, brilliant, excellent. So that's the majestic Ola. So thank you, Ola. Let's whip it round quickly. Ajaneko, I'll come to you laterally. Let me go to Isaac Black, then can do. But I will save Ajaneko to later. He's driving anyway. So let's. Isaac, you're up next. 8-minute monologue from you. You finally woke up from yesterday. We were trying to get you to speak yesterday. Wait till Apple. Sleep catch you.
I slept off. Actually, I slept off.
All right, that's no commendation for the excitement of the thing. Now, if it's putting you to sleep, that's not what it's meant to do. But yes, speak to us. What would you like to talk about? Do you want to speak to the talking points, or you just want to speak generally?
I think I'll prefer going to the talking points. But there is this news on social media. I thought you were going to just take a snap, about this guy that by 2 girls, invited them to a bar and all that. Did you hear about that?
I've been tracking that story, something because I'm checking the news just as we go along. One of those girls was actually I missed it.
A Ghanaian.
Yes, one of those girls was actually married.
Married.
Yeah, that one, and the husband said he made sure to satisfy all her needs. So how she fell in the hands of but it's just a tragic. Yeah, I've been following it. What's your take on it?
Well, I know those things happen, but the exact area I wanted us to really focus is how porous our police, how porous they are. Our police system in Nigeria is so poor. I think maybe in our next, by tomorrow, just put it in so that people can just come in, and especially the area of the police, the way they handled the investigation and all that. At the end, it was a human rights activist.
The man killed himself as well, if I remember rightly.
No, he didn't kill himself. He was shot. He was shot at
by the police.
Yeah, but later you do your findings and then you polish it. You have your way of polishing it.
Yes.
So that's.
I've been tracking it. It sounds more like a Dupsy sort of. We can.
I think it will be good. It will be good on Dupsy also. So just give me 1 or 2 topics. Let me so that I'll.
Go on.
Although Baba Ajali Koko, you were one of my favorite. what's his name again? Kulata Jalikoko. Better Jalikoko is deviating, I don't know where he's going now. It's like, I don't know, it's like he's been bought over.
Jalikoko don't collect from Agbado now. Yeah, he don't collect from Agbado.
I like don't sound now. I like the way.
You don't hear that God the win, you don't hear a lot.
So just give me 1 or 2 points. Maybe topics.
You want to go to the Rufai space? But this doesn't come as a surprise to me. Ex-commissioners allege Rufai siphoned 423 billion naira. So we always knew it was criminal, but nobody knew it was that criminal.
Yeah. So if I say make I go that Rufai space, you go get a CB because politics like that, I not too know them like that. When some people go just they talk come here, they enjoy them well. But me, I know they too get that analysis that much. I know so many people say Rufai a very good administrator. He supposed their power and all that, but the kind of story we will come to hear now after he don't leave office, when people come to talk, say he don't put the state for Igbese. Now that one come to surprise me. But the only thing I go talk about Rufai matter, it go be general. You see all these our politicians. I can't see our senators. It be like saying at the last session where they get for this week, where they talk about this what do they call them? This labor strike and all that to propel the government, make them act fast to solve this issue. I can't see one man inside the hall and a senator, the former Senate president. Because this man, that's from Senate. What do you call it? Senate president. He chopped tire. I can't still go Senate as an ordinary senator again. They represent maybe one of the constituency where from come. All these things.
Ahmed Lawan be that.
Ahmed Lawan. I surprised when I see her inside the hall, stand as a senator. I can say, which kind of Nigeria we can't do like this? So now this kind of thing I be one make with the try tackle for that Nigeria. This some of our brothers come, they make some kind of unnecessary noise. May we begin focus our attention to these areas. Like that kind of not supposed they again now. If we don't feel stuck from northern this northern space, because
you know that guy Lawan, nobody supposed to be there self. The guy will win the tickets to run for that senatorial. In name now Masido. So they can't bully and even Buhari join hand bully and take the because say Lawan in the run to be president there in the content to get a PC ticket. And the rule say fit double dip, fit run too. So I think on fail for the APC presidency, the other guy don't win the ticket for the Masido. He don't win the ticket for the senatorial seat where Lawan occupy. And like wuru, before we know, now they just substitute the guy. Nadamu Abdullah, and I do all this thing. They just substitute the guy name, put this guy name. Because they won't make day inside the Senate, they monitor their interest.
Yeah, you can imagine. So that's why I say I want to take them generally. You see all these people. After now, you go constantly see this Rufai where they talk, say, where they want petition now or however they want to do them. After that, you go constantly see them for government. After our Tinubu now doing finish. All these new ones we work on, you can still see it go come be one notable politician again for front. We go just forget all these things. Me, I go like make it be say, even though all those northern space, they don't feel they do all those things for now. We say we wise, the southerner, the easterner. Instead of making all this unnecessary noise, may we focus on these areas. May we they make sure say all these demoshomole, not they go back there again. all these them like Godwin Obaseki right now.
No, but me, I know they're against Oshomole. I mean, because we need people like Oshomole, you know, because the kind of noise when they make, na noise of the people. It no be elitist now, Oshomole.
Well,
Although
me,
if they chop your own self, but you know.
well, me, I'm from Edo State. You know, I don't know if he had anything. He corrupt. The man corrupt. Where the money we carry from our state, he did too much. You know, the time where then they show us.
No be on that money take marry that Oyinbo Pepe.
Now, now our money now where he dancing step can't change. You know, all those things. Can they show us some of the estates? Some way build outside, some way build everywhere. You know, all those things. We don't need to encourage them again. All those things we need to fight in future. If vote they come again now for next year, I don't say for the president side, we not fit do that one. That one go come back. But for other people, may we fire them. May all these Godwin Obaseki. I want to use my own state. Them Godwin Obaseki. If he finishes the governor, whatever. Make our people, make them rise up. Make all these people, make them begin push them out. May we begin to take reasonable, look for some reasonable people. They put for there. So now, wait till me. I will talk about that Rufai issue. I think if the assembly where they in charge of the case now, they want petition, make them do it the right way. If he's found guilty, then I know say our law.
You think say na Tinubu they attack him?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
That man. You know think say Tinubu get hand for waiting they happen to everybody.
No, I don't just think so. Wait till I know be say actually for that state where he govern before he come out as the new governor come, all the surprises where in the talk say he see, all the things where he say he see for that their state where he say all the money where can see to even run the state to even pay salary self if they had them. I believe the new governor. So I believe say Rufai he loot that state well. So if they investigate them, like the Yaya Bello now we did. Although the whole thing, I don't know, Tinubu, I be like the man, but I wish he can just do things right. Even though he want to use the influence, so even though they pursue Rufai right now, but not be make enough pursue because of just politics. No, make it pursue with to give justice to the people when don't rob to that state, the people of that state, the masses where he supposed do better thing for. Make him use his own power, his own influence. If not the influence him, which are not really 100% no. If not the influence him, make him use that influence. Make sure say they deal with them, so that the people where suffer for in hand, then go get justice. So now wait till me I see for that Rufai issue. If now one more topic, just give me make I.
Okay, may I carry you go the headline with the screen. Tinubu won't come out levy from it won't make them feed import cheap, food cheap. So
import duty.
Yeah, we won't come out import duty for food. No, a lot of people feel saying that even then Kulata and Co, then they always come here, they talk all the time, say ain't supposed to do this thing. Because the thing where the country need now, pass anything else, not cheap food. So what do they make of this headline with the screen?
Yeah, that import duty when you want to remove from food, a very good step. But the only problem is, you see, our people may not trust them. Government go doing our people supposed to do their own. You go see this man, I go even remove the import duty. People where go, they bring the food come with the container where they want to pack all the food come. They not go pay that import duty. Some millions where they supposed to pay for that duty, then go keep on for inside their pocket. Yet, then the price, they not go sorry for the masses. They'll still they control that price where be say the old price. That one where would they shout, put say, ah, too dear. Now they go still try to maintain. But if government remove duty from food and the food begin enter nyafu into our country, all these people we want carry the food enter market. So if there's any way where government go fit control the price too, because in there right that time, because he remove duty from you. He put a lot of money for your pocket where you supposed pay, where you not pay. So that food, he need to still not be say he go just say he remove duty, then he not go go for further to say, okay, since I don't remove this duty, I have to send agent, or if not to create some agencies where go they monitor all this price. Now they call it price control. He go introduce that one too. If not to pass on for law, if we never get on for law before, say law enforcement agent fee come to control your price. Maybe we put on for the law. So that all these people where they do anyhow for inside market, like them make it, you understand, we not go one bring price down. Then
you know say them don't they do that thing for Abuja small now. All these are price control people, then they enter these supermarkets, they check price, then they wire them well.
Yeah, it's very nice. Make them do them. For where we did for year, even second-hand shops. The day before yesterday, I entered one second-hand shop. A get which they come they find every item with the hang there. If now €1, €10, €5, they'll pin her. You don't need to price. And why they make sure say they pin all those things? Because inspection, now so that they call them. Then they always come. They come all those shops from their offices. So you can be expecting them anytime. So if you not fix all those prices there, now wahala you get the money where you go pay, the muta when they go give you, make you pay. Maybe you go even close the shop. So they know. So that fear, they must put the price there. So they do all those things for us, for our country. Even though now Oba market you enter, whatever market where you enter for, where me I did there. Make them modernize the place for us, put all those things in order. And well, I know say not be one day, because me, I don't believe in magic. They're small. But in conclusion, I know say this government, if they try, all these people where they come, they say, they try. Make una reason well, make una tranquil, una calm down. The government, they try.
You know the people where they come, they talk, say the government know they try. Nobody say they don't think the government know they try. Now, if the government, if they discover a cure to cancer, these same people then go come say why they not discover yesterday. Here can we say why they not build 700-kilometer road for 2 weeks? They say because they are useless. Until 2027 now, so it will be.
One man, you remind me something now, because when Ekene, our brother Ekene, and the other brother, we can support him. Joel, when they come talk one thing about subsidy. Fuel, so where you can't explain that to them where we say, no be subsidy now. What do you call them again?
Now intervention Tinubu call now. It's going to intervene.
Intervention. You see all these people, and they go they pretend say they know here waiting the man talk from beginning. They go they pretend. But thank God just now you can't remind them. Say this man talk say first subsidy is gone. But when we come they study him. If he reach a point, if there will be need for any intervention, we go still intervene. So the man they do that intervention now. Okay, they call on fuel subsidy. Okay, let's say na fuel subsidy, for example. If na fuel subsidy, but when they cry say why they remove fuel subsidy. Okay, he bring fuel subsidy back now. You they blame him again. I don't know what these people want.
All right. I think I just lost connection there, but I can tell you what these people want, and that thing is Peter Obi. So anything outside of Peter Obi, then that is not going to wash.
One man, please. You know,
yes.
Thank you for at least trying. But can you stick to English? Your pidgin.
Okay. Do you want to? I could hear Kulata firing me in the comment. Do you want to attempt it? Let me and you go at it.
No.
BT, what do you see for this Nigeria matter?
Oh my God, go ahead.
Don't worry, we have to do a pidgin session once in a while. But thank you, Isaac. Hurry back. I think Isaac is really one of Mike's crew. But up next, can do. I think that might well be Isaac. So Isaac is back. So Isaac, you were saying, and then you lost connection.
Yeah, I lost connection. I was just talking. Sorry, make I just add down quick. I couldn't talk about the last one video where you play for us, where the man we talk for Lagos for that street interview. That man we can talk through. Say Pepe not be dollar. Now that mentality, now all of us supposed get instead of all those noise where we they make. Pepe not be dollar. He get things where we need to do for that country individually. He get things where government supposed to do. Right now, this present government, they try. They do some things. Student loan, credit loan, this. Labor go strike. If you say na Buhari time, you not go give them make you not go put this thing from 30 to 60 or to 70. I don't know where they want to.
Now DSS he go say make it. You see, no, like he go just say make them go shoot them. Now you know that now gone Buhari they say solve everything. He go say make them go shoot them.
Trust me now. If to say na Buhari time, if you like, if to say na 16 years na president they rule, I promise you, if na Buhari day. Now that 30,000 you go receive till 16 years. They promise you that. But this government now, if they want put down for 60, but they say they not go agree. But later, maybe we will come here and say they put down for 75. Fine. This government, for now, I like them. I like them for now. And then when they start to fail, I go still talk through. That's what
you think say make the government they come out Koboko small? They know they use Koboko. People say that Nigeria can only really be governed by a hard man. Now Koboko Nigeria, you need Koboko to govern Nigeria now. Nobody say make you they listen to them. Just say make them go flog them. Now flogging them they take govern Nigeria. Do you think Tinubu is too soft?
No. Tinubu, yeah, I go say he did soft, and at the best be that. He did very soft. If you see all in reaction to everything where they happen since, you see and say, for example, now, where did they call him? You get one time where somebody insult Buhari wife. DSS go pick the boy now. And from social media, now they from insult him. DSS go pick up where he hide. So Tinubu no get time for all those ones. You don't want to use Koboko. You don't want use DSS. Right now, if you see anything where they do for court, they go do them the way they want to do them. You not concern them. If you guilty, you are guilty. If you are not guilty, you are not guilty. So me, I like the way they handle the issue. Say you don't want to use Koboko, but I think they do this in work. They go jeje. Make we Nigerians, I beg, may we do our own part. May we they talk to our people for house. May they do their part. For me, the people who surround me, who near me, I they talk to them. All of them they do well. Then they get things where then they do. So now so we all go they talk to our people for house. They give them that idea, even though say they don't lose the idea. You know, say that heat where then they so. That suffering where then many people they go lost ideas. So now your duty now, your own people where they there, give them ideas, then help them. If it's possible, help them to develop the idea to the best of your ability. That's all. Then our country go move forward. But for now, I beg, anybody where they for social media, not be only this one, but all the social media where they talk about government, Niger Watch, Dr. Damaji Show, Adeola, whosoever you are, what will be this Yoruba boy, what they call him, Mayegu, whosoever you are, anytime when you come across this Mwama show, I beg, if you come to this voice, wait, I want to tell you, be say that thing una they do, una they take and destroy Nigeria the more, they help. Make una they talk sense. Make una they tell Nigerians say pepper no be dollar. Fine, make our government they tackle that one. I pray, make God give them grace. May they fit tackle that dollar issue. May they bring Naira back to wherever. They say they float the Naira, Abi. That's why the Naira come high. Say they want improve on the economy so that Naira go begin fight for himself. Make them do them. And this thing, if not true, I know say it not go be today. It go take like 3 years, 4 years. So now patients will go call, they follow all those things, and then we go they pray for the government so that make the government get the wisdom to fit it. Then all the bad people where did the government make our president a beg. If he go anyhow, say maybe by mistake, if he hear this our platform, make our government make instead they shook hand for this corruption where we they talk say they our states, making the same however you want to do. If they want change law, make them change law. So that because anything happen for any state, for Kanu now, for Kaduna, for Edo State, for Imo State, anything will happen there. Now your head they come. Now you then go blame. So if you know say now you then go blame, then the thing where you need to do now be say you go far away. If not to call the people where did the House of Assembly, make them beg them, make them put some kind of law where be say now you go feed the get branch leg. Like this way that they call them and local government issue where you want divide their money, make their money they go give them. That's a very good step. So if you never did law, Mona put them for law. Anytime we court take judge the matter, say okay, governor, you not get right again to the look into money where we supposed go to local government. Implement them once the judge just pronounce the judgment. So that is my own advice to Nigerians. Nigerian politicians, Nigerian leaders, and all the obas, traditional rulers. Thank you, my great one man, because this platform now our own, and God will make this platform grow from grace to grace. Thank you, panelists. I think I'm okay with those 2 questions because if you ask me too much questions, I feel confused. So thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. Excellent delivery. May you turn that for there. I go stay. I go around them. Other people come jam you again. So that's the mighty Isaac, of course. Isaac Black, our correspondent from. Is it Italy? Are you in Italy? Are you?
España.
España. ¿Cómo estás?
Muy bien.
Yes. Yes. I don't know Spanish, but I know a little bit of Portuguese. So there it is. Our brother from I was in Barcelona the other day. I was at La Ramblas. Is it that space that's the only street in Barcelona, isn't it? But yeah, it was good.
Yeah.
All right.
I think one of the best weather in Europe. I reside in Valencia.
Yes. There's a marina in Barcelona that's so beautiful.
Yeah.
All these
Yeah.
boats. Yes. Yeah, it's a lovely city actually. And then we went for paella on La Ramblas, and then we saw those human statues all over the place.
Okay. Yeah.
Those people that you will be walking and then it will suddenly move. You think it's a statue, but some guy
Yeah.
just
It's a beautiful place. Spain is a very, very beautiful place.
Yeah. What was it like being a black person there?
Here in Valencia.
Yes.
If you are a black person here in Valencia, even when you want to talk down yourself, they tell you to shut up. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yes, I do.
Even if when you are black, even if you want to talk down yourself, they will help you. They will tell you, shut the hell up. What are you saying? So they are good people. Yeah.
All right, but
I wonder.
You have a question for Isaac?
No, because the bull run is in Spain, right? the bull run and
yes.
I've been planning to go there, but has he ever been to like any bull run before?
Yeah, they call it Toro. We have one in Valencia.
There's one by they do by the beachfront where you come in and they release the bulls and you can escape the water.
Yeah, most part of Spain, they have that. They have their seasons,
right,
where they release their bulls. They call it Toro.
Right.
Do they eat the meat?
It's the best meat here.
And when they kill it, do they eat the meat or?
I don't know. Those ones they use for those activities. I don't know if they eat those ones, but they eat that Toro. They rear a lot of them, but there are some they reserve for those those activities. But
and what are the animal rights people saying about that? Is there not some sort of outrage against it?
I think it's something they adopted a long time ago. So, though they respect animals here so well, like dogs, my brother, they value dogs than humans. A Spanish man can just a Spanish man can tolerate you if you want to do anything to him, but not his dog. No, they respect animals. But that Toro issue, I think, is because of maybe it's tradition or it's their culture.
Yeah, it's centuries old, isn't it? It's centuries old.
Very old. Something they adapted to.
The pepper thing, where they kind of just hit it with the pepper. That's Spain too, right? The pepper, whatever. Throwing of the tomato, is it tomato, right? Tomato pepper, I'm not sure. Yeah, so those two things, if I come to Spain, I will at least just maybe watch, not run with the bulls. That would be madness. Maybe one man can do that, but no.
You know the bulls actually kill the.
Yeah, I see a lot of people. Yeah,
they call them matador. Yeah, the bulls kill the matador sometimes.
Yeah. When you are not lucky, you go.
And how is that? Why? Okay, I know it's traditional, but sometimes it's about safety, wear helmet or something, or body suit or something. Because once they step on you at that speed, it's pretty much you're dead. I mean,
it's the horn. It's the horn. You know they have.
Yeah, it's dangerous. It's dangerous. Once a time in Valencia, I think the parliament, something like that, they deliberated on the issue to ban the sport. It's a sport game, something like that. They deliberated, but I think a majority, the majority won the vote.
Yeah, because
they said they can abolish it.
Besides the culture importance.
Yeah, they said they cannot abolish it. They wanted to,
the economic importance as well. They make a lot of money yearly.
Tourism. Is it tourism you call it? Also?
Yeah, it's huge. It's huge.
Yeah. They make money from it too. Yeah, that's true.
But man, can I ask you one more thing? This I know you're in the UK. This cheese thing that they throw from the have you ever been to that thing before?
No, I've never been. You mean they want to roll down the hill?
Yeah.
And then they tumble.
My goodness! I mean, the ambulance service must be very very busy on that every time. The money that like maybe 200 ambulance service or something because. I don't know.
I'm not even sure that's an ancient culture. I think that might well be a new intro into.
Really, I thought it was like an ancient something. Maybe in the.
It may well be, but it only came into my attention maybe about 5-10 years ago. So
people like broken arms and necks and this. My God. Okay. Wow. Good. Europe shot.
All right. All right. Thank you, Isaac. Can do. You're up next. Can do.
Yes. Good evening, one man. Good evening, Babaja, Baba T, and everyone else. I can't really see. I don't see well. I can't really see who the other people are.
All protocols observed, as they say in Nigeria. All protocols.
Yes,
I'll tell you what, Kando. You see green, I tell you that much.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, maybe spend some of that green round. Is okay.
Yes, I do. Yeah, good evening, you all. We are in so much trouble. You know, I'm not an optimist or pessimist. I just look at things for what they really are. Um, One man, you said the Chief Justice salary has been increased by 300%. I have not been able to find the current number. Does anybody know what the current number is, or what that person gets paid a year currently?
Maybe not currently, but somebody was saying in the comment section that his monthly take home is about 600K, and if that is the case, then that's just a travesty.
No, if the monthly K is 600K, that's 7.2 million a year. If that's been increased, did you say it's been increased to 70 something million, or did I miss the number?
I think I said 64, but we can run about
Okay,
60.
even if it's 64, from 7.2 to 64, that's about a 900% return, not 300. So maybe someone else will have the correct numbers and be able to give us clarification on that. And I don't know if it was Mr. Ola or if it was Jewel that spoke so eloquently and purposefully about this issue. The last that I know, I think the average professor in Nigeria makes about $400,000. I mean, 400,000 naira. So, how do you make this number work? Whether it is the Chief Justice and the other justices of the courts and the different courts, if they're going to be getting paid anywhere remotely near whatever this number is, how are you going to spread that out to the professors in universities? I mean, they do something too. And to other people, I don't even think the president of Nigeria gets paid 10 million naira a year. If you're going to pay the Chief Justice 70 something million, how much are you going to pay the president and the vice president? So I think they need to really, I spoke on here yesterday. I said, we need a body that is going to sit down, serious sit down, and ask ourselves, where are we going and how do we intend to get there? Like, I don't know which was that said it earlier. If you pay people, if you increase the average government employee salary to 200,000, the hyperinflation that will follow, your economy will collapse, because a bottle of beer is going to be 12,000 naira. Everything else will have to go up. The last person that spoke somebody said pepper no be dollar. But in the economy that we practice in that country, pepper is dollar, because the person that's going to transport that pepper is going to pay for fuel, which is being subsidized by somebody. That farmer or the farmer or the distributor, they have to pay more for petrol. The multiplier effect of these things has consequences. This is not a joke. We spoke here. I believe Kulata was here as well as Mr. Ola as well. Probably about 7 months ago, we went in depth into this thing, and we said one of the things they needed to do then was to take away this import duty on certain foods, because that is the way you're going to get the cost of goods in the market for the average person to come down, along with implementing a serious farming process 7 months ago. And I don't like mediocrity. I don't praise people for doing their job. I don't praise people for doing the least possible. You see, one of the things that I look at is
you have to understand, Kandu. I think you're speaking to this headline, Tinubu to suspend import duties on staple food items, etc., you see, this is a grudging sort of a space that he has been dragged into, because it's counterintuitive to what his instincts are. What he was saying all the way through was that the pressure on that space should be able to grow that agricultural sector, that it was an opportunity. All this pressure on food should be able to grow the agricultural sector, but that's not panned out. So I think that might well be the delay that drags them now to the conclusion that you reached 7 months ago.
Okay, and not just myself. Kulata went into this very detailed. I was really impressed with how much he was able to go into details on this. So if Kulata can know, if little me can have an idea, if Mr. Ola, I mean, this was not a 3 minutes conversation. People went into depth about this thing, and along that line, Mr. Tinubu was the APC chairman, Abi, for how many years? You see, I don't separate Buhari and Tinubu. I can't. Because I'm not saying that he could have taken Buhari and sat him there and said, you must do this. But all these Lagos boys, where were they 7 years ago? What metrics were they looking at? You don't have to be on the inside to be able to project into the future. We're going to be 400 million people by 2050. It's right around the corner. Who are the people planning for this future? I don't think people really understand. And we've been saying this, the trouble that we are in. Nobody's saying it started in APC time or it started in Obasanjo's time. It's been ongoing for many, many, many decades. But like somebody said, we are where we are. Okay, what are we going to do? You need, honestly, we need some serious thinkers, some serious people who are going to plan for the future. I think about 2 months ago when I was in Nigeria, the Naira came down to 1,200 or so.
No, sorry, Kando, not to break your flow, but do we not have that in place already? Serious thinkers planning for the future?
I don't believe so. And I'll tell you the reason why I say that. I say that because the videos on YouTube, when they were talking about the fuel subsidy, I don't remember if it was 2014 or whenever, right around there. There was a panel that they had. Sanusi was there. The two female ministers were there. Otedola was there. Dangote was there. And so many other people. I wish I could post that video. That man told them then, he said, if you continue, he said, I understand subsidy, but what we are paying is rent. He told them, that's a serious thinker. Where were all these people? Why didn't they realize it then? At that time, Naira was $1 to 187. He told them then, is on record, is on tape. He said, if you keep paying this subsidy the way you are doing it, which is people seeking rent, he said, keep paying it. The dollar will be 1,000 to 1. He told them. So all these people, they're a bunch of jokers. I don't care if they work at the World Bank or the Heaven Bank before. I don't believe that they understand what's going on. Like I said, 2 months ago, when the Naira came to 1 to 1,200, I came on the panel. I was in Nigeria. I said this is a temporary thing, and I stated the reasons why I believe that to be the case. They floated all these bonds at high rates. Money came in both internally and externally. When that balloon bursts, your Naira is going to be at 2,500. It's not because I have Olugbo. That's where we're going. And the things that can help us, unfortunately, we don't have those tools. You see, it is important. Again, I always say appearance matters. Appearance matters. The other day I saw a little clip about the president of Kenya. They said I spent all this money And this is what I actually spent. You see, you have to. My dad used to say in the bank when he was working in the bank, not only do you need to be honest, you have to appear to be honest. So if you give me money and say, can do, go and buy me this thing, not only am I going to go and buy it, I'm going to bring you back your receipts, not because you don't trust me, but I have to appear to be honest. And all this stuff these guys have been doing, serious people don't do this. Even investors, even other countries are going to be looking at you. You are a poor country.
Oh,
I've
okay.
been saying this. Yes, sir.
So, quick question: is it that they don't know what to do, or they are choosing not to do it? I think we need to be very clear. Do they know what they're doing, or they have no clue? Which one is it?
I think
they know what to do, but they're not doing it, or they're just clueless.
I think it's a combination of both. Um, I know that sounds like being a politician. I think because again, there are so many low hanging fruits. So many. It's ridiculous. You don't even have to try. You see, if you come out, if they all these billionaire senators and trillionaire senators, if they say, you know what, we already have money from here to Kutuwenji, we're going to take a salary reduction of 90%, 50%, whatever it is. Even if you're stealing from the backyard, pro- how people see you is important. Mr. Kenya man said the other day, I cannot be asking people to tighten their belt while mine is not tightened. Whether he's tightening it or not is not even the issue. But you are seen as doing so. That can make people have hope.
Do you think or don't you think the administration is making all the right and necessary moves in terms of policy positioning and trying to realign the country in a
No,
long
man,
term?
that is more medium to long term. Like what it was alluding to about the immediate term when it comes to food. How come we were able to figure that on this show a year ago, and the so-called expert can't figure that out? We discussed.
Yeah, I believe Baba T was in that discussion too. Yeah.
That was 1 year ago on this platform. How come we able to figure that out? That we're supposed to flood the market with food and use the money from subsidy removal.
You know, when I saw that headline, I immediately sent it to Kulata that look, these people.
So how come
it took us a minute to get there, but it's taking them a year.
So how come we on the online platform can figure that out 1 year ago, and the so-called expert are yet to figure that part out? So if you can't be planning for medium to long term without planning for the immediate.
Exactly. And that's why I said I cannot celebrate mediocrity. Yes, okay, they're doing it now. But where were they a year ago when these people that didn't work for World Bank were pointing this out with numbers, not just opening their mouth and just saying things because they didn't have anything better to do. They express the reasons and what the outcome of it will be. And while you're doing that, you're expanding food production at the same time. And somewhere along the line, whether it's a year later, 2 years later, those two things will merge and bring down the average cost in the market. You see, you cannot be sending DSS to Igbo market to go and beat up Chinedu and Mama Bose because they're selling their goods at a certain price when you did not sell them those goods at a price where they can sell it at your desired outcome. You can't do that. Even in Banana Republic. You can't if I go and buy my rice or beans from wherever without your input as the government, and now you just come and bring some DSS to come and beat me up. I mean, Abba.
Sorry,
Abba.
can do. If you can hear
Yes.
me.
Yeah, good evening.
Yeah, good evening. All right, can do.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I get your point, but when a country find itself in a certain condition, they have to make do with what they have. well, there's a threshold for a certain amount, certain goods. That is the cost, right? The
Yes.
government can compel the sellers to sell at a certain price. The problem is when they overinflate the price of products. Yes, it's a free economy, so to speak, capitalist economy, fine. But it comes to a time, and by the way, they do it in the West. See, it's not about being socialist or being fascist in any way. It's about what is good for the country. That's one thing we don't know. We can't always defend. I mean, by the way, we don't. It's not like we practice like pure, you know, free economy. Anyways, we don't. But it comes to a point in time that the government should intervene in the affairs of the economy. Okay, we're not telling you go buy your bag of rice for 20,000 naira and sell for 10,000 naira. No, but if you buy for 20,000 naira, if there's a profit you want to make. Sure, don't sell it more than 25,000 or 30,000. Don't go sell it for 50 or 60,000. That's the problem. So I think government should intervene. It doesn't matter. They should intervene when it's necessary. In the interim, not forever.
I agree with you to a degree, and this is where we part ways. You see, in the United States, in Canada, there is a price that is set pro planting season. Everybody, even the farmer, they already know how much they're going to sell their produce for when they harvest them because the price is set. So those farmers or these large farm corporations, they know, okay, maybe I don't want to do rice this time around. Maybe I want to do, pumpkin or whatever it is. But you cannot come in the middle of the game and come and tell people they should sell at this price. You see, if there's a board, and I think we discussed this either yesterday or day before yesterday when I was here. If they set a board up that is going to buy from farmers, and they say, you know what, everybody that plants whatever it is you plant, if you plant beans, this is the per ton price, and this board will buy from you, guaranteed. Then you can put that process in place. But if Mama Bosse goes and buy from wherever, and there is no price set anywhere, and you now come and take an hammer and say she has to sell at a fixed price. That's not done. That's not done. So again, we need some serious critical thinkers. This is no longer a joke. The time for playing is over.
It can do. But if you talk about the West, where they have sophisticated price control system, do we have that? I mean, you got to keep in mind our economy is largely what 80-90% perhaps informal in a lot of ways. It is informal. Okay, it's not like we have a price board or the like sellers go look at a screen somewhere where they get the price for. It's all locally based and it varies from one city to another. So they have the information on how they operate and they do very well for what they have to work with. But you're talking about a more sophisticated system like in the West, whereby they can determine the price of corn before the harvest time comes. You know, but I mean, we can get to that point, but at this point in time, it's more of a government intervention in investing in agriculture, for example, and they can have their own price control. In so doing, they can try to curtail or allow or make the free sellers to comply with the pricing. It's a work in progress. I don't have the answers to it.
Prince, we are still waiting for the price control board that was a bit one man, right? We're still waiting for that board that was supposed to come into place a few months ago, right?
I don't know why it's not set up. These are low-hanging fruits. It doesn't require anything to do it, so why not just do it?
And Prince Daddy, I'm not disagreeing with you. The only thing that I'm saying is, in order for you to be able to come into the market and just go and say people should sell anything, be it spare part or Gary, there has to be an input at some point. Whether like they did in Kano, brought in all these tractors, whereby you can actually have a situation where you're able to have people come and rent those tractors to be able to till their land, plant, harvest. Um, Fertilizers is given in so many different areas at very discounted rates. You know what your per yield per acre for this and that is when you get there. But in the meantime, I think what we discussed about 7, 9 months or however long ago was we need this patient is gonna die right now. Everybody's got to get on in the theater. Reduce this importation, eliminate it for a fixed period of time. Let the market be flooded both from internally derived products and external as well. That will push down price. And again, I can't even say kudos to them because they just doing what they ought to have done. I don't know why it took them this long. And
are you a critic of the administration? Is it damn them in spite of it? Is it just a total condemnation? Are you is it that obedient something?
No, I don't. I'm not. I don't support anybody. I'm not a supporter of anybody. I don't. Never been, never will be. If somebody is doing something that is correct, I support them. But again, is my view of what these people were bringing in. My view of them in Lagos. Yeah, I understand. Internally generated revenue. I understand that. But I did not see. If anybody remembers Tinubu telling what he's going to do in this sector, in that sector before the election, maybe they can enlighten me. I think one of the things is, I mean, I know he talked about student loan, but I think I don't remember even Atiku giving a detailed plan of what he's going to do. I'm not saying that because Obi had whatever plan he had that will have been implemented. That's not what I'm saying. But I know these guys. I know the way I understand markets. And if you're not doing certain things, the last person that spoke said they should do something that's going to bring the naira down. Based on what? What is that thing? You know, whether you talk about you're paying subsidy or you're not paying subsidy, everybody has been talking about Dangote refinery coming on board, this refinery coming on board, that refinery coming on board. Where is the outcome of all of this? And I have gone back on a different note. I have gone back and looked at what is the average income in the United States compared to the president, the chief justice. I've done that for China. I've done that for South Africa, Kenya, and Ghana. The percentage difference compared to what we're talking about for this chief justice, I think U.S. chief justice is about 280,000, while the average income in America is somewhere between 42, 48,000. So, what percentage is that to that of the chief justice, or even to the president of the United States? If a college professor is getting paid 400,000, even if it's 500,000, and you're going to pay the CG even 50 million, that's a is that 100,000 or 10,000%? My brain is not even working in that area right now. Somebody said earlier, you can't do this. You shouldn't do this.
Mama, I would like to interject, please.
You shouldn't do this. It doesn't look good.
Yeah, come in. Take that interjection from Isaac can do, and then with your response, bring it home, and then we move on.
Absolutely.
Can do. Sorry, I'm going to use my favorite language, which is the Pidgin English. Sorry for that.
Nothing
before
to be
you
sorry
enter,
for. Now
okay,
our language be that. No be
okay,
sorry.
before
Nothing
you
to sorry.
enter,
Don't
yeah,
worry.
before you,
Ask the question, and then BT will
okay,
interpret for can do because BT is there too.
okay,
And you can even speak better Pidgin English than BTO.
okay. Before you enter to, because I know say you want enter another step now. I like the way you dey educate us since. The question where I want to ask, you see that area where you talk about government, about the agriculture, the price, the supposed start and tete and all that. Okay, fine. But I want the question where I want to ask be say, when that time where they say where you say first subsidy gone, this, that, everything just say when we experience that hike now, where everything just be boom,
Yes,
like
sir.
say Nigeria one scatter. Okay, it can't be like that then. Now it be like say the team take them on away, like we don't know say so this thing won't be hey. Now they can't start. Okay, may we begin put this thing. Okay, may we put in effort to put money for agriculture. May we see now. I say you want to remove what they call them duties for this food, this that, to cushion the everything. Now, from your own understanding, if the government start to do all these things right now, for example, which length of time you want suggest say if they start now, say now 1 month we go begin feel am, or na 2 months, I been na 3 months, I been na 6 months, or been na 1 year, which gap of time for your own way they right, so that we learn, so we go begin the rate our government. Thank you.
Yeah, we are all learning. Nobody. We're all learning. And this is not about me. Like Baba T said, we were here. I don't remember. It's been more than 7 months. It was right after the Supreme Court said, okay, Mr. Tinubu is the president. And people went in depth. This was not surface talk. In depth. That if they're doing that, you have to walk and chew gum and run at the same time where we are. So what they're doing now, good that they're doing it. They said, I think the story said for 6 months. And I can only imagine that after 6 months, they will have to sit down. Well, actually, they should be tracking this even maybe on a monthly basis to see what the effect is. Is it cushioning the price in the market? And I'm sure as they go along, they will have to reevaluate and say, okay, maybe we need another 6 months. So maybe again, you have to be doing multiple things. Where we are right now, you have to be doing so much. The agriculture side, whether it's through the Bank of Agriculture, we spoke about that the other day here. Invest, I don't know how many billions into that for farmers. Don't give them the money, like Mr. Remy said. But you know that if you grow cassava, if you grow this, if you grow that, you know when those things are supposed to be ready for harvest. So you have, different things mature and come to market at different period of time. So you have to do the removal of importation duties on certain items, and you have to be doing the agriculture at the same time. You don't have time. I've said this, it might sound like a joke. None of these people deserve to be wearing agbada. Just wear shirt and pants. That extra 6 yard or whatever you use for agbada is a waste of money. You don't have money to waste. You don't have time. Time is against you, against the average person on the street. These people are fat cats. And they're really fat, actually, not just as they say.
All right. Thank you. So that can do, the excellent man. So can do is going to be doing a session for us as soon. There's a special session being planned with Can Do that will be a real delight to you, especially to your wallet. So stay tuned. If you're not already subscribed, that will just come out as a bust sometime soon. So that's the excellent Can Do. So we go on from Can Do to Adanle Koko if it's ready. About on our way to Ajale Koko, let me trail Dupsi's session. So Dupsi on Sunday, but not really Dupsi because Dupsi not available. So the Sunday session will take place. Who knows who will host it? Dr. J. Adama, but almost certainly not Chioma because Chioma is having a bit of a tantrum at the moment. But the question, if you want to add stress to your life, date a Nigerian man. So that's the topic for Sunday. If you want to add stress to your life, date a Nigerian man. So it's midnight tales about Yoruba demons and those sort of goings on. So I'll send a link to it in the comment section in a moment. So stay tuned. You should already be it should be diarized by now at Dupsi's session. So that's Dupsi's session, but your hostess not available this Sunday. But we will find somebody to fill the slot. Ajale Koko, you're up next. All right, we don't have Ajale Koko for the moment. So BT, you're up next.
Let me give my time to Prince. Prince, go ahead.
All right, Prince Daddy, you're up next. All right, let's go to Emeka then. He's unmuted, so Emeka, you're up next.
Wait, is that Prince snoring?
Hey, my baby is bugging me.
I thought I heard something. He was just playing.
Prince, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, Prince Daddy. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, but well, maybe I can go ahead. But Babati, I was in your city like a couple of weeks ago, though, Boston, right?
Really?
Yeah, but I didn't, because I went straight from Boston to Logan to what you call it, Brown University for graduation. So I didn't really stay in Boston.
Really? Oh, okay, nice.
Yeah.
All right. Well, man, this maybe the next two.
Congratulations to Prince.
No, not him.
For what?
Daddy.
But like the Prince has a PhD already, so he doesn't need any more.
Okay. I bow.
Oh no! It wasn't for me. It was for a family member. Dude. It wasn't me graduating. No.
Brown is a good school, though. That's a very good.
Is it? It's an Ivy League school, right? Or no?
IVK Brown University? No way.
Is your
in Rhode Island?
Or what's the name of the university?
It's Brown University in Rhode Island, just next to Boston.
I don't think it's Ivy Bibago.
No.
Okay.
No. Brown is the Ivy. Yeah, Brown is.
Yeah.
Brown with the Columbia Dartmouth. Yeah, but yeah, was it your cousin or your son?
Yeah, a niece. Yeah.
All right. Well, man, maybe after the next two speakers, you can call me again. Call me now. I'll come up. All right.
Why is everybody running away like this now? So,
okay.
Prince Daddy.
You know what?
When you just mentioned you went through the Babati State, I was just asking: is there the jail there? Is it correctional center they are preparing for Trump or what? Because I was just wondering.
Is it what?
Is it correctional center they are taking Trump to? Is that
Trump is not going to go to jail. Don't worry about it.
Oh my! Our incoming president.
Incoming.
Okay, one man. Let me.
Is he not the first American president to have a conviction?
You don't come here and call you can have this example.
Go matter.
Are you a Trumpian? Can do? Are you?
God forbid, if he's my father, I would disown him.
Well, my can do sometimes you disappoint me. As a man that plays stuff, you should know better. Yeah, you should know better. Come on.
All money is not good money.
All money is all money. How about that? All money is all money. So now, well, man, go ahead. Let's go. Let's dive into it. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. If Prince is ready, then we go with Prince. Prince, are you ready?
Yeah, I can do 5 minutes or quick 7 minutes. Yeah, Woman, go ahead.
All right. Let me rattle through the headlines and then you go at it at your will. El Rufai being probed for stealing nearly $500 billion from Kaduna State.
Okay, go ahead.
Tinubu are musing about removing importation duties on essential food items. Back and forth between Femi Otedola and Jim Ovia, who is actually in charge of that. Is it the credit loan or the student's loan? One of those two, for fraudulent transactions in Zenith Bank. So Otedola always in squabble. I think he was is in squabble with Jim Tony Lumelu as well. I was told that you would not perform, but I made my choice. A pat on the back, Tinubu to Yemsen Wike. And then this one here, Northern governors clash with colleagues over bill on cattle ranching. So the ban on open grazing now, second reading in Parliament, almost starting to pass through. And the expected chasm then north and south, the north wanting to continue to terrorize with their cattle, and the south seeing the window of Tinubu about to say enough is enough. 300% pay rise for CJN, other judicial officers. So take your pick. One more. Nigerian government admits fuel subsidy to gob 5.4 trillion in 2024. So a rich field to pick from.
Yeah, thanks, Foreman. Hello, everyone. Like, share, and subscribe, and love the show. Let's talk about the El Rufai. I praise him a lot, being an astute administrator, right? But where did that almost $500 billion naira came from that he embezzled supposedly? And really, if that been the case, I'm kind of disappointed. I don't think it's squeaky clean, of course, but I thought he did things by the books. Everything's recorded, and it wasn't working by himself. He had people around him, including the current governor, and they knew how he was moving around. So if Rufai actually, did away with such an amount, that's astronomical. I'm not surprised though. Nothing catches me by surprise. I mean, he's just another politician, really. But we all can agree that he's a smart man and he's a good administrator, but he's not beyond being corrupt. We all know that. We all know that. So yeah, it's I'm not sure what to make of that, but there's so much allegations sometimes. It could be factual, but the number could be really off base. So let's just wait and see. We do too much of headlines, kind of a story thing. Let's wait and see and see what comes about it. And I know Erufai is a talker. He's not a quiet man. He's going to come out and defend himself with his sons. Let's see what comes of that.
That one is a typical of Malay Leko, isn't it? It just riles and rages at everybody.
Yeah, I mean they have to defend their father, right? So I don't blame them. The CJN, the Chief Justice, we know the politicians have them by the jugular. You know that, right? They kowtow to the politicians. They don't have anything. They can choose to withdraw their security or their allowances. So I mean, yes, as somebody said earlier, would that prevent the judges or the CJN from being corrupt? Not necessarily, but I think sometimes if you are self-contained, if I can say that, you can overlook a lot of things and not so easily compromise. That's what I would say. But from the numbers I heard before, like a couple of years ago, I know they're not well paid. I know they're not well paid. I was going to say maybe about a million naira or 1.2 million naira they get paid monthly. But given the inflation and the cost of living right now, that's not a lot of money at all. Okay, if it's truly around 600 naira, then that's really poor. Come on, that's poor. Now, to according to Ken Du's estimation, if it's up to is what 50 or 70 something million a year. Again, I don't know if that's a lot of money. I don't know, but it's But I think they should be well paid, though. I think they should be well paid. Yes, they should be well paid. The professors also should be well paid, but not to the same level as CGN. Not to that level. So it's a work in progress. I don't think I'm not the one to be against people getting paid. Not at all. Um, but at the same
How
time,
much do you think his monthly take home should be? The CJN, his monthly basic.
it's CGN. I don't like to throw arbitrary numbers out there, but let's see, maybe at least 2 to 3 million a month. That's even around the average. Given this current condition, yeah, 2 to 3 million is really about average, not too much at all. So times three, 36 million a year. So they should make it about 30 to 40 million. I think if that number comes to that amount, then that is fine. I think that's very much acceptable. So 2 3 million is not a lot of money for CGN.
Well,
Yeah.
Omar, do you have the numbers though?
No, I don't have the numbers, unfortunately. The increment is to 64 million annum per annum, which breaks down to what's that, about 5 million, 6 million a month.
Does that include all compensations, all compensations, including
you
whatever?
mean the totality? You mean as a total package as opposed to being a
Yes,
basic?
correct.
Yes. I can't remember from the reading. It just gave us figures. It says I think that's the total package. Actually, I think that's the total package. Yes.
Okay, well, this is a total package. It may not be a bad thing, actually. Not bad. Not for a seat. Not bad at all.
It
I don't
says
think it's bad.
it says a bill for an act to prescribe the salaries, allowances, and fringe benefits of judicial office hold. I don't know what fringe benefits are for their side chicks as well, I suspect, but there it is.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It may not be a total package, total compensation, allowances or whatnot. It's probably within the range. So that is fine. Rufai, yeah. What was the other topic again? Quickly. Let's see.
Yes, there was the levies being removed from staples so that the country can be flooded with food.
Yeah, yeah. You said earlier, Kulata and online, but everybody was talking about it on how to make food cheaper in that country. Um, it is what Allah would call low hanging fruit, right? This thing is almost commonsensical in a lot of ways, but I mean, and I know I'm not the one to pretend to be an expert. Sometimes there's one thing to say, oh, let's do this. It's very simple, it's very commonsensical, but at the same time, it's when you get to the position of power or authority, it's not as easy as it sounds. So I don't want to jump on the bandwagon and say, oh, well, just do this and that. But again, it's something that it should strictly or strongly go after and make it happen. You know. So if that really helps the importation of food and just flood the market for the meantime and invest in agriculture, we welcome it. And just like Isaac Black was saying, sometimes, hopefully, when it suspend its tariffs or for importation, right, it truly translates in the cost of food in that country, because when they give them all these breaks, this importers or this business people the breaks, it doesn't really translate to the savings that we would expect in the country that passes on to consumers. So that's the problem, and that's the challenge when we don't have a way to regulate or to monitor the cost of goods in that country. It becomes a big challenge.
Well, all right. And to the headline on the screen. So if they're able to push this through, it will go to a long way towards addressing the insecurity in the country, because a lot of the insecurity embedded in this Northern senators clash with colleagues over bill on cattle ranching. So it's the open grazing bill to ban open grazing is passed through the second reading, and it's a fast tracking through Parliament.
Open grazing. There's a law passed. Is that a second passing of the law in the Senate? Can you hear me?
Sorry. Yes, there's been a second reading, which is to say that it's passing through Parliament, but encountering a lot of resistance from northern parliamentarians.
Well, they don't like it. It doesn't conform with what they're expecting or what. I thought that would be a benefit to them. I don't know much about the law in terms of the details. So if they are resisting it, it appears that maybe it's not favorable to what they want, to their liking. So I'm not sure. Yeah,
Okay.
not sure about it. Yeah.
Okay, and to this headline, then Nigerian government admits fuel subsidy to gov 5.4 trillion 2024. So this is Wale Edu now holding his hands up, telling us something that we already know. Fuel subsidy still very much in play.
Yeah, fuel subsidy. See, okay, I think we could try to distinguish between fuel subsidy and intervention. Now, when you say fuel subsidy, right, it's part of the budget and it's allocated for. It's kind of a law, so to speak, until suspended or do away with, like.
It was not a law.
But just
It
like
was
any
not a law.
economy.
Sorry, Prince, that it wasn't a law now. It was, first subsidy was originally a government intervention too. And they budget for it. Once they budget for it, it becomes part of the law for that year through budgeting. So it's not as if there's a law for subsidy. You get what I'm saying?
Okay, yeah, I understand. I understand your point, but just like you said, if they budget for it, then it's kind of a law. It was
No,
an
but I
intervention,
mean,
but
it's government intervention too now. So Tinubu is just eating back his own words. All the gain is
well, I mean, I'm
don't.
trying to make a
If you
distinction
see,
here because if it's not a law of law or whatever, like the form of subsidy, if what it is right now, if it's just an intervention, then it's not on the books, so to speak. It's just as we go. So there's no too much rancor about it. If Tinubu says no more intervention, no more intervention, you have to go through the rigmarole of the politics behind it and just be done with it. So I think there's a distinction there, and we all know there has to be some kind of intervention. We know. So let's not, and it's to the benefit of the people, So when people like Kenneth is complaining, the subsidy is there. Somebody said it earlier, it's not there, but they're trying to make life easy for the people, but we're still complaining. But I like to say though, there's a distinction between the Buhari subsidy or subsidy as we know it and intervention. There has to be. There's no
it's not
countries in the
captured
world.
in the budget, so it cannot be a subsidy. So it has to be. If it's not captured in the budget, then it's not a formalized position. So if it's an informal position, then it's an intervention.
Exactly. That's the point I'm trying to make. I think Patuski is the one talking, and I tell you, one man, the West is the number one, the countries in the West are the topmost countries in the world that they have intervention all the time in the economy. Say the Western economy is like in a laboratory. People don't know that. Everything is almost detailed controlled in a lot of ways. You think things just happen by happenstance. That's not true. They control all the levers of the economy. And that's why they can project and forecast all this stuff that's not real for the most part. It's not real. Okay? So there's never been any...
Prince Daddy, please, can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, say I want to draw you back a bit. I want, because they understand this thing more. So they want make it be say I understand now well. So what they try to tell us now be say na subsidy, na intervention, which means as he call him intervention for 2024, so now we say as soon as talk
My
say
brother, that's grammar. Intervention as this subsidy, I beg you.
okay,
let him give us this.
Let me finish now. So as you don't call and say na intervention, it means say Tinubu look and say the people don't talk, say they don't do the suffer. Or even though we're not talking, just look at from your own angle, can say these people be like say they don't do the suffer. May we just coaching this may we pushing this thing as to just support the economy, make it be say okay, if he put down some price, then I be say the year 2025, if he decide say he not go intervene. Now waiting me at the length from waiting at the talk. Now be saying the year 2025, not be say he go continue. You will come be like at the way that they do it before, we be say now must say you must put down for budget, then they go they plan even before they put on for budget self. People don't they plan how they want to siphon the money. But now you don't even know. They feel just even this one where they put so they feel use half of the money self say things don't they better remove the other one. I be not be say go be now which I want just make me I understand. So Prince Daddy.
You get it right. Yeah, that's so it could be. It's a much better approach because all the rule the corruption what they do for the behind no go come to bear. So I agree. A good analysis on that point because it gives Tinubu the chance to do things the way he sees fit. You see? So yeah, that's why I see him too. Okay, woman.
Look at that! Look at that! I was listening. Emeka has dropped again. I was going to come to Emeka.
Unbelievable.
Americanized pigeon.
Was that my boy? Was that my boy?
Why you think say Prince Daddy no sabi?
It's a misu. You don't hear pity for that.
No, Prince Daddy now, Baba Ita now. Now you be Boti, the only Boti
Prince Daddy day here. You the call.
Oh my! It think that be speak pidgin. And because I come America, we be see the forced to speak English. That pidgin that they speak give them all. They know the hear me, so I go learn English.
Please stop. It's weird. I don't know what it is.
It's very weird. It's very weird to hear him speak it.
Yes, Doopsy will be regurgitating that wine wherever she is. Now, is that Prince Daddy? That wine will not be going down too well. But so that's pretty. I was going to come to Emeka because I think he wanted to do a special submission, but I think it dropped. Maybe baby needs and whatnot. Let me then go on to if BT is ready, we go with BT. If it's not ready, we go to
I'm ready. I'm going to be very brief, actually.
All right, floor is yours. Do you want a free flow or do you want to be?
On the first topic, I just wanted to briefly, because I've been reading for a while. I'm a fan of stem cell research, and there's this patient that they've been following for the past 2 years, where they did some kind of stem cell replacement, and he's been diabetic free. I mean, there's no need for insulin for the past 3 years, so we might be able to actually cure diabetes in the next few months. I mean, in a year or two, with stem cell replacement.
You know that's one of the biggest silent killers. And I think that's one of the things we live in. It's a precursor to erectile dysfunction, backache. Or are you the medical person? The spill-offs of that.
Right. They're like cousins to high cardiovascular issues, high blood pressure. So I think that is huge. Now the question is, we know this as well? I like you, one man. There's the science part of medicine, but there's also the business part of it, and we know how it's a huge business in the West. So, and the cure and the solutions and this treatment is mostly coming from the East, your India, your China and stuff like that. So I don't know how the West is going to respond to this. news cycle. You know, people have to fly over to China for treatments and stuff like that. So there's going to be this impending medical war. You know, you know, it will be interesting for me to just watch from from the sidelines. So the monetary aspect of healthcare, I think, is what is holding us back in some ways. But you know, it's just a good story. But let me leave that alone for now.
No, but that seems to be holding a lot of advancement in medicine. The money, those pharmaceutical people are wanting to get the profit right before, you know.
Yeah, look at what
science is more advanced, especially the pharmaceutical. It's more advanced than the current treatments that we have now.
But,
it's just
but you see, this is the conundrum now. You need somebody to fund your research with billions of dollars, right? The scientists ordinarily don't have the funds to do what they really want to do. Somebody that is coming to invest in that research project is looking for returns on his investment. That is the conundrum where, okay, I want to research, but I don't have the funds. Somebody has the funds and he looks at an opportunity to make money off it. So that's what's going on. It's not so much of this. That's the thing with medicine sometimes. But look at Ozempic. I'm sure it's been in the news lately, right? Woman, you know Ozempic, right? Do you know Ozempic, woman?
I have no idea, but I'm sure the audience do.
Ozempic is used by diabetic patients. It's like it's a semaglutide, right? It helps. So the reason why people prefer it is because it has low sulfur in it. So if you have like kidney issues or like gout, you can still use it for diabetic patients. Turns out that this thing actually helps people lose weight. So guess what all the celebrities were doing?
Is that the Oprah one? The one
that's the Oprah one.
Okay.
That's the Oprah one. So guess what they were doing? They turned that diabetic medication into weight loss. Guess what happened? The people that actually
did she not use that medicine and then she was preaching something?
Yeah, she was preaching weight loss, all this.
And she was using it to make a sale of some program or
right, Weight Watchers program. But the point I'm trying to make is that people actually needed the it for diabetes, couldn't get it because people are paying top premium to get it. Usually your insurance would pay for it. You have a copay if you're diabetic. But if you're a celebrity, you just pay the premium anyways. You don't need insurance to pay for that. So what happened was those that needed it for weight loss were mopping the shelves where those that needed it for actually diabetes couldn't get it. Because the money took over the actual need for it. And I hope, like even the first people that developed all this cure for diabetes never wanted it to be commercialized. Insulin, they were supposed to be free for people. But you see where we are today, right? So the commercial, the economic side of healthcare, some kind of hampers, the growth of, that's what we're going through. So my worry is if this cure thing comes around now, the West is going to find a way to exploit it again. And you know what we do in healthcare. So not me, but the business side of.
Why not you? Are you averse to profit?
I'm just a clinician. I don't. Well, part. Well, but let's move on for that. That's not the point.
All right. I mean, speak to whatever you are interested in. I don't want us to hold us too fastidiously to headlines or whatnot. But speak to American politics. You are a Trump man. Are you or are you not?
No, I am a conservative that will vote for people that have conservative viewpoints. A politician, like if you're a Democrat and you espouse conservative principles when it comes to economics, that's my own mentor, one man. Economics. I don't care if Steve is banging Shola in the bedroom. It's none of my business.
Baba T.
I don't. Yeah.
Sorry, yeah. I just called in to chime in real quick because you were talking about Ozempic, semaglutide. Yeah. And I think with the craze going on, semaglutide is a once a week dose administration for type 2 and obesity.
Right.
What people don't understand is when you lose weight with semaglutide, you don't just lose fat weight, you lose total body mass,
Right.
muscle weight, bone, everything. On top of that, one of the key adverse events associated with semaglutide is acute kidney injury.
Right.
Is acronymed AKI, to the point where when these studies were being implemented, that was one of the key things they had to watch for. So down the road, a lot of these people, now typically when you have people taking type 2 diabetes medication over a long term, there are other side effects that come across as a result of long-term usage of that drug. And Novo Nordisk figured out that, of course, the patients were losing weight as they were being administered the drug. So they decided to then create it for obesity, which extended their patent even more. But the downside to it is long-term use, acute kidney injury. So a lot of these people using it for obesity, they're going to have to pay the price down the road.
Right. Yeah. So that would be like a GLP-1 agonist, right? For
Yeah. It is a GLP, but with the manufacturers, it's way more effective.
Right.
Yeah, and Novo, I mean, they're the number one manufacturers of type 2 drugs in the world. They pretty much propped up the entire Danish economy just by the success they've had with these medications. They also do type 1. I remember in Atlanta when I was there one time, I remember noticing that Dominic Wilkins was actually their spokesperson. So it's interesting when I see these Hollywood types. Oh my God, I'm on Ozempic and I'm losing weight. My doctor's prescribing Ozempic for me. Ozempic. It's a craze, but they don't understand the dynamics of the craze. And down the road, they're gonna pay for it.
So like you don't have issues like retinopathy and
yeah, exactly. They're gonna pay for this down the road. There isn't a quick fix.
But it's affecting those that actually need it. To one point, because I remember I think it was 3 months ago they ran out of stock because people are paying premium to get it off the shelf.
Yeah, it's expensive.
Right, but the price up because of this.
Is it not a prescription drug? Is it an option?
It is. Yeah, it's prescription.
To prescribe it if you're a celebrity, you know how this thing works.
But here's the catch. Ozempic is more expensive in the US than it is in other countries, as are most other drugs.
Right.
The price point in the US is crazy, and with the US health authorities, I've pretty much declaring obesity as an epidemic or as an official disease. There are a lot of obesity studies out there being created for treatment of obesity.
But sorry, so who's speaking to that? I don't get your name.
It's Aizo.
Oh, Aizo. Yeah. Sorry, I apologize. Go ahead.
It's all good, bro. I mean, so end of the day, you know what I mean? It's interesting when you watch. Look, you play sports, so you know this.
Right.
There isn't a quick fix to weight loss. You have to expel more calories than you consume.
I'd hardly call carrying a glass of wine to your lips sports. When does Babatista play sport?
Babati played football, man. Ask him.
He doesn't play football. He's a fat boy like me. Yeah?
No. I played football in college. One man didn't know that. Undergrad. One man didn't know I played sport in college.
Yeah, I remember you said it once. I remember, but listen. There isn't.
No, I didn't know actually. Like I didn't say you said it once, but sorry, carry on.
No. I'm just saying, there's people always go with all these, drug fads and special diets, and it's all bubuyeme, as we say in Delta State. There isn't a quick fix to weight loss. If you want to lose weight, you have to expel more calories than you consume.
And
there's a quick fix to weight loss. So
what is it?
Eat less.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes, just eat less. I don't know quite what all this industry. Just eat less. That's
one man.
All this industry around weight loss.
One man. This what's going on. Those promoting this, it's an industry. There's a difference between losing calories and losing weight. Like you said, losing fat and losing calories. So what the typical is to lose calories. So the goal is to lose the fat, right? Burn the fat, still maintain muscle mass. So depending, let's say you're just a relatively healthy people, got no kidney issues. So like the ideal diet would be like a high protein with your veg and low carbs is the thing. It's a low carb diet pretty much. That's what it's low calories with low carbs. With some exercise will be where, because you know how people will lose weight and they will lose the muscle mass. It's because you focus on just losing weight entirely, not the fat. You're supposed to just to maintain some muscle mass.
But here's the thing, right? It's about people not living a sedentary lifestyle. So sedentary lifestyle, if you sit down more than you're active during the day, you can be considered a sedentary lifestyle. I think in the US, the standard is 150 minutes of moderate level exercise per week. Moderate level. That's pretty much a zone 2 heart rate.
Right.
Where your heart rate is at zone 2, where you can actually carry out a conversation while you're exercising. So it's kind of like a fast walk. So people who do those things 150 minutes a week, you're considered active if you reach that threshold. Or you do 75 to 90 minutes of vigorous level exercise, right? Where you're taking your heart rate to maybe 90% of your maximum heart rate, and then you recover and you continue. Those things get you in shape. And what will happen is your metabolic structure of your body changes, right? Your body turns into a furnace. You're expelling calories while you're sitting down watching a movie. And essentially you want to consume more, but then you have to control what you eat. So that way you're not trying to put on more calories than you're expelling. And you combine that with being active, the way to come off, and you put on muscle. And once you start putting on muscle requires more calories and burns more calories. So you end up becoming fit. That's the process. It's not hard. The downside to it is life is so easy for us these days that most people aren't active, don't work in their gardens. They have house helps, especially in Nigeria. I mean, I can't don't even get me started in Nigeria case with my friends that I go to their house. They're like, oh, yeah, you want another Guinness? I'll say, okay, make I grab them. No. Hey, they'll scream one name. I beg, bring my friend another Guinness. And I'm just like, guy. Meanwhile, they're sitting down there, belly down, big finish, one bust. And you're looking like, okay, you're living a sedentary lifestyle. And if you don't change that, it's just a matter of time. So I think with people being active, a lot of those things change, and then your body structure changes. Another thing is this. I don't know if you use the sauna, Babati, but did you know most people, if you do 20 minutes of sauna 4 times a week, you're pretty much mimicking the 150 minutes of moderate level exercise. So essentially what happens is, because being in a sauna mimics the same exercise level of a zone 2 training, because your heart rate goes up, you start sweating, all of that. So it mimics it. So you're essentially getting the benefits of running without running. So if you can withstand the heat, maybe like 190 degrees Fahrenheit, if you can withstand that, then by all means, you can go and sit in the sauna and do that as well. But the Ozempic thing, now 419, my brother, now wash. End of the day, most of these people are going to be dealing with some side effects they don't want to do.
But like you said, but they also have to keep taking it, because you cannot, it's not a one-time med that you take.
Exactly.
So it's trying to put on your kidneys long term, can even induce that pancreatic issue that they will ordinarily have as diabetics if you don't maintain it properly. And if your GFR keeps dropping, because I was looking at a trend for those that have been on it for like about 6 months to a year, you will see that GFR number drop. But so you start seeing a little, not significant enough, but you will see like a drop from 2 points every 3 months or 6. So which is significant right now, but keep doing that for 2 or 3 years, then we have a problem. So
but let me ask you a question. I don't know if this is true from the Niger perspective. They said if you eat amala in the evening, that you don't put on weight, because amala is not like pounded yam or eba. that's filled with starch and carbs. It seems to supposedly it fills you up without the negative effects of increasing your blood sugar, putting on weight on you. Is that true? I don't know if any, but that's the
amala is a high carb diet, right? It's a high carbohydrates, right?
Is it?
I wouldn't say that, not to the level of pounded yam or eba, or
But is it because
the amala should be from the unripe plantain.
No, amala is yam. Elubo. No. You have elubo or gede.
You know the black one they eat in Oyo. That's one. That's
the one from the the unripe plantain is also amala. That is better.
So based on what I'm able to pull up here, it's like a low. It's low carb. It's a low carb diet.
It's low carb, Abi.
Low carb, and if it's a low carb, that means it's going to help you with your fats. Then
yeah,
and I think it can prevent like ketosis because you don't go overboard like your fufu or your gari. So I will equate it to like eating like sweet potatoes.
Yeah.
So that would be an equivalent of an amala, like a sweet potato. That would be like it's still carb but very low carbs. So if you add greens to it, so low carb with greens and some protein, that way I think that works. So because for me, I'm always because I have a lot of Naija patients that the sad part in America is when we discuss diet for weight loss and management of weight and overall cardiovascular health, we are always referring to the American diet. And from that, doc, listen, do we have any Naija diet that we can lose weight on? Because we do, I want to still eat my goat meat, my abula, so what is or work on? Is it one small portion? And I always have problem with that because I'm not, I can't really tell you, okay, don't eat too much or 2 pieces of goat meat is gonna work. There's really no. So I'm working on that as well. Where but based on where I'm looking at right now, amala will be a low carb diet, but you always have to add high protein and which is veggies when you consume it. So
amala with F4 and a goofy and good meat.
The goofy part. Let's cut that out. You think you're slick, let's do chicken or turkey would be better.
But ogufe is lean meat now. It's ogufe, not lean meat.
One man. Let's.
No, I'm asking. I don't know. I'm asking.
Okay, what is ogufe in English?
Isn't it goat meat? Ogufe is goat meat now.
How is ogufe lean meat?
Is it not considered white meat as opposed to?
Yeah, but see, goat meat is supposedly leaner than beef.
No. I said let's do chicken and turkey. So you peel off the skin, right? So peel off the skin. They have that would be better.
Babati, let's do F4 with pomo.
Chicken doesn't go well with amala, Babati. Chicken doesn't go well with amala.
One man. That is why. No. One man. Wait. This is the reason why I said it. Did you hear what Kanu just said? It doesn't go because I know Nigerians. Nobody ever goes, 1 piece of goat meat is okay. They're gonna go to how it works now. You're
gonna
There you go.
So that's why you don't want to encourage that. No, there's no moderation when it comes to ogufe. You go all the way out. So chicken, you can still say, okay, give me thigh, leg, and 1, 2, 3. And if you eat 4 or 5 pieces of chicken, lean, and you peel off the skin, it's still low. It's high protein, low fat.
Babati, why are you doing this now? So why can't you have F4 with pomo, shaki, egufe, throw some dry crayfish in there.
How many rounds of
this man like to enjoy too much. You like to enjoy too much.
And he wants to lose weight though. He wants to lose weight on the.
My brother, that food is sweet, man. I won't lie to you.
So how many portions of amala are we doing?
No, you get like a fist, the size of your fist now.
How big is the fist?
The fist is relative now. So if you're a very big guy, then you have a big fist. If you're a small guy, then it's smaller amala. Abi?
So you should see. I wish I could show you what I'm eating right now. I'm eating broccoli.
Oh
my God!
Oh my God!
You can say that thing. What's it do? Oh God, we've lost him. It's gone native, as they say. It's gone native.
I'm eating broccoli and air fried
salmon salmon. Yeah, look at this guy.
Air fried. Air fried chicken. Air fried chicken and broccoli.
Babati.
Yeah.
Babati.
Yeah, I'm here.
Please, before Izon runs away, before he will leave us, I want to ask him something. Izon.
Yeah.
Please, are you the one that is now you they moderate the other platform of one man?
Mike, no. One man won't let me moderate because I will just be silencing people and kicking them off.
Okay, I thought you are the one where they moderate. There's another platform where they listen to. They'll still write one man put. I just say now you they.
No, be me. That's one Kenya boy now. The guy na Kenya guy. No be Nigeria.
Okay.
No. What be name, sir? One man. What be that guy name?
Kaizo.
Kaizo.
Yeah. Me I be Nigeria boy, fully German.
Let me. Yes. I'm like, it's too high.
What did you? I heard you say earlier, Babati, that you remove the skin from chicken.
Right.
You do that?
Yeah, I remove. Yeah, because it's very.
And what do you baste it in when you want before you air fry? Olive oil. You use olive oil. Don't lie. You use olive oil.
I don't. I don't. No, when you air fry,
If you air fry,
you don't need any oil.
So you don't season it with anything.
So you can.
Yes, you do.
You season it. You will season it, but the air fry will just use the fat that is in the chicken already to boil. You don't need
and a lot of the fat content is in the skin.
Yeah. So once you peel it off, because we're looking at your cholesterol here, that skin is known to jack up your triglycerides anyway. So you want to take that out.
You have to take your own chef when you go to Nigeria. I don't think they can meet up to your your.
No, one man. Over time, it wasn't easy to transition to that. It was for full disclosure. Even for me to be a clinician, I was on meds for BP stuff. But when I changed everything, I was off all the meds.
Wow.
Yeah, by changing the diet.
And what do you do with the broccoli? You just boil it, Abby?
No. I boil it. Do
you salt it? Do you salt it?
No salt. No salt. But that's just
you don't. What do you garnish it with? What do you raw? You just crunch on.
It's just raw. Like I do like so I do like lots. I'm heavy on grains and protein and very low calorie. Of course, I work out, so when I work out, I would do my sweet potatoes low. But the one thing I cut out was the sugar. So no sodas, no sweetening, all that stuff. Coffee is all black. Water mostly. Of course.
What do you garnish your coffee with?
Nothing. It's just all straight black.
Have you ever tried lemon?
I do lemon water. Lemon.
No. With coffee.
No, I've never.
That's how I have my coffee.
But I see it once in a while. I have my cheat day with maybe pizza once in a week, or when Madame cooks, I eat that. But she understands I've chosen to go this route when it
have you gone completely away from Nigerian food?
I would say for the most part, because it's not so much of personal experience, like I just told you about staying away, and because it's evidence-based practice. It's work for me. Is when I have patience and I see what that does to, because there's no there's no moderation when it comes to African Nigerian food.
Yeah,
much as you eat, and that's the issue. There's no let me just eat half a plate of amala with goat meat. Nobody does that.
Yeah, but real quickly, what I do with the broccoli is I actually do like a lot of broccoli, and then I put carrots, cut them up with the broccoli, and then eggs as well. So I actually portion them out like that. So it's broccoli with lots of carrots and eggs, and I just cook it all together.
That's
So
good.
it gives me the protein that I need. Yeah.
No, nobody thinks you should not.
Do you stir fry that? Sorry, Babati.
It's cooked. Well, the one that I do is cooked, but no oil at all.
So what do you do with the egg? What do you do with the egg?
I just pour. I season the eggs. No salt ever. I don't use salt.
No
I can't
oil.
even remember.
No oil.
No oil. Nope, not at all. Yeah, and it tastes really good, and you can feel it. Actually, you can feel it.
We cannot imagine that it doesn't at all taste good.
One man, at the beginning, you might think it's crazy, but over time, you will start liking the taste. It's not like it's overnight. It's hard, but when your health's on the line, you see what happens is for most people is they don't change until
it's needed.
So that is like, oh, look at your BP is this and that. Like for me now, like when I'm off, I'm off all this meds now. I feel better. I take no medication. So when I speak to a patient about health, and I'm speaking from experience, they can literally see, okay, I'm in shape. They see my old picture, they see my new picture. It's evident. So when I speak to them about changing their diet and their life, they didn't take me more serious. What happens is the average physician is already overweight. So when you talk about weight loss, they won't take it serious. And like, I'm gonna look at you and say, we're gonna lose weight now. So when I'm telling you, okay, this is what be ABC. Let's work together and do this.
Yeah.
I'm more credible speaking about diet. I'm more credible.
But the average Nigerian in Nigeria is not obese, and they eat. Yes,
it's not. One man, you see, this is the thing. People there is more to health than just your weight. You can be thin and be unhealthy as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you can be thin and have clogged arteries.
Yeah, so it's not about. I know that is one aspect of it, but I'm talking about the holistic approach to living, even your sleep. So do a basic sleep study. Sleep study will help because maybe you have sleep apnea. You don't know. Maybe that's the reason you're having your high blood pressure. Your diet, what you drink, exercise, stress management is very important as well. So it's a more holistic approach to
I bet you do yoga. You strike me as the sort of person that does yoga.
You probably mountain bike or something, not yoga. I don't think.
Yeah, no, I think Babati prefers Pilates, right?
That's my damn man. It's weird. Yeah. It's weird going to those classes with
I know.
It's awkward, man. But yeah, biking is. I'm telling you, it's beautiful. If you have like a biking group, it's amazing.
Oh, yeah.
I'm telling you, outdoor biking park, nothing like it. So
yeah, biking is good. Here's the thing, most people don't realize, right? After the age of 40, you lose 1% of your muscle mass every year, and you lose 1% of your bone mass. Now, what happens is if you're doing some sort of resistance training, in addition to some kind of aerobic, like the biking Babati mentioned, that's one modality for aerobic exercise, you slow down the loss of muscle mass and you slow down the loss of bone mass. So a lot of times,
like osteoporosis, you want to do
correct.
Even swimming or you want to
correct. So a lot of times, and if you live in a cold area, like Babati, I think you said you live in Boston. If you live in a cold area, right? I can't tell you the number of times I have, when I was in Toronto, I have almost fallen down from not seeing black ice. And if I wasn't active in the gym, I wouldn't have been able to catch myself, right? So all those things become important as you get older, because when you lose 1% of your muscle mass each year, your body starts to lose its structure, its form, right? And you start to lose strength, you start to get weaker unknowingly, and your frame starts to lose its shape. So it's important that some sort of resistance training is incorporated into your lifestyle So that way you slow down that process and you can even stay stronger in an older age. And then, of course, the aerobic exercise is important because that maintains your cardiovascular health as well as your metabolic health. So the one thing, there's a lady called Rhonda Patrick. You can YouTube her if you get a chance. And she's a researcher and she researches exercise, nutrition, and some of her findings are ridiculous. So pretty much exercise alone has been shown to reduce all-cause mortality by 50% compared to people that don't exercise. If you can just think about that in what that means. So all-cause mortality, cardiovascular, metabolic, whatever the case may be. So she's been able to demonstrate that through studies that have been done over and over. There's a guy named Marty Gabaldi. He's actually with, I forgot the name of the university. He did a long-term research with people that were exercising and people that were sedentary. And the findings were outstanding.
And you know the weird part, like, even if you spoke and you okay, let me give an example of Ison. So you know how people spend hours running on treadmills?
Yeah.
So I have a boy that we played sport together. So, but he went to the military, right? He went to the military. So he said, man, he said no. So he taught me one thing. He said, listen, all you have to run is 1 mile a day on a treadmill, just 1 mile. So I'm thinking, what do you say? No. He said the goal is not to spend hours running. The goal is to run 1 mile every day until you can get it down to below 10 minutes per mile.
That's pretty fast.
So that is the military cutoff, right?
Yeah,
that is the requirement. It's like 9 minutes, 9.50 minutes. So
that's not bad. That's not bad.
So you will keep running that 1 mile and changing your life diet, but you will see that because when I was doing it, I was doing 20 minutes to get to 1 mile, and it became 17 minutes, then became 15, then 12, then now under 10.
Yeah,
so when
that's good.
You get under 10 in a mile, then you can then go to 2 miles in 20 minutes and 3 miles in 30 minutes.
Yeah.
That way, that is the sweet food. Not spending hours running and just that's not, you're gonna mess up your knees.
Yeah, especially if you're a big person.
Right.
If you're a big person, the force that you put on your joints every time you strike the floor is not productive. So what people suggest a lot of times is if you're heavier and you want to get into a certain type of modality for aerobic exercise, they won't even prescribe the running initially. Initially, what they'll prescribe is airdyne bikes, elliptical, even boxing. But what they do is they'll tell you have to go through an interval type of session. So essentially, they might start you off with 3 minutes at a very slow pace, and then you go a minute fast, a minute slow over the next 8 minutes, right?
Yeah, but you can't do all that if you're still eating your goofy and amalana.
No, you build up into it. So initially, what might happen is, okay,
I don't just say it. You need to give it up. That's what we're getting.
Go on, Isaac. And then I think Adama wants to come into that conversation as well.
Okay.
But make that point, Isaac. Then Adama comes in.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Aizo. It's so educative. I like all that been said this evening. What about somebody who is very slim and he takes all the fat? You give him all the fat to swallow. He will refuse to get fat. What's the danger?
That person has a high metabolism. So there are people who have a very fast metabolism where they don't gain weight easily. But have you ever heard the phrase skinny fat? And I think, Prince Daddy alluded to it. There are some people you say, I have a good friend of mine. He's skinny, but he get one kind of small, big belly when they're in body. So he's skinny, but his belly is done. But then again, if you now do blood tests and you take a look at all his metrics, right? His cholesterol, or you do a CMP, a complete metabolic panel, and you take a look at everything, you might have findings in there that will show you that, bros, you did skinny, but you need to start becoming active. So those kind of people, they might eat all the bad stuff, or you might think it's not affecting them externally, but internally, you understand? clogged arteries, all those things, they happen. So especially if they have a history of it in their family. So the important thing with those kind of people is like, listen, they've set the standard 150 minutes of moderate level exercise. If I was going to start someone on a program who's coming off the couch, hasn't exercised in their life before, I'll just say, let's start off for the next 1 month, 5 days a week, 30 minutes walk fast. So you're getting that 150 minutes, 5 days a week, 30 minutes walk around your neighborhood. And then from there, progressively, you increase either the volume or the intensity of the exercise. In 3 to 6 months, that person will be doing some things that they didn't imagine, and eventually they'll become in shape. So
a quick question I don't know. Now, this also, when you put people through that program, the issue that I found is like they lose the weight, but to maintain the weight is the issue. Where the people that train them, like if you pay for a service, right, to lose weight, there will also be like a post program where how do we teach? Of course, you're going to try to modify that diet or whatever lifestyle because it's not sustainable for a long time to just keep doing that intense training.
Correct.
But at least what do you do to encourage people to maintain, let's say maybe a plus 5 to 10% of the weight loss? What can they do? Just educate us. Like what?
So a lot of it, what we're talking about has to do with motivation, right? So a lot of it is usually when people want to drop weight, you have to ask them, why are you trying to lose the weight? You have to try to understand the rationale behind why they're trying to do it. If the reason is, okay, I have a wedding coming up in Bahamas and I want to fit into this suit and look nice. My secondary school girlfriend will be there. Then you have to try to help them understand that it has to be more than that. It just can't be because you're going to this one event. And so when they get that picture, right, and they go through, because getting up to work out, Babati, it sucks. It's painful sometimes. It is not fun. But the thing is, when you go through it over a period of time, you're building up a habit and you're fitting yourself into a certain protocol, right? So eventually, there are certain habits you pick up, depending on who's trying to help you get there. And there are certain things that you're going to have to start to do during that process. The key is helping that person to understand that it's a lifestyle. It's not a short-term trend. It's not like, I'm just going to do this for a couple of months and I'll stop. No, it's a lifestyle. You're picking up a new...
Please give me a second. Yeah.
All right, go on, Thomas. But I wanted to bring Adama in. I think Adama wants to caution that we should be adding a disclaimer.
Hello, good evening, everyone.
Good evening, Adama.
Yeah, good evening. Yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yes, I just want to put a caution in what you guys are saying. Before we speak about health, you have to put out a disclaimer that you're not giving out any health advice. So for anybody to want to try whatever you give, whatever advice you're discussing, you guys are discussing it personally. So they should please seek out the primary care physician. One Mass platform is not a health space. So that's all I came in to say.
Okay.
Dr. Myself, so you have to put that disclaimer because people are listening, obviously. So.
No, I think so we're not.
All right. So that finger is especially being wagged at Babati, who is a medical doctor, and should be the one cautioning us that this is not medical advice. This is yes.
I'm an astrologist, so I know
That's an
you have
opinion.
to be very careful. Yes, you have to be very careful. Just before you say it, you say this is a disclaimer. One man is not giving out any health advice. You just have to say that before you say anything you want to say.
Yeah, Woman, do you want to say it or you want us to say it?
Yes, you just precursor your statement with that this is not medical advice. This is
not medical advice.
It's just my personal opinion. Yes.
Yeah, no, actually, it's not even my personal opinion. This is not medical advice. These are findings from research material, from research scientists into exercise physiology. If you guys want, I can leave the links in One Man's page so you can go and look up the videos from these scientists that have actually done the research and come up with these results.
Before you go with your grammar, my brother, you guys, I just want to say this. The oldest woman in Australia clocked, guess what he clocked yesterday?
120.
No,
150.
110. No, 110. That's the oldest woman in Australia.
And she smokes
Guess what
cigarettes.
she told us? Yeah. Guess what she told us yesterday is the secret of his elongation. First thing he mentioned is exercise.
There you go.
So she's still walking, talking, no dementia, no amnesia. It's very well. So I'm just asking you guys. I don't go to the gym, but my work is a little bit exercise as well. But I walk the dog like 45 minutes every day. I
Good.
think that's enough.
Yeah.
So I walk my dog every morning, 45 minutes walk. So I think is it enough as an exercise?
Yeah.
Or I should go and join the gym.
No, Thomas, according to what the standard is set, you meet the level for moderate level exercise for being active. So if you're doing 45 minutes a day every day, then you meet that level. But as I mentioned before, you're only doing aerobic, right? And you're doing like what they call zone 2 aerobic, where you're getting your heart rate to about 60 to 70% of your max heart rate. But you want to also do some resistance training because you lose, I don't know how old you are, but after a certain age, you start to lose muscle mass. And
I'm in my early 40s.
Yeah, so you've already started. So you want to start out with some resistance training. If they have a gym near your house, you can go. You know, if they have personal trainers there, sometimes they can give you a program, or you can. There are different programs you can look up for people starting resistance training online, and you find them. Or you can just start with calisthenics. So simple push-up, pull-ups, body weight squats. Calisthenics. So I think my opinion is I think every man should be able to do at least 5 pull-ups. Every man.
I do 20 every morning.
There you are, Thomas. You're in shape. Yeah, there you go. There you go.
And give up that goat meat.
At all, but I in fact I had goat meat tonight. I had goat meat tonight.
Look at Paddy. Look at Paddy slamming you in the comment section that your beer parlor health expertise.
The goat meat gang now, one man. The goat meat gang, you know them now. They don't want to give up.
Nothing will detach him from Bokoto and
Babati, let me tell you something. Do you know there are tons of Nigerian foods that are extremely healthy for you, right? But the downside is the research hasn't been done to scientifically stamp those findings. Yes, I'm telling you.
There's some vegetables in the East.
I'm telling you.
There's one he actually went to the East to go and get to grow.
I don't believe. Are you in Clubhouse? There's a group that we have medical practitioner. I think I mentioned it on the platform before. It's called. I'm a co-founder. So the other founder is a doctor from New York. So what we do is you will have medical doctors, pharmacists, herbal practitioners, like big time in the UK, Nigeria, from every part of the world. Then we come together and we have these discussions. So during one of our discussions, we had this guy is currently doing his PhD in pharmacy in UI. So apparently they've done some of this research about this particular thing that you just mentioned in the 70s. It was just not published publicly. But they have it at UI.
You see?
Yeah, but it wasn't made. So what he's doing now is doing like a PDF form of it, and he's making some of this, putting it out there. So the name of the leaves, all this food, the properties and stuff.
I'm telling you, man.
Yeah.
Have you guys?
I done a Babati quickly. It's when it comes to African food, especially southern Nigeria. It's not about. It's the way we cook our meals. Not so much the ingredients itself. Of course, the vegetables, the leaves, or whatever, they are healthy by themselves alone. But our preparation is quite poor compared to maybe
the extra condiments into it, and you go overboard. But also, we don't teach Prince. We don't teach portion size when it comes to African food.
Yeah.
Portion. You go as much as you can, 2 rounds, 3 rounds, extra meat, extra bula, extra bubwe. There's no portion size to.
One thing also, but portion size and the order, the sequence of eating. One thing I learned also. So we don't have that culture also. For example, like eating like maybe vegetables or some grains and some kind of fatty products before you go into your carbs and your protein and your carbs. That matters a lot. That I find out also. The sequence of your meal it matters a whole lot. And of
Yeah.
course the fiber intake
Oh,
also.
fiber, man. Yeah. Yeah, 100%. The thing is, some things you don't know because you haven't been taught. It's not like people don't want to do it just because they don't want to. A lot of us, I mean, shoot, I wasn't taught. They just give you better, but give you well, right.
I during the summer when we used to go to like grandma's place,
Mhm.
in Nigeria, back in Nigeria, it was known by everybody that 2:30 in the afternoon it was a bar, and
Yes, no.
it was the standard. That was what it was. Like you knew exactly what it is. Like we get the farm. So the cultural part of it as well is hard to change people that are used to a particular way of eating for centuries, for a long time. So I can't say, oh yeah, madam, eat that. Can you eat the? Don't put don't put a meat or fish or something like. They're like, who is this one? Who is this? They call it in Yoruba alakowe. Alakowe is what did they know about the way we So
But
it's go ahead, Prince.
I was gonna say the cultures, well, can I say I grew up in the north? I spent some time in the north as a child, right? There are also people, the northerns. I think they eat a lot of grains, and their
They
meal
do.
is not like greasy and fatty like ours in the south. And they always tend to look lean. I'm not sure about now. They also kind of incorporate a lot of stuff to the meal. They normally look like lean and healthy. They eat a lot of grains and nuts.
But I mean, but Prince Daddy, they eat very healthy. They also eat. I actually learned how to make this soup when I spent some time in it wasn't even north, it was in Ilorin, but they have this soup called miyan kuka, right? It comes from the kuka leaves. Kuka essentially is baobab tree. So the baobab tree has leaves. So during the season, they get the leaves, they grind it to powder, and they use the green powder to make this soup called miyan kuka in Hausa. And that leaf, if you look up if you have a chance, just go on Google and look up benefits of baobab leaves. Ridiculous. I'm talking about everything you can possibly imagine. It's like a natural multivitamin. Not to talk about the fruit powder that also comes from the north, and the baobab trees only exist in Nigeria. As far as Nigeria, only exist in northern Nigeria.
Oh, you can't get it in North America?
You can get it if you want. I'll give you a website to go buy it. But
yeah. Please put the link, please.
I will. It's a superfood. It's pretty much nature's multivitamin, and these people in the north have been eating this for centuries, right? And in addition, there's a plant in northern Nigeria that they found, right? And it's becoming a craze in the United States. It naturally increases your testosterone. And it's called Fadosia argestis. So
you see, that is the one man we invest in. You see, this is the sad part.
yeah, that's
the sad part. Like you see how the interest will peak once you start mentioning erection and sexual.
Yeah, testosterone.
So that they want to invest their time in.
Yeah, it grows wild in northern Nigeria as a weed. It grows wild.
There's this,
right?
I saw the video on YouTube. There's this particular village known for that.
Yeah.
I don't know what, but there's a village that is known for that section for that. So yeah, but
sorry, no, sorry, BT. Give me a microsecond. Let me pay a hand over to Thomas. The super chat has Isaac Ojo, who discovers that does it twice. So that's Isaac right there. That's Jafar saying one thing or the other via super chat. And Isaac carries on still, so that's Isaac still there. And of course, it never completes without a mention of Ayo, and that's Ayo right there. So that space still open. Anybody that wants to be part of it, do that. Let me hand over to Thomas. Thank everyone. See you tomorrow.
Oman, before you go, please. Oman, before you go, what time is Kando's show tomorrow?
No, we are going to do it off screen, and then we'll premiere it maybe on Friday. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Cheers.
Yeah, thank you, man. Go on, yeah.
Yeah, man. No, so this thing naturally increases your testosterone. Essentially, of course, I think the key part is what they don't know is how to consume it, right? What kind of dose were you going to take? But I'm sure if you go to the north and you meet some of these Hausa brothers there, they'll tell you exactly how much you should take because they've been.
Let me before you go ahead. Our first day of my medical herbalism group. Do you know the fight that we have? We didn't even know we were going to last this long. Do you know the first argument we had?
What?
It was over this particular thing, dosing. Because I'm like, when you get all these herbs, how do I know when to stop? How do you guys measure it? Or what lab? Because I'm always, when it comes to pain, I'm always like, listen, let's do some lab. Let's take your every function before you start taking all the, your patients, when you get to know them, they will open up to you.
Yeah.
African men take a lot of what we call opaini, butash, all those things, and you are on, you're on heart meds, and I need to know what you're taking.
Yeah.
So that's why my interest in herbs, that's how that came about. Not because I really want to start using it, it's because I know a lot of people that take it that I have to see.
Yeah.
And not tell you or discuss it with you if you don't at least have an idea of what they're talking about.
Yeah, and some herbs have they have certain mechanisms of action inside your body, and they might interact with other drugs that you might be taking. So it depends on the type of the effect. But something like Fadoja, of course, that increases your testosterone. You might want to try to really understand what it is. Historically, what have people taken? Are you taking anything right now that could affect you? And all those things come into play. But it's out there, and I actually believe some bodybuilder types in America have started using it because they're trying to get that edge without taking steroids.
Well, good luck.
Yeah, I know, right?
The need to, it's quicker and faster, if you know what I mean.
I know, man. That's crazy.
That's what I call it, playing ball. You know how. Well, let me just leave that alone. But can we? If Adama is there, I want to believe she's a medical provider. Just a quick question to you. Like, when people go to their primary care and they lose weight, how do you encourage them? I don't know what specialty or whatever, but I'm just overall.
Well,
How do you? Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'll let you finish. Go ahead.
Yes. So, like, post weight loss, what do you encourage? It's not medical advice, obviously, I know, but not advising. But what can they do to maintain their weight? What do you advise for people to do after losing the weight, of course, to maintain that weight and maintain a healthy lifestyle?
I would say is basically your general diet. You have to cut. Portion control is big. My specialty is anesthesiology, so I'm not even. I don't, the patients I deal with strictly are pain management, and I'm 80% I'm in the OR, so I don't deal with patients who go through weight loss, all that stuff. No.
Right.
So, but the general rules is you just have to watch what you eat, exercise at least 30 minutes a day, and portion control is the biggest because people tend to eat more when they're stressed. For our men, I think there was a study that was done. A lot of our Black men don't get enough sleep. They are sleep deprived. And I think it's because of they are overworked and they are stressed too. That's why when you see a lot of our men, they have this thing, their stomach starts, that's a sign that you're stressed. Start getting bloated, they start getting unnecessary.
I didn't know that was sorry. I didn't know that was unique to Black men. I mean, I see a lot of white men also with pot bellies. They work a lot too. They work a lot too.
Yes, but the difference is when I say Black people, we do not know how to manage our time. That's why. So I'm not saying it because it has anything to do with race. We do not know how to sit down, enjoy what we work hard for.
Just to
the
peculiarities of the black man.
Yes.
But so I'm glad you brought the sleep on because you're an astrology. So when it comes to sleep study, do you encourage that for Black? If you're having issues with sleep, do you encourage at least people trying out sleep study to find out if maybe they have some kind of sleep apnea or something else going on? Would you encourage
Yes,
that?
you get referred. Yes, you get referred if you have sleep. I think one of the biggest thing is for older patients, we don't like seeing them on meds. Like, you know how people take meds to go to sleep. There are some people they can't sleep, but it's good for them to go to sleep studies. And another thing is snoring. If you snore a lot, you need to do a sleep study. You need to wear what is it called? That
CPAP and
mask,
CPAP
CPAP mask to sleep. Yes, because when you're snoring, your airway is not clear, so you're losing oxygen to your brain as well. So
I found out today that before they used to have sleep study centers, right? People go there to sleep. Today I found out that they actually come to your house now.
yes,
They don't do it. I'm like, wow, times have changed. They don't do the centers anymore. They actually
oh, they're way advanced. They are way advanced. Even there are some CPAP you see now.
Oh, sorry, Adama. Sorry. I just want to ask about that snoring. If people tends, if like myself, I don't snore, but if I have a very busy day, my wife tends to tell me that I snore. It's not that
Yeah.
my airway is not clear. The tiredness can tiredness cause somebody to snore. That is mine.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
That's why I said if you're tired, if you're stressed, if you're overworked, let's say you work, let me give you an example. I do a 12-hour shift, sometimes 14. So if you do
I do
14,
24 hours sometimes.
oh, no.
Yeah,
You need
go
to
on.
take
Yeah.
care of yourself. You need to take care of us. You need to take care of yourself. So when you come home, you decompress and you lay down. You take a shower and you lay down. So why you're snoring is because your whole body is tired. So what I would advise is before you go to sleep, elevate your pillow. If you are able to afford those beds that you can raise your head up, upgrade to that. But elevate your pillow and go ahead. You want to say something?
No. Go ahead. I'm just confirming what you're saying. Yeah.
Yes,
Go on.
elevate your pillow, and it's very important. You know, if your wife catch you snoring so bad, let her try to tap you, wake you up, so that you can change your position because you're
Position.
losing oxygen. Yes, you're losing oxygen. If you want to know, go to Walgreens. I don't know what country you are. Just put on an
Australia.
oxygen on you, and see what your oxygen level will go down to when you start snoring. You'll be amazed how low your oxygen is.
Oh, yeah. You're right. I'm in the health sector too, so at least I can grab a couple of. I'm not a doctor or nurse, but I work in the health sector. I work in mental health sector. Yeah.
Thomas,
So at least I can grab. Yeah. Yeah.
Thomas, please. But back in school, I was told there are 24 hours. 24 hours make one day. That was what I was taught. So when do you drive? Where do you drive? Where do you have break? Working 24 hours. How do you
Don't
do
worry,
that?
my brother. If you are in
No.
Australia, you will know what I'm talking about.
No, but Thomas, on a more serious note, what he's saying is not healthy for you. No matter if you think, yeah.
Adama, it's not a stress job that I'm lifting weights. It's just sitting in the office and do my stuff. So
Yeah,
I
but
just
still,
maybe it's just as like over time, just once in a month or twice in a month. Yeah.
I will say this:
Thomas,
since walking,
just listen to what
that's
he's
not healthy.
saying. Listen to what
It's
he's
not
saying.
healthy at all. Even though you're just sitting there doing nothing, your body is not meant to stay up for that long.
Yeah.
Your
Now you know
body
now,
is not meant to
dollar
stay
now,
up.
now the money, now you
I
know now.
know, I know, I know. But
But
remember this.
but here's the cultural part. I'm in cardiology, right? So this is what I found out. For Black men, especially African men, the health issue, they don't address it early enough. It's when they cannot handle the pain or stress, whatever is going on, that they kind of finally give up to madam to drag them into the doctor's office. So can you speak to them? I know they are listening tonight. Please, how can we better encourage our African men to come up for medical checkups before it gets to the point where it becomes unbearable? Or it's like, what can we do, you as women, we as men, to encourage? Because we don't, unfortunately, as men, we don't open up to each other when it comes to health issues. We kind of, like, I know women tend to be more open about it, but men kind of don't discuss it. But what can we do as men to better encourage each other? And number two, how can we help each other out to encourage them at least visiting their PCPs often?
Yeah, that's a good question you asked. You know, at the Dipsy show, we discussed it a little bit this Sunday. I'm probably this coming Sunday, I'm probably going to add it as something that we're going to promote again. The question is, a lot of our men suffer from depression. As much as they might deny it and say they don't, that there's nothing called depression, a lot of our men are depressed. I believe in therapy. I believe in having someone you check in with, someone you can talk to and say, look, I'm going through this. I'm overwhelmed. This is what I'm going through. I just need, you need to vocalize it. You need to express it. Say something. Don't just keep quiet and assume those things are going to go away. And when it comes to check on... Yes.
Sorry. When it comes to depression, can it be categorized differently, or do you have different levels of depression, or is just the same thing?
It can be categorized. It has different categories. You know, some people are depressed
the reason I'm asking because I know there's something called situational depression. It's not like you're imbalancing your enzymes or your hormones or nothing like that. Because of the situation, you become depressed, right? Which if the situation is remedied, you back to normal. I mean, is that a thing?
That would not be categorized as depression then, if it's just temporary, like, so, so if it's like a situation like you described. I wish you had an expert in the field to elaborate on it. You wouldn't really call it depression. Yeah.
The thing is that men, I think another thing is that our culture don't encourage men to speak up. Like, when there's something, I know a lot of you have heard this, men don't cry, tough it up. Just, you have to be a man. You have to be a man. No, men go through a lot. I have 4 brothers, and I can tell you for a fact what my brothers enjoy calling me for is to vent. When they're down, I want to know. Talk to your wife. What is going on with you? Why are you acting this way? Why are you reacting this way? Why are you not sleeping enough? And then most of the times, a lot of us are depressed over something we cannot control. So most of the thing is finances. Second is pressure. Third is, maybe they are not happy in general. A lot of our men are not happy. They're just not happy. That's the truth. So you need to find avenue where you can make out time for yourself. I always tell people, go on vacation, travel, not going to this African party, drinking alcohol, tying all this shavy and all that stuff. Travel opens your mind. It doesn't have to be expensive. There are so many states. If you live in the United States, there are inexpensive things you can do. Just walking on the park,
right.
With your mates, and just, your wife should be your buddy. Your wife should be your confidant. Your wife should be able to know that something is not right with my husband. And most of the time, some of the problems these men have are their wife.
Ask Babati. We all, do you know what our problem is? We chase after money. And it's not because of our it's not because of our sorry?
Yeah.
It's not because of our problem, but if you look back in Nigeria, my sister, I can't tell you how many people I'm supporting. I still have my both parents alive. My sister is there. I'm the middle one. I have 2 in the front, 2 in the back. You know now.
Thomas, there's always there's always moderation, and if you die off, they will just move on. Think about this.
And Thomas, this is the thing. I don't know you in person, but this is the thing I want to say to you. This is my first time hearing you coming in on the platform. Normally I come in on Sunday, but I know you're a moderator. I've heard you speak. Try to calm the men down when they're talking. And this is my first time hearing you speak, and I picked up something from our conversation now. And I want to be honest with you. You're a people pleaser. And that is something that is going to hurt you so fast, more than any other
Are
thing.
you a prophetess?
A psychologist.
Thomas,
My sister,
pay attention. No, this is very no.
it's not
The,
easy.
No.
there's a story
You
of
are
a guy.
right. You are
Listen,
100% right.
No.
Yeah.
the story of a guy that I think it was 2 years ago that his friends brought him back to Nigeria to bury him, and during the burial ceremony, maybe I can find the video online. They said the man died because he worked so much just to send money to people around in Nigeria because he wanted to take care of everybody. So I'm not. You should do if you want to provide for people, it's fine. But your health comes first. Health is wealth. You have to be healthy to provide for others. So the best way to provide for yourself is to be healthy yourself. That's the first thing that has to be paramount.
Baba T.
Yeah.
Baba T. Sorry, maybe sometimes I might call you Prince Daddy or Baba T. So I don't know which.
It's okay.
Sorry, I want to ask a personal question, but I want to ask our Mrs. Adama.
Yes.
It's a personal question, please, and I want you to be patient with me. Now,
Okay,
I'm almost 58. I was born 67.
Okay.
1967. Okay. I don't have medical records, and then I don't go to checkups. I don't go to hospital. The only thing I might maybe flashback when I was working with working with a firm here and there, but now I do work on my own. I just do my job on my own account. But then when I was working with some firms here in Spain, the medical people normally come to we call it to the impresa. So they come, they do all analysis, medical analysis for the workers. Then at the end, they bring the result. They share the result to each of the workers. So I take my report. When I go home, I will just open it, look at it. I'll see HIV negative. Most of the record will be negative. That is the only thing I can tell you that maybe I know anything about myself medically. So is it a good thing, or I should pick up something else to help myself, or is it something good I'm just?
So if I understand your question, are you saying is it a good thing that your checkup is being done at work?
No, is it a good thing that I don't go to checkups?
No, it's not a good thing. No, it's not a good thing. It's a very bad thing. It's very, very bad. You have to, as a man,
Even though you are not sick, you feel okay. You're not. There's nothing wrong. You still need to go
No.
for checkup.
Yes, you have to go. There's something called physical.
Okay.
There's something called physical. And as a man, I try to encourage men to see a urologist twice a year. Because the thing is, a lot of us don't even know how to, a lot of our men don't even know how to examine their private part. When it comes to your penis, they don't know what they need to check for. So those are things when you go to the urologist, your doctor, they will show you that thing. And when was the last time you have a colostomy done? Things like that. There are things, the more you get older, you need to do. It's not about, oh, I'm healthy. No. You don't know what is going on your body. You may look physically fit, but you don't know what is going on. So it's very important to have a physical every year.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I would encourage you, and I would say start with this. Start with make it short. Write 3 things that are very important to you that you want to change. So when you go see your doctor, you tell them these are 3 things that are bothering me. When I say 3, I don't like people making long lists because you make it reasonable. Things start off slow. Then as you get familiarized with your doctor, you can add more things to that list. But the goal of writing those 3 things down is be realistic and know that you're going to commit to whatever you're writing down.
Okay, I will go and find out who my doctor.
Yes, Adam. I think I'm in that category. In 2 years, I can say I haven't taken any medication. The last medication I remember I took in 2 years is maybe Panadol. Maybe you have slight headache. Then sometimes when I have slight headache, I'll just sleep over it. When I wake up, I'm fine. But I don't really, even though I'm in diaspora, so to say, I don't really put for maybe body checkup. What am I checking?
Thomas,
quickly on before
Thomas,
the doctor responds.
Thomas and Babati. Let me just ask.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I was going to say to Thomas, it is good that you don't take medication, but I think what the doctor's talking, Adam is talking about, it's not about taking medication. It's about a physical checkup to see what is going on internally, so to speak, or with you.
Yes.
So not taking medication is a good thing, but beyond that is actually knowing that if you should take medication or not. It's essential. And to your point earlier, Adam, you mentioned about, I was going to say we Africans, we're not friendly with nature. Okay, what you're talking about to decompress, maybe you take care of depression or whatever. We don't go out like, hiking or just even walking around. We go from inside to outside to outside, over and there, whatever. We don't. My point is that there's so many things they do here in the West that people use to decompress. After a day's work, or not even going on a long vacation, just like a mini vacation, so to speak, and just go outdoors and do things, and it helps a lot.
Okay, guys, before you go, let me just crystallize what Adana was saying. So, because you mentioned the urology, to Isaac, I think you should first find you a primary care physician. So they're the ones that usually will refer you to like a urology. So, like for example, let's just break it this way: in your 20s, you're supposed to learn how to take your private part, like Adana was alluding to. In your 30s, skin, you know how to assess your skin. 40s, you're looking at your prostate exams. 50s, also your colon will come into question. These are like per every 10 years, there are things you need to start adding the older you get. So 20s, testicular issues, 30s, skin, 40s, your colon issue, colon prostate issues, 50s, your colon. So the older you get, you start adding more. But this will all be coordinated by your primary care physician. And let me just also add a disclaimer for people talking about the harbor medication for sex enhancement. Please, if you are on any blood pressure, anything that has to do with cardiovascular issues, if you have any cardiovascular issues, consult your primary care before taking any of these sexual enhancers.
I appreciate you saying that. That is so big. I appreciate you saying that.
Because men, you know how I want to go 7 rounds to hell. You know now. You want to do 7 rounds, so be careful.
Yeah. And another thing too is that for the young men listening to and older men, I've seen this a lot. Stay away from energy drinks. You have no business drinking energy drink. Do you know what energy drink does to your heart? Do you know what your heart rate? And the part that makes me crazy is I see people mix it up with alcohol. Are you kidding me? Energy drink and alcohol? No, you have no business doing that. Energy drink, stay far away from it. It's not good for you.
So no Red Bull and vodka.
No, you can't. That's not good.
Just joking, I've had it before though. But no, but I want to ask Babati, what about Agbo?
Okay, Agbo is also okay. This is I'm very passionate about it. I mentioned
first of all, what's in Agbo?
Agbo has a lot of this is the thing. Okay, let me put it this way. Agbo is it addresses the plethora of issues. It's not designed just to address. So if you take Agbo for headaches, for instance, it might also help you with knee pain. ABC. The problem with Agbo is that is number one, dosing. People, usually they will send you a back of a stick from Nigeria and they will tell you soak it into water or alcohol.
Yeah.
That works. But nobody ever tells you how much is it one bottle that you should take? Is it two? How big is the bottle? Is it dry gin? Is it so people just do free?
You mean the dosage?
Yeah. So remember, I keep mentioning medical ballism. That's the reason we set it up to engage these herbal practitioners, because we have patients that are taking those agbos.
Yeah, that's true.
That's the reason I engage them. And like I told you, our first discussion was very heated. Because I'm like, okay, so what lab test did you run? Okay, tell me about the person's liver function and kidney function before you give them a opinion. They don't know that. So we've come up with a plan where, like a soap note, we would together do the assessment together. We are good at assessing better. They are good at what they do. So we've come up with a plan where you come up with that agbo. I'll tell you, like in America now, we have about 20 that is well known. Like if you have BPH, for instance, we know ashwagandha is good for men that have prostate issues. So in America, the medical community recognizes the uses of ashwagandha for men with BPH. Ginkgo bar, for instance, is good for depression. Magnesium
it's good for memory.
Yeah, memory.
It's good for cognitive function.
Exactly. So we in the medical community, there are herbs that we've kind of incorporated into our own practice. Like even CoQ10, your basic CoQ10. If you have cardiovascular issues, CoQ10 will be added.
Yeah, vitamin. Yeah, that's true.
Exactly. So things like that. So the reason why I engage people like the Agbo or about it, because I want to know more about it. I want to study it because I have.
Babati, the main thing, what's the active ingredient in Agbo? Is it yoinbine?
That's the thing. The like I mentioned, the only guy that has talked to me about it in detail is the pharmacy, that the guy from the UI that says they have documents from the 70s from UI that wants to publish it so we know what it is.
Yeah, they should publish it now. Why are they wasting time with this stuff?
Yeah, because what BT is your name BT?
Yeah, BT, call me BT.
Okay, BT, what you said is so important. So important, because it's alarming the number of herbs people take. It's alarming. I've seen patients who have cancer. They come, you just, and I will ask, what have you been, I want to know before, are you in any blood? They'll bring out this bag and I'm like, what is this? Oh, someone gave it to me from Nigeria. I've been shaking it and they say it will help. And I'm like, are you kidding me? So what you said, I would like to really know what those studies
are. That's my problem, and we don't know where it came from. It's not labeled, no number.
It's not labeled. We don't know the dosage, the ingredients, nothing.
Taking it. So that's my issue. So I'm not saying that it does not work. I'm not saying that it does not work. That's not my problem. The problem
is I don't know what you're taking.
Exactly. And when you come to medical practice to take a medication, like, okay, example, somebody was taking Agbo, right? I don't know. And that person, we put that person on high dose of Lovenox, and they were on. Do you know the PTI? The PTI now came. I'm like, what the bloody hell? Okay, the man did not confess until the wife said, "This is what he's been taking." I'm like, this is blood clots right here. This is blood clots.
Are you kidding?
You have PADs, peripheral artery disease. And you take it, and they put you on a heavy dose of anticoagulants of medication, and you take it that is limiting the effectiveness of the medication, and you will not tell me what it is. So that's the issue I'm having.
No, but see, these things it just comes down to, like, that's why I said the research you said they did at UI, they need to release that stuff, because even at that, I'm sure because it was so long ago, research methods have changed from the 1970s till today. They probably need to do more updated research on all these things. I'm talking about double-blind research to really try to find out, and from that they'll be able to identify the dosage, the effects, the concomitant medication that they should not be taking. all these things will come out with these things, and that's why it's important that
I sorry.
yeah.
Well, this today, our men. Why are women just trying to impress our wife that we can go 7 rounds, 100 rounds? Getting
Because
money.
Thomas, any woman you go 7 rounds with, that she's not going anywhere. If you do 7 rounds,
This
Thomas,
enhancing that we are talking about. No.
Thomas, first of all, nobody's going 7 rounds, Thomas. Forget that.
Are you kidding me?
That's not going to happen.
Is it boxing? Is it boxing?
but please, guys, please let's have a cake. Okay, can you come in? You wanted to add? I know you can't.
Sorry, the main thing I wanted to add is the what's it called? The round thing. It has nothing to do with Agbo. It all has to do with the prolactin level in the body. And reducing the prolactin, I think, reduces refractive period. So you don't have to use Agbo if you know how to lower prolactin levels in the body. So people take the problem with Agbo is it's full of substances that you cannot isolate the active ingredient. And for those that don't think we do research, we do a lot of research. I peruse a lot of NIH studies. There are many research coming from Nigerian universities on specific ingredients, but so something like agbo is a concoction. So is it made of tree bark plus leaf plus what? I mean, what exactly is the constituent? That's the problem with agbo. But if you take one ingredient, one after the other, like there's what's it called Uziza seeds or something. I was reading about that.
Yeah.
That's apparently beneficial for men that are aging and I want to boost their T levels up. That Uziza leaves and
I agree with you.
But it's just one ingredient, but not if you combine all sorts of things that you don't know what the hell.
Let me ask you. Let me ask you. You live in America.
Okay, hold on, Babati. Before you speak, let me put out this disclaimer again because we've been going on. So for those of you listening to us, we're just talking to each other. One man is not giving out any medical advice. So before you start any medication or before you start any weight loss journey, please make sure you go discuss it with your physician. So we're not giving out any medical advice. So please.
Okay.
That I need to put that disclaimer there. Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So, how many people that you know in this America that in their house they only not only have 1, 2, or 3 agbos in the bottle? If you ask them when they go to their doctor, do they disclose that they did this agbo? It's no. They don't tell them.
No, but they don't tell them because they can't even describe what they're taking.
That's
because you don't know. But if you're using if you're using ashwagandha to
that one,
reduce stress,
that one of course,
then you can say, okay, I'm using ashwagandha. Or if you're using goji berries, if you're eating goji berries, you can say, okay, this is exactly. But with agbo, it's just a mixture of things you don't know.
Okay,
right.
Babati, I want to tell you something. Just my experience when I used to work in China. Because of exhaustion, I went to the Chinese hospital, and most of the Chinese hospital, they imbibe TCM, which is a Chinese traditional medicine. So when I get there, I went to the one doctor, and that doctor said I should go to the TCM section, which is their traditional medicine. So they gave me just like herbs, but they already measure it. They know they use herbs a lot in China. That is the reason why they have that longer life and maybe healthy body. So they have already separate all those agbo into several parts. So I have to cook just like the Nigerian way. So it's like in 5 packets for 5 days. And they tell me how many hours I'm going to cook it. So the guy said, because I work too much, I'm exhausted, I need to relax. And if I take this agbo, it will replenish my blood and so many other ingredients, or so many other nutrients that it will give me. And when I went to started drinking those herbs, I'm just trying to see the difference between the way we practice in Africa and the way they do in Asia.
Remy, what do you then think? What should the West do as more people migrate towards the West, but yet still taking those herbs? That means you're forcing the American or the Western
that's exactly what I'm
they have to study agbo to address the new influence of
the Asians are ahead of us. They use herbs a lot, but they have what you are describing and that you are still bringing people together. They study it in their university, and when you go to the hospital, they give you exact herbs that you need. Not that you just go to anybody and they say drink as much as you can. No, it's not that way. So they, in my eyes like this, the man is the leaves and the bark of tree they have already dried. He's putting it into that brown bag and into 5 places. And by the time I drank for the second day, I'm already very energetic and very strong enough to go back to work because they asked me to also stay at home for 2 days. So by the time I drink it for like 5 days, I'm so healthy that even each time I want to go to the hospital, when I have a cold or cough or whatever, they also give me a kind of medicine. You just dilute it into warm water. And once you drank it, you'll be fine. So I learned a lot of things. They told me that you don't need to be using medicine every time. Most time you like abstain from Western medicine. Not that they are condemning Western medicine because they also use, but they tend to like not everything that happened to you. You quickly go and take aspirin, Panadol, and eat a lot of medicine. So many times they discourage it a lot. So they tend to like eat more vegetables or go do exercise or something like that. They just let you aware that keep your shape. So in that TCM, if Nigerian can model our way that way, I think it's quite good. It's a big business over there.
No, but I think he makes a good point. But I think the key thing is, like what Kulata was saying, that we have to do is because Agbo is not a single ingredient type of drink. They just have to first of all isolate everything that's put into it, and then just if NIH is doing tests, fine, let's do the test.
But
let me second what you just said about the China.
Isaac, give me one
China. Okay.
Isaac, yeah, give me one sec. But if we just oppose it to our forefathers, then all this measuring, all this way we put together, these leaves we put together, they have it then, they live long, isn't it?
No, but Thomas, they wait. If they went to see a herbalist back then, right? Herbalist would tell them, take this amount of this. They tell them how much to take. Make no mistake about it.
Maybe the cover of a shinap.
Exactly. Exactly. They will tell them how much you take. So, and that's the thing that we have a lot of things that cure diseases, extremely beneficial for you. And I think that's where it comes in, where either private individuals or government entities need to fund research into these things. I'm telling you, because, it would go a long way into curing a lot of diseases, cutting down medical costs, and even improving the kind of medical services that we have in our space. But Agbo might work. I've heard a lot of people saying Agbo works.
Let me cut in real quickly about it. I wish I had the link for the China research that I've seen. The amount of money that these people pour into research in this sector is out of this world. This is not just them listening to what grandfather or great grandfather said. They actually have, I think, the largest research facilities all over China regarding all this medicine. So this is not your grandpa old understanding. They are just like I forgot what I was talking about when it was in China. They have this thing down to molecular level. This is no joke. They're trying to take over. Actually, I believe they've taken over that space.
So, sorry, if I may interject, the people are misconstruing something. Herbal supplements are generally not funded. The research are generally not well funded. So a lot of research that you see, they're done on Wister rats. Is it a rat or worm or something? And then when they're going to do any sort of human study, is probably use a couple of dozen of people. And a lot of it is like not double-blind studies or anything, because the people that have the money are not going to pay for it, because if it's a herb, anybody can use a herb, except they've kind of like found a way to synthesize the active ingredient and then use it as a drug. For example, that Wegovy stuff that they got from the lizard on whatever island, at least those ones, they were able to kind of like isolate it and research. So when we say we don't do research, I see a lot of research from UNN, IFE, UI, and all that stuff. I mean, some of my work has to do with some of this NIH stuff. So there, we do research, but it's not going to be human research, right? And then you'll see a bunch of case studies. So that's all you're going to find. It's not just a Nigerian problem.
But that's the point, that right? It's not significant enough. If you're not doing, inhuman trials that are, double-blinded.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is it's not a Nigerian problem, is what I'm trying to say. Indian herbs, Chinese herbs is the same thing. You just see rat studies.
Yeah, but
so
in the case of the China that I'm talking about, you see, they are actually they're getting patterns on this thing. It's not just we're just doing
those are the
research.
ones that they're gonna ultimately make a drug. But there's no money. There's no money to spend on research for a herbal supplement.
Okay,
unless the state funds it.
Let me
no, this is the business end. These guys, these guys are not
Give me 1
joking.
second, Ando, please. Give me 1 second. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. Do you know components of Afirin mimics what Rocephin does? Rocephin, we use it for, some form of STDs. So when you talk about research, all I'm saying is let's research Afirin, the ones we have or the other ones we have in Nigeria, then invest and monetize it and commercialize it and make money off of it.
You need a pharmacy, though.
Yeah, but the ones that are showing interest in Nigeria, that I know that like Nigeria, your Pfizer's or all those ones they are making money off of those things, but it's not meant for the Nigerian market. And maybe even if they don't bring it back to you, you're not really making money from it because they're just taking the leaves away, doing their own research in their own country. But how do it benefit you in your own country?
First, we even need to start from even the herbs. Let's say advanced research is expensive, right? All this pharmaceutical stuff is very risky and it's very expensive because it may pass stage 1 and fail stage 2 or stage 3 clinical trials. You know how those things go.
So let me clarify. Wait. So you know where I'm coming from. Usually, when you're testing the drug, you experiment to see if it works. This, by many people, is already confirmed to work. We just need to understand how and why it works.
Yeah,
that's different.
Many drugs you will not know how it works. For example, metformin. Nobody knows the full. It's been used forever, but nobody knows the full mechanism. And of course, they synthesize it from some flower. So it's not. I mean, here's the thing. In Nigeria now, there's some herbs that even herbal supplement companies are coming to Nigeria to take. That Fadogia that someone mentioned in the comment section is an example.
For God's sake, like what the hell?
Going by, it's only found in Nigeria, and they're profiting from it. But we've been sitting on this stuff for years, even as a herb.
That's what I have. Like, what can we do as a society where you have all these herbs, you have all this illyrium, everything that have all this.
But that's what I was saying. The whole thing about research. So. Fadoja thing, right? It becomes, first of all, it's anecdotal. They'll say there's this group, or they'll call us a tribe. There's this tribe in Nigeria that takes this thing, and the men swear it makes them stronger, it increases. And someone will go there and say, and then take a look at it and go, this thing, enhances your testosterone. Mm-hmm. And then they'll go do studies on it, right? And then someone will be like, well, let's isolate the active ingredients. We'll do in vitro, in vivo, phase 1. And through phase 1, they'll get the mechanism of action of the drug, how it affects your body and everything. And then they start, okay, it's safe. And then they continue going from there. And those are the things.
That is what an investor is looking for.
Yes. Money. But to your point, in order for us to monetize it, right, we have to own that space. So we have to be able to say, okay, here's what we're going to do. We have all these things that some of them we've been using for centuries. That anecdotally, people have said it works. We need to be able to capture exactly why it works so we can, as we say in Nigeria, we can package it and then we can make money off of it. But if we don't, someone else will come into our space and do it. That's the point.
Okay, let me add this to it though. I think I'm going to have to sit down and do a little bit of more research into this. But I have seen where even the UN They found certain things in certain countries, and they've been able to, even though you've had all these big pharma companies that are utilizing those things, they've been able to structure it in a way where the indigenous people of those areas that are quote unquote known to be the ones that thing emanated from their area, they actually get paid. So there is a way, if like what Baba T is talking about, that a particular thing is only found in Nigeria, if you can isolate that, I mean, there is the body. I don't know. I'm not sure if it's UN or UNESCO that actually goes through the process of ensuring that the people from that area
But that is
benefit.
I know that is your government. If you don't have a responsible government to ensure that happens, then what? Your
Yeah,
government has
but the other disadvantage to that is that's peanuts to the dollar, though. Now, if they pay you, right, they'll pay you and then they'll turn around and go monetize it, and then they'll make trillions,
Yeah,
right?
well,
Why don't we
they're
own the
doing
entire?
that.
Why don't we own the
But do
entire
you,
chain?
but
Why don't we?
do you have the capacity to do the
Well, that's what I'm saying.
clinical
There are people in
research?
Nigeria that do have the capacity, right? So that's what I'm saying is the sense that we need to own that space as a people, not take whatever it is that's there, sell it for peanuts to some person. The person leaves the country and then monetize the crap out of it, and then that's what we become.
I agree with you, but the ones that I mean, we're at a different level here. Go and plant your tomato and the things that you need that people can eat first before you start talking about putting 6 billion into a research that may or may not, yield anything.
But I think we're setting artificial limits, right? We're capable of doing it. A couple of years ago, people would have said no one would have built a refinery in Nigeria, right? The possibility of it being done is real. We just have to leverage the people that can get it done.
I agree. I agree. I just don't know who those people are, and I mean, I would have to think that even.
Please give us a name. Do you know anybody that like showed interest in doing anything major in that sector? Maybe K knows. I don't know. I've never had any major Nigerian pharmaceutical company that is going to invest.
But see, let me ask you this: who has really put it out there?
I don't. I'm
you see what I'm saying?
I don't
see what
know.
I'm saying though?
Like,
yeah, that's the point I'm trying to make, right? We haven't had one government that's put it out there that, hey, we want to do this. And then my argument has always been that for our government, the people that they need money from for any industry in that country are in that country.
Right? I think what the government should do is simple. If I were in government today, I will mandate all those big multinational corporations instead of giving them incentive for road construction alone. I can also mandate them that maybe 0.5% of their profit, and I pull a team of professors from all Nigerian universities together, lock them somewhere, fund them for this research, and then we can go from there. Because if you are still continuing to say who's going to do it or who's going to, because we all know in that country, everything rests with the government. Every time it's government. No individual.
I think you like locking people up too much. This is about the seventh time I've heard you say lock them up somewhere.
No, what I mean locking people is not putting them.
No, I know. I'm just pulling your leg.
For me, I think most of Nigerian academicians, they were just sitting in the classroom or where doing nothing. So if you can just put them somewhere and tax them and give them a time frame to come out with a lot of stuff.
But
Kulata, sorry, I have a question for Kulata. Kulata, the Fadru, how do you pronounce that? What is that? And Nigeria, there's a herbal medicine you just pronounced. You start with an F. Yeah, how does that work? Like, do people back home use it? Like, how does it work?
I don't know if they use it. I discovered it when I got here, when I was reading. When you watch all these bodybuilding,
have you tried
videos.
Have you tried it?
No, because I read about it. It's toxic.
Oh,
it can be toxic. So it's supposed to maybe increase. No, I think it's liver toxic. Okay. It's supposed to increase maybe the luteinizing hormone or something, the Leydig cells. I'm not I read a lot.
No, it's in the right dosage. It's not. Are you guys familiar with Andrew Huberman?
I watch a lot of Andrew by myself.
Yeah. So he was talking about it on his, and he's one of those guys that does all this research, right?
He's the one that actually popularized it.
Yeah, so he's the one. He does a lot of this research, but
So
the
is it meant for just men only, or
the
women
people.
can
So
take it as well?
how it exists in the north, right? The Hausa people I know that I've spoken to they call it. I've forgotten the name they call it. They call it a different name, and they've always used it. It's always been there. So these guys just found out about it. Someone went there, decided to try to put it into a pill. If you go on Amazon right now and type in Fadoja, it'll come up. Some people have been able to put it.
So, but one thing I've noticed about Amazon, though, not everything being sold on Amazon is authentic. So is that the real stuff?
No, but obviously
you have to deal with, if you're going to buy any supplement, it's luck of the draw. So you have to deal with maybe the ones that test.
Yeah, so some of them have a lot of supplements. What you want to do is verify that they have third party testing.
They have fillers in them. A lot of them just put fillers in there.
Some of them
buy from them directly, or there we don't Amazon it.
And with something like Fadoja, right? It's a single ingredient herb. So a lot of times you just want to make sure that the people that are producing it have third-party testing. In some cases, maybe it's SGS or someone else they use, and the nutritional value and the safety data sheet for those things are authentic. But at the end of the day, these things have been used in Nigeria for a long time, and they just came and took the active and put it into a pill.
So why didn't we bring it out if they found it from Nigeria? Like, why didn't anybody
So let me correct one notion. We studied it in our universities. That's how those Oyimbos found out about it. People think we don't do a lot of research. We do a lot of research, but the thing is we don't use those research because those Padoja, those things go to NIH, go to any PubMed site. You will see studies on it, original studies. You'll see University of Nigeria something, University Clinical. They're there. Same thing there's a pepper called alligator pepper or something like that. Yeah, that one too. It probably has some PDE5 in inhibition or some rock inhibitor. Like it acts as like ED medicine. But we studied it. But since we studied it, nobody did anything with it.
Yeah.
Another one.
You do. Coletta, you have a point. Guys, let me blow your mind. Do you know there's something I actually, on some days, I drink it and I don't even touch my cup of coffee. And it grows all over Nigeria, especially in Southwest. Cacao. Cacao. So cacao is essentially...
I drink cacao every day.
Where do you get that from?
You can get it from Whole Foods. Yeah, cacao is essentially, how you take the seeds out of cocoa, right? And you let them dry. They dry them before they now sell them, export them. From when it's dried, that particular seed, if you mill it, it turns into powder. The powder is what people use to make chocolates. That powder is cacao, essentially.
So there's an active ingredient in cacao.
I think I know what I may have it in my
Let me look for the name. There's an active ingredient in cacao that's a stimulant. That's what's working for you.
I love it, man.
It starts with a P or something.
And it is packed with antioxidant. It's extremely nutritious, and it has fiber. So sometimes I'll just if I wake up in the morning, before I go to the gym, I'll just fix myself a cup of cacao. That's it. I'm good. My eyes just open up.
If you drink cacao, the flavonoids in cacao, your blood pressure will be super. Well, depending if you don't have any other condition. So let me not judge. But cacao makes my blood pressure like 100/70 or something like that. And I drink it every day. I don't miss a day without drinking cacao.
Colata.
And this is cocoa, essentially. It's cocoa. It grows all over Southwest. It's all over Nigeria.
Please, Colata. Is there any research on bitter cola?
Yes.
Yes. There's many research on bitter cola. I'm just not interested in bitter cola because I don't want anything.
Bitter cola nuts. And by the way, bitter cola in Nigeria, people don't know this. People come from abroad and they buy it in tonnage. In fact, there are some places in Nigeria that bitter cola grows. It's hard for you to even find it because they just pack it up and export it. Can you imagine?
The stimulant in cacao is called theobromine. TATO bromine. Yeah. It's not as strong as caffeine, but it sustains you. It doesn't give you that crash, that caffeine crash.
Yeah,
Even though
it doesn't.
I don't have that, it doesn't
And
give me that caffeine crash.
my focus, if I drink cacao, I can sit in front of my computer and I will not blink for the next 2 hours. I promise you, I'll just be focused. My focus goes through the roof and I'm just
So is it
focused.
a stimulant for you to stay that?
It's a stimulant. The theobromine itself is a stimulant. But there's many things in cacao. Don't think about. There's so many flavonoids in cacao. There's epicatexin or whatever that builds muscle. I mean, it builds
It's fantastic.
muscle.
It's your
There's so
chocolate.
many stuff in cacao. It's
It's
almost like a
essentially,
superfood.
yeah. And look at it like this. It is just raw chocolate. Raw.
Raw
So this is,
chocolate at the
yeah,
wow.
before they do anything to it. So essentially, and in some places where you buy it, you actually buy the cacao nibs, what they dry. You don't buy the powder.
Yeah.
And you now take the nibs home and you mill it yourself at home if you want to, in like a coffee grinder. And then you can just drink it. So,
Oh,
and
if I
then,
take that, I will sleep for 2 days.
and it's all over, this stuff is all over Nigeria. And when I go
It's
to
all over
Nigeria,
Nigeria.
I tell people, when I was in Lagos last time, I was like, oh, where can I find cacao? The guy was really like, what's that?
There's this
Wow.
pediatrician that used to prescribe it for ADHD as part for the kids because it helps them focus.
Dude, I'm telling you, man, my focus is unreal.
It helps.
I'm like Superman at work.
It helps the kids. Okay, I don't know, not medical advice because we have to say it, but
Yeah, we don't have to. Therefore, when you touch ADHD, I wanted to say don't go there, don't go
yeah,
there.
but because she's a good. Okay, never mind. But I've
don't go there.
Part of because they didn't want to go the route of heavy meds, and she kind of suggested that to the parents.
Yeah.
And it helped.
So while we're on that, man, Thomas, I want to finish with you. Thomas, please, you have to take care of yourself. If you want your wife to enjoy you, you have to take care of yourself. Let me tell you, you live to work and not work to live. Regardless of what you have going on, you need to put yourself first. If that makes you selfish, I am someone, I prioritize myself. Anything I'm doing, I come first before any other person. So I think that's what our men need to learn more. And we need to have someone that you talk to. Like when I say talk to, a check-in buddy, someone that you can trust. Because a lot of us, we pocket a lot of things, Depression is real. And that's what hurts me because our men are dying in silence. They can't talk like they feel. And I believe you see, when it comes to mental health, don't play with it. Do not play with it. Mental health is very big. Learn to get at least 8 hours of sleep. Put away your phone. It's advice when you want to sleep. Put away your gadgets away from
Jesus,
you.
8 hours. How do you do that?
Oh my God, I do 10 hours when I sleep because I have to stay focused with what I do. So I have to. It's good. It just, I don't know, sleep does something to me that I can't describe.
Sorry, before I forget, Tom and anybody, this is medical advice, but if you having problem sleeping, magnesium with the glycinate also helps. That
Yes,
helps.
magnesium, that's a good one. Yes,
It helps
yes.
you. You will sleep like a baby. So
I can do straight 15 hours.
For what? Of what?
Wow,
Sleep.
that is good.
Yes, 15 hours.
But the quality of sleep is what we're looking at. It's not
Is
how
what,
long.
the quality of,
Not 15
that's
hours.
the thing.
Well, what is the REM? What is the quality of sleep is the issue, not how long you're sleeping. Yeah,
And another one question
Which
I
one
wanted to
is
ask,
quality again, Babati?
Yes, you
Actually,
can
I
sleep for
don't sleep
15
off now.
hours, but for that 15 hours, the real sleep you got maybe was only 5 hours.
No, 15. I slept one day. I missed one day.
That's
I didn't know one day. I thought that I slept all the day. I didn't know that there was one day I missed.
Did your wife did your wife or girlfriend just leave you?
I did sleep there.
Can I shift this conversation a little
Once I
bit
lock
because
my
I just
door, I
want
don't
to
lock her. Nobody they come.
I just want to hear from the men. Can I ask a question? And I think maybe it's a cultural thing or maybe it's not. Why do our men find it hard to speak out? Why? I just want to know as
Martha,
a
go ahead.
woman.
You're the.
I grew up here. I live.
Speak out. Speak out now. You
Speak out about speak out about what? Their health
about what?
or
Like
Go
when
ahead.
they're going through stuff, like anything, like when you're not okay, when you're having a difficult time, like they box it in, like it may be anything. Your children are not something.
Can I go first, please? Yeah,
Yes.
yes, I think is in the man's nature. We are egoistic. We don't want people to have like pitying us, like be shame outside, like something happened to us. So we always like to be, men always like to be up there. You can clarify that. Men likes to be up there, just to pretend we are strong. We can do it. Nothing will happen. But you rightly said we tend to die inner. I think that is just my own observation. Yeah, somebody else can go next.
I think men are built to be reserved, naturally. Even from if you want to look at it biblically, I think men are created to be that, that there's that reservation naturally for men. I don't think I don't know, maybe medically our doctors can help us explain that, but on a general view, I think naturally it's just something that is in man to be reserved.
yeah, that could be so, but I think a lot of it is learned behavior. From the time you're 5 years old and you fall down, your parents, especially your dad, will tell you get up, take it like a man. You know, while
That's deep.
while the girls at a young age are treated like princesses. They even call you princess. You know, so I think it's a lot of it is learned behavior, and even as you grow older, as a teenager, your friends will tell you to suck it up. In Yoruba land, they will say, "Gbamora bi okunrin,"
Yeah.
take it like a man. So if you learn that through, age 5 through age, I don't know, 18, 21, it just becomes part of you. And that's just what society expects of you. You're the man, like they say.
Even when I was growing up, when I was young, my sisters, when they cry, they get that attention. But the boys, when you cry, they just say,
Yeah, they will say
okay,
you're
you are a
crying.
man.
They will even
Men
say you're
don't
crying
cry.
like a
Okay,
woman.
you are a man. Yeah, you're
They
crying
will say
like a
you're
woman.
crying. Yeah, you're crying like a woman. you know.
Wow. Just because you're expressing your crying?
Yeah, they want to no,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
don't need to cry,
but
right?
madam, let's be realistic here. Men in pretty much almost environment, the way it really works in our world is we have to deal with a lot more stuff, right? So just the way it is. So if you raise a young man and you don't raise that young man to be able to handle things and get past those things and not cry about them or whine about them, then you're not effectively raising the kind of man that can lead a family tomorrow. You don't want to raise a man that even women will tell you, I don't want a man that bitches about stuff all the time. Right? So while sometimes some people might say, oh, yeah, men should talk about their feelings and all that, the honest truth about it is women don't want men like that. They don't.
Well, I don't know I don't know
Absolutely.
the kind of women you're talking about, because one thing that is so important to me is if you don't speak out, like when you're down, it's okay not to be okay. Like I said, I have four brothers,
Sorry,
men.
Adama, quickly. For men, there's a condition of time and place. Time and place is very important. So a woman can choose to express her feelings at any time. but a man would too, if the time and place is conducive to do so, maybe among fellow men or even in the presence of a woman or women. It don't matter. But man, one thing I've learned also, I would say though, universally, catalytically, I would say that men are almost the same everywhere. And African men and Asian men, even a white Caucasian man, they are the same. But culturally, there's a cultural differences. Although, for example, in the West, we know that men would, a Western man, American man, or whatever, British is more likely to open up and talk more. But when it comes to things that bother them, things that worries them, that's kind of personal, that thing touches their ego, they are more reserved, just like an African man would. That's my perception, observation.
Before the next Adam, and also I can't say I blame my parents. I think it's a form of training as well. When we were young, when my sister, when they are crying for something, if I want to do same, my mom will say, "You are a man up, man up." They rate me then as only son. Then before I later got a junior brother, they rate me then as like above my sister, even though they are elderly. I have two sisters. They rate me then like, you are a man. Even though we are not a man, then they will call us, you are a man. You man don't cry for something, go away. I think that's the inbuilt in us since we were young. I don't know how the rest of man here been brought up, but that's how I was brought up. My mom would say, you are a man. That's what they always tell us. So I think that's really in our psyche till now. I think that's my own observation.
In my own submission, I think life have thrown a lot of obstacles in front of men from childhood.
That's true. That's true.
And
I agree with that.
As you continue to grow older, there's so many things you have to find a balance. First, you have to find a balance when you are married between your wife and your mother and the extended in-laws. Second, find a balance between your children if you have more than one, because you all want them to excel in life, and you have to play that balance that everybody have the same equal opportunity. When you go to place of work, you are also a lot of obstacles in front of you because you need to get promotion. You don't want to be stagnant. So many things in front of men. And when you're also seeking power, you need to be a strong man. So when people see you, they will look at you. He is whining every time, or it's not good. It's not a strong. By mere talking to you, or by mere looking at you, they might conclude that, oh, this man is not fit to be a leader. So there's so many things in front of men that will make you be a strong person. If you are not up to that, then that is why at the end of the day, I'm sorry to say this, men die first before women.
Yes, they do.
Well, quickly to that point, that veneer that Remy just described is changing gradually, and I think there's a paradigm shift in our modern society, quite frankly. And don't be surprised if the issue or the problem, quote unquote, that men are having or been having, our women also will begin to have them because of their position in society, in today's world.
But the drawback about that one is that most women in position of power, they cannot find the balance of how to how to live with their husband. For example, if a man is super rich and still he will still content that whatever you want, you still have to listen to his wife. But when you twist around, most time women, unfortunately, they don't know how to strike back balance. Or maybe because they think, oh, I have more money than you, and then I will rub it on your face, something like that. So it's not so easy, and that is why one of the reasons, so many reasons that we're having a lot of breakup nowadays. But when you are married to a
So, Mr. Rami, if I understand what you're saying, and I saw people at the chat saying it too. So, will you say a lot of our we women are the problem sometimes, like in marriages as well? Because a lot of the men I come in contact with must, work and everything. Maybe I've seen or
just like
two Nigerians?
just like somebody in the beginning tells you that he has to cater for a lot of people. Find the balance between him and his wife, the mother, take care of the brothers. And what about his the other extended family from the wife? Maybe the what do you call it, the mother-in-law and the rest. So sometimes as a man, so many things. But when you twist it around and it's a man, it's a woman in that position, it's not, it will not hug out well for that man. At the
Well,
end of the day,
Remy, yeah. See, what you're talking about, it's overall, it's a leadership role, okay? And again, women are beginning to occupy a leadership role. Well, the same woman, that makes the six figure or makes more money than husband, maybe the husband is well, a stay at home dad or whatever, she has to do it with a boss and other people. Now she's in a new terrain whereby she has to navigate.
My question is this: if she is making six figure and the man is not making six figure, can he use that opportunity? Can she use that opportunity to find that balance and live in a peaceful way with the husband? That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about I'm not talking about what you are trying to say here. I know so many women are getting to the higher cadre of a lot of industry, but when they are there, can they marry somebody that can as little as maybe 50% of what they are earning? I think most professional women always go for professional men, and
Well, see, that's the thing, and well, okay, I guess maybe much so in the Western society, it's a two-way effect. As the women are getting stronger and occupying leadership position in society, the men are becoming docile in a lot of ways. They become dumbed down. So your ideal of a man, Remy, that you're thinking is not so much the way it is today. Their psychic, the way of thinking, it's going in the opposite direction. So that balance that you're talking about can be easily achieved with today's man, quote unquote.
So you are trying to say men of nowadays, they are not as strong as men of the before? And
Because
if you want to put it that way, sure.
they've demonized what
If you
it
want to
is
put
to
it
be
that
a
way.
man today. They've demonized what it is to be a man. They call it toxic masculinity.
So they can
Because
accept anything their woman throw at them. They can accept it. Even if they are not making that six figure, no matter what, say, okay, my man, because you are not making more money than me, it's better you stay at home and take care of the children while I go to work and make the money. So maybe men can accept that.
That's exactly what I was.
Okay. So you can say that means the Western world is totally different from the traditional African life.
Well, no, yeah, that's what I was trying to explain. No, don't go too far. The so-called Western world that you think is too far away is very much alive in our culture also. Boys or men, whatever you want to call them, in our society also are beginning to lay back and defer to the women in a lot of ways in our traditional roles. The women are taking it over because money talks, BS walks, and it's happening in our society too. Now, so you have to break it down demographically. Now, which generation are you talking about? Perhaps not your generation, not my generation, but this new generation, they're very much willing participants, and they can accept a lot of things that we wouldn't.
So when you say accept a lot of things, could you when I asked that question, why men don't speak up, I'm not talking about expressing like crying, because I see people in the comments mentioning, oh, we can't be. It's not about being feminine or being we're trying to make you woman rapal, whatever it's called. My thing is, I feel like the society has not been fair to men. And what she said is true. A lot of our women who are in high positions do not know how to act. So, but the challenge is, what you guys don't know is that a lot of these women in this high position, a lot of them are lonely. They don't have anybody
Oh,
in their life.
absolutely. I know. See, it's Adama, it's a new terrain. See, the man for over these years, we've had so much opportunity and time that has elapsed to learn. We've adapted. It's like evolution, kind of. The women, not so much. They are in a new terrain. So I give them a break. If they don't know how to act or behave, they can't strike the balance. They too, they need time. Let's be realistic about it. They need time to adapt. A lot of things are going to change to come about to bring this balance. They don't know yet. I see them. And a lot of it, perhaps there are more women more depressed than men. So all the things that men, all the depression and the struggle that men have, these women are taking it on, and they don't know how to deal with it. And they are isolated in a lot of ways with all the money and position. They're isolated, and many of them are unhappy. It's unfortunate, but that's just the reality. So we have to cut them a slack somewhat. We have to understand the whole balance, the dynamic of what is going on.
Thank you, Prince Daddy. I think everybody wants to attend the question. I think everybody should respond. Is Colata there? Colata has went to the fridge. It's already snoring now.
I just want to quickly respond back to Prince Daddy. If what you are trying to say here is that we should respond to the new reality of life, but don't you think men have practiced this for years and years? Why can't these women of nowadays they find themselves in this situation? Because if you are lonely, there's a chance for you to get depression easily. So if you are earning 6 figures, like why can't you just go for a man that's earning half of what you are? Hello.
Yeah. Well, see,
I just want to say that why can't they also, instead of being depressed, why can't you just go for somebody that has 50% of what they are earning, and then you find the balance and live peacefully with this man? So
it's against their nature. It is against their nature. The average woman wants a man, even though they will not accept or agree, they want a man who is better than them in every respect. Taller, stronger, wiser, richer, resourced.
But the death of men is so numerous nowadays that they cannot find easily.
And that's where the problem is. The percentage of men that meet those thresholds that they have is limited.
Let's put it this way: they have become the very man that they are looking for.
Absolutely.
Going on.
So, okay. Well said, Baba T.
So
you said that the women has become what?
They have become the very man that they ordinarily will seek, they will look out for. So by tradition, like you want a man that is richer, socially acceptable, taller, faster, like Kando was describing. But the women are then becoming that now. So if you become the very man that you're looking for, then what is the pool of men that are available for you is just smaller than
it's limited. Yes, it's limited.
And those men usually then have let's say for example now you're a 35-year-old female and you want somebody older than you ordinarily. That's what the average woman would like with a taller. Let's say it's 39 years old or 37 years old. If I'm a man I'm 39 years old and I have money and I thought and handsome, I'm not looking for a woman of 35 years old. I want to be somebody in the
I'll be going to the 20s.
Even the man that is available for them to pick in don't even want those kind of women. They want somebody younger. So that's what is going on.
That is a good word you just used. I see a lot of our men, both accomplished and both they are not accomplished. Like, let me give you an example. A man who is 55, he wants a woman who is 25. And I'm like, how does that make sense?
So, and then do you know what happens at that age? If a woman like that goes on a date with a man in that age range, that man does not care about your degree, doesn't care about your money. He has the money. So
he has the dough already.
What I see happening is women that are very resourceful at that old age, sometimes they lead with the money, like, oh, I have PhD, I have this. The man that you're going on a date with already has those funds. Those kind of men want to take care of somebody.
What about this adage? Age is just number. We always throw out there that it's just number. 55 can date 25.
That only works between older men and younger women. That's what.
But do you know the caveat behind that? These men cannot satisfy these young women. They cannot.
But Adama, let me add this to it. You see, what is really unfortunate is that It doesn't work the other way around. The woman who is 50, for example, that has the money, that has the degree, that has all of that, she will not be getting the 30-year-old guy. If she's getting him, it's just for sex. The average 30-year-old guy is not going to be looking for a 50-year-old woman, whereas it works the other way around. So the pool actually becomes smaller.
That is it.
So this new world order thing, where you have a reverse in what is ordinary traditional, I don't think it benefits women in the long run per se. It doesn't benefit them. But you can go get your degree. Don't get me wrong, a degree, but it comes at a cost. Like my uncle always say to our young nieces, he says, because we come from a very we're very educated in our family. He always tells the young lady something. We know you're going to go to med school, go to law school, get your engineering, PhD, masters. So as a woman going to that level someday, pick your man early. Because man, if you're going to become a lawyer one day or just one day,
this kind of women, they are not finding their match.
No, because hold on, Remy, hold on, please. I'm going to make a point here. What happens is the women that you see that make that mistake don't oftentimes have strong men that can advise them at a very young age. So if you're a woman that is going to a higher place someday, you want to pick that man early that will grow with you through that process.
So that is the problem.
If you wait until you're 35 with a PhD and you have money, it becomes harder as opposed to him growing with you through that process.
So okay, Baba, see. So are you saying that for example, if an ambitious woman picked a man at a much younger age, and the woman becomes a medical doctor, PhD, whatever, and the man just becomes average, do you think based on that their relationship would last longer?
Let me explain. So if you, as a woman, let's say you get admission into medical school and you come home with a boyfriend, the man in your house, they're going to vet the man. That's the way it worked before. They set the standard. Like, okay, don't mean to be disrespectful, but in our family, for instance, if you show up with a man, it better be something, because the man is going to interact with, they're good. You get my point? So the woman knows, I cannot just show home to this family just with anybody.
So
she's not coming home with family. She's coming with somebody that has
you can see what he's saying. That was how he was brought up.
I support
as a friend.
What he say, I can relate with what he said.
Adama. You know his upbringing now. He was brought up to do that.
This is the other part of this issue, and this is becoming a very big.
Hold on, everybody, please hold on. Yeah, let's hear from Simba. Simba, land that word. We don't even get you. Yeah, land it.
You can see what BT is saying. That what he's saying is that if you are being raised right from a kid, from his own family that he's talking about now, they were raised to actually mingle with people of the same caliber, people of the same status. Yeah. Exactly. That you dare bring anybody lower than that to their family as a spouse. So that is the way he was raised, and that's why he's talking like that. Then the other thing I want to talk about is the question Adama raised earlier on. I got to realize this when I was even in the medical school. Those days we used to have men's ward and women's ward. We discovered that if you are on duty, you will be called to come and do CPR, resuscitation. The most likely ward that they will call you is the men's ward, because we discovered that most men will come to hospital late, and once they get admitted, they don't go back home. Most of them will die. And it's because of what Adama raised, because men don't talk, they keep a lot of things to themselves. Maybe because of our ego, maybe because of the way we are brought up, maybe because we think that we are men, we don't need to actually be expressing our feelings.
So are we?
Because they will see us as being weak.
Sorry to interject. Just a quick question. So midlife crisis. So a man is 35 plus. He has not achieved what he's been. Men in our 20s, we set up a goal, right? A target. By this age, I want to do A, B, C, and D. Then he hits that 35, 36, 37-year-old, and he's not even close to what he thought it could be. And all his friends have moved on. So what do you encourage? Like, how do you? I know you're primary care. So what? I know antidepressant, whatever. But how do you address that for men in that age? What do you say to them? Going through that midlife crisis, that 35, I think it's mostly about 35 plus, right? That's what it sets in, right? 35
But if you talk about midlife crisis, it doesn't go. It's not only negative. Maybe you are that achieve, or you have not actually achieved your aim in life.
That's
it's not. Some people, even that midlife crisis will also be over. Maybe you have achieved so much, and then you want to now start expressing yourself.
Yeah,
That's
okay. Finyele, just the one that failed is what I'm addressing, not the one that succeeded. Just the one that actually failed and felt like, man, actually I've done more. They have this regret. So how do you address that? What that kind of advice? It's not a medical advice, by the way, just your opinion for full disclosure.
I think at that period, that is when, especially if you have good friends, you understand. But these days, even because of the way we are living now, social media, even the most of us are living in Western world, we don't have that support from our friends. Everybody is just keeping to themselves. Those days in our own society, you understand. People have fleets of friends that you can discuss with, and by that they actually let out some of these problems that they have, and it helps. But these days,
Simba, Oyinbo always said, problem shared is half solved, even though there's no solution. But it's even saying it out.
No, it's true though.
So
it's true. Okay, so then why do our men get I don't want you to use the word intimidated by accomplished women?
Oh, let me answer this one. Let me answer this one when you're done.
Hold on, can do.
Let me answer this one. You see, this is a very big misconception.
It's not intimidation, though, Adana. It's not intimidation. You think that you got
can do. You will answer it. Adama, okay. Why do you ask that? Because I don't think man get intimidated. Well, let's take it out.
Okay, let me use this word. This is
maybe elaborate a little bit more.
Yeah, let me elaborate. I've heard men say, "Oh, she's not going to respect me. She's in this position. You can't tell her anything. You can't, like the word, like you can't. She won't listen. She would think she's the man in the relationship because she earns more than him."
Adama, let me can do. You will come after me. Let me kick it off.
Okay.
I will use myself as an example. When I came into this country, a decade, going to 10 years now, I came with my wife. She's a registered nurse. I came into this country as a permanent resident. Through being secured a job in Australia, we came in together. I'm an engineer in Nigeria. But when we came here, I've mentioned it on those platforms, she was the one working for almost 6-8 months. Because, immediately we got here, he started working immediately. But as an engineer here, you have to study, as I have more challenges, but she doesn't care. I was home for almost 6-7 months. She's fine. We are fine. She's taken out of the house. Then later on, I kick up my business. I kick up my profession. Then everything was good. She doesn't feel ego or that she's just sitting down there. I'm feeding him. You understand what I mean?
God that saved you. Don't mind him. It's God that saved you.
Thomas, your situation, it's a little bit. Your situation don't align with Adama's question. Let Candy go. Go ahead.
Hold on, Papa PD, please, I beg. You see, I think the misconception is Number one, we have to recognize that most women want a man that is better than them, even though most of them will never admit it. They will say, I just want my equal. But I cannot be equal to you if I'm paying all of the bills. I cannot be equal to you if there is a noise in the middle of the night and I'm the one that has to go to the door and go find out and take the bullet. I cannot be equal to you if I can lift you from the car all the way to the bedroom, which you cannot do. So it's not intimidation. What I've seen out there is that they think that because the man or they're making more money is because they lead with it. Is the leading, not the not nobody is it more. Most men that are of substance will never be intimidated. But when you lead with it, that's where the problem is.
Okay,
No, I mean most men don't want. Hold on, most men don't. Most men want an accomplished woman. They go and get your PhD. Actually, get 3 more while you're at it. But if you start poking me in the nose with your PhD, while I go there.
That's where the problem is. So
Let me just say
so
goodbye
if
to
I
you.
understand what you said, I agree with what you say. I like a man who, who is in charge. And when I say in charge, I'm not saying financially. A man, there's an aroma when you have a man who is in charge. It makes me to become like I don't have any worries. I can be a woman, do my own thing, care for him. We both can enjoy each other. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I agree with what you said, but this is the question. Like you said, once our women climb to those ladders, those positions, what I hear all the time, and in this platform as well, oh, you can't touch them, you can't say anything to them. You can't, oh, these women, they think they are something else. And it makes me feel bad as a woman because I'm accomplished and I know my status. Even though I like to stay low profile, I'm not that way though. So I'm like, what kind of women are they meeting that is giving them this kind of impression? So that's why I asked that question. Sorry for using the word intimidation.
Right, people
I don't
tend
want to use the word
people tend
threat.
to repel again. And then let me just say goodbye to everyone.
Okay.
Let me appreciate everyone because the brief medical session we had, I thoroughly enjoyed it. Adana, Aizon,
you.
like everybody that came around. Hopefully, maybe one day Adana can have our own medical show on the platform, and
Yes.
we will gladly contribute to your show when one man
Yes.
gives you a show. So thanks to everyone that contributed a lot to host and everybody. Kando, looking forward to your video tomorrow. I will check it out when you post it with one man. Thank you guys. Have a good night. I got to bounce.
Yeah, thank you, Babati. Thank you. Yeah,
Yeah, good night,
thank you.
Babati.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, who else want to answer the question? Yeah, you can go on. Yeah.
Thomas.
Yeah.
That your example that you gave, earlier on, I wanted to interject you. Count yourself lucky. You understand? What I want to ask Adama is not that you can't blame. You cannot blame even if you don't restructure that your question and say intimidated. Men feel intimidated when they are below their wife. There's no man that want to actually be a subject of his wife. So the question is that how many women can actually manage their success without flouting it on their husband? How many women can do that? They can't do it.
That's a very, very good
That's a
question.
very strong word there.
Yeah, that's a strong word. You really stamped it. It's true. It's true.
They can only do it for a short period. After a while, they get tired of you. They can even throw you away. So for you, that is the thing. That is the thing. And you can even hear women, you always would love somebody who's above you. You can see that, okay, this man, where there's any problem, he can defend me, he can do a lot of things. But by the time you are the one that is actually in charge of everything, there's no way you will the respect. Occasionally, you will be throwing that tantrum occasionally, and the man will not be able to continue with it. Women are not the way women are structured. They are not. They are just the way God designed them. They decided to be careful, not to care for somebody else.
My God. So in
Okay, well, okay, Remy, hold on before Remy go now.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think at the core of Adama's question is what word I was trying to use.
why are men intimidated by
Well, I think it's compatibility when a woman is more successful than the man. Say it is true. If even if they are equal at one point in time, and the woman elevates herself, jealousy can come in, and the man can resent the woman, no doubt. But see, when you have self-esteem, if you have a self-esteem, which is something, it's a virtue that's internal. It has nothing to do with the outside appearance of a person. If you have that, you can deal with a woman that's more successful as a man than you are, which is fine. It would not bother you that the woman is well-to-do or well-off or richer. You can deal with that woman. Now, how many men have that quality of that self-esteem virtue to be able to withstand it? It is another thing. But generally, I don't think men can stand it. But some do, though. So some men do. They don't care, because at the end of the day, it comes down to understanding. It's not about robbing what you have
I think
on the face of
Prince Daddy,
on the face of the man.
those dudes that can bear it, maybe they don't have cluster of friends.
Yeah, lazy
Yeah,
ones.
lazy
Well,
ones.
no,
Lazy
that's oh
ones.
no no
The
no
lazy
no no
ones.
no.
The
That's
weak
right.
ones. The one that
See, the word the word that I
No,
used was self. Hold on, the word that I used was self-esteem. Self-esteem. See, if you have all the friends in the world, or if you don't have any, it wouldn't matter.
no, Prince Daddy, what I'm trying to say.
Let me tell you, Prince Daddy. Sorry. If you're a man with self-esteem, you will whenever your wife take a step, you take two steps ahead.
Simba, hold on. Someone is echoing. Yeah, yeah, go on.
Hello.
Yeah, go on.
So I don't even understand what Prince Daddy mean by self-esteem. I think if you have good self-esteem as a man, if your wife is progressing, you too, you make effort to progress. It's not as if you lay back and then you say, okay, because you have self-esteem, then she should continue growing, and then you sit down there.
No. I don't see. It's not about competition. My wife is growing after you chase my wife. No. You could be content where you are. So that's the point here. You could be content doing whatever you're doing. If your woman wants to go from being an engineer to a medical doctor to PhD, that is fine. You're not going to say, okay, now I have to put on my strap. I got to go be a doctor also. Not at all.
So
That's what I'm telling you.
if you have a son, that's the way you are going to train your son.
I do have a son. You're missing the point, Simba. It's not about laying back. It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with being content in who you are as a person. It doesn't make you lazy. What you're talking about is being irrational somewhat and chasing after something that's not you. You're content with what you have. It doesn't matter what the woman becomes. Okay, you're fine. As a person,
I totally agree with Baba T.
Yeah. So the woman can. You see, it's not when you start making it as a competition with the woman, it just becomes futile in a lot of ways. And that's not it. I'm telling you, a lot of people don't understand self-esteem. It's a big virtue. If I'm telling you, it's a very expensive commodity, by the way.
You are right, but at the same time, you have to look at it from this angle. If you have the right woman that also understand and they can balance that situation, then that man is lucky. But unfortunately, in most cases, most of these high-flying women will rub it on their man. So that is the problem here.
See, I get your point, but you know what? I'm telling you. See, when you see, women can. It's something you sense. It's not what you see. Women can sense the quality of the person that man is. It doesn't matter. They can go out there. An eye-flying woman may go out there and disrespect another man or other people, but that man, because of the way the man carries himself or who that person is as a being, it is something that that woman sees, and she's able to encapsulate really much better and understand the man.
And no amount of money can buy that.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, absolutely. That's the point I'm trying to make. So the notion that money, your status.
Means that me, I cannot see your point.
See your point.
Because what I see here, I don't know where is the echo coming from? Hello,
Simba,
Go ahead, Simba.
Okay, so what I noticed, some women, what they will do, instead of them to even say, okay, they are going, they will also encourage you as a man to progress. No, I don't think there's any woman, a good woman will not say, okay, let me be going, then you are contented, you have self-esteem, then you say you are contented, then she continue the way. I don't understand what you are saying. As a man, how can you tolerate that?
Now, Simba, I understand that you don't. Oh no, Simba, I understand you don't understand what I'm saying.
Hold on, please hold on. There is someone echoing. Yeah.
Hopefully it's not me. Is it me?
Yeah. I don't think. Yeah. Let me mute everyone. Yeah. Talk. Yeah. At least, Prince Daddy, can you go out and come back in? I'll put the It's from Prince Daddy. Yeah. Can you go back and come back in? Yeah. Then I'll bring you on. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I can hear you. Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, go on.
We can hear you.
I think Isaac wants to say something.
I wanted to ask Simba a question.
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Yeah, Simba, do you compete with your wife?
I don't compete with my wife. In fact, my wife, let me tell you, even my wife used to encourage me to even do more. You understand? The role of a man is that you go out there and provide for your family. My wife will give me all the support as a man to make progress. If my wife is doing her business, she's doing that. I don't compete with my wife, but what I notice in her is that even when she see opportunity, she come and tell me that, okay, this opportunity come at as a man. Then as a man, I will not lay back and say, okay, I'm contented. Then I will see my wife making more effort than me. And I say, okay, because I have self-esteem, I am contented. Then I don't understand.
I think what Babati is
quick rebuttal.
I think what Babati is trying to make us understand is he's not saying that the man should be lazy.
It says Prince Daddy, not Babati. Prince Daddy.
Prince Daddy, sorry. He's not saying that the man should be lazy. That is not
lay back.
Yeah. All he's trying to make us understand, when the man is successful, the man shouldn't be fighting the wife. If that is, you've done your best. The man has done his best. He's not lazy. He has done his best. And he's at a certain level. And now the woman is about to overtake him due to their line of profession.
Profession.
So the man shouldn't be like a competition. She want to pass me. She want to pass me. No. That's what Babati is trying to. He's not saying that the man is lazy. He doesn't want to work. No, that's not what he's saying. He's just saying that.
Let me quickly add this.
Okay.
Yeah, can do. And can do after can do. I think we need Prince Daddy to elaborate more. I don't really understand this self-esteem. Yeah.
I think you will understand it if I say this real quickly. Okay, so let's say husband and wife. All their total household expense is $250,000. The man is making $1 million. The wife is making 30 million. Their total household expense, he can take care of it, is $250,000. He makes $1 million. Should now say I have to go and make 31 million because my wife is making 30?
No.
He's secured within himself and he's taking care of the things that needs to be taken care of. Why is he in competition with his wife?
The household expenses can do is a fixed amount. You are forgetting that as your status grow, you take on more responsibility.
More responsibility.
He has 750,000 more.
You know, you
He
people
has
that are living abroad,
750,000
because you have been doing 50-50, the thing has already affected your psyche, and that is why people are behaving the same way.
I said the man is making $1 million. The entire household
Hold
quarter of
on.
$1 million.
By the,
Of what he
I'm
makes.
sorry, lady and gentlemen, by the way, Simba fought in the Civil War. So you see, psychic also is a little bit different.
That's true. Thank you for putting that in.
So
You still think we're back in those days?
Boy.
Oh my God, I love that. Go on, yeah.
The wife's job or business, she makes 30 million. Should he now say, because my wife makes 30 million, I need to go and make 31, when what he's making is more than sufficient to take care of all of their needs?
Can do. I think the question is this, and I think if a woman is making more money than you, I bet you as the husband, you will spend most of your money. She won't spend all her money on the family household or like that. That is the problem we are talking about here. Because the moment she's making more money than you, she will prefer that let us spend all your money and she'll keep her money.
Let
that's
her go.
necessarily
Let her
not
go.
true.
Let
No.
her go.
Yeah.
Let her go. Let's have somebody
Adama,
else.
No.
I don't need that type of woman.
Do you think what Kadu is saying is actually is practicable? You
Yes,
have
it is.
somebody.
What he's saying
It
is.
is not. It is not. Let me tell you the reason why
Let
it
me
is
tell you
not.
why I agree with him. Can I tell you why I
Okay.
agree with him? If you
Yeah, go
have
on.
that,
Yeah.
if you have that understanding, and you have that love, and you have that mentality that he's the head.
Simba doesn't believe in love. He doesn't believe in love.
Like
Go on.
you have that understanding, you have that patience, tolerance. You know who you married. You're not competing. The last person you should be competing with is your spouse. You guys are both one. If he succeeds tomorrow or I succeed tomorrow, none of us should look at each other as a threat. We are building together. That is the way I look at it. We are building together. So if I happen to be the one that is more than you and we're building together, my end goal is what we've worked hard
It's
for us to
us.
sit back
Everything is
and
us.
retire.
Not
Yes.
us. Everything is
It's not
us.
about you, me,
Adama,
no.
as they are talking, I just dey laugh. You know why? You are talking about yourself. We are talking about generality of the people.
Yes,
You
that's what
understand?
I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Those people don't need that type of a spouse in their life. You
Yes, that's what
remember,
I'm saying.
this man is not a lazy man. He makes $1
I'm
million
not
a
even
year.
what you people are. It's not a competition. I don't see it as a competition. I see it as a
Why does he
motivation.
need to go? Why does he need to go and make more money? He wants to eat more shrimp, or what?
Okay,
To do what?
let me
would
get
he
an
go
example
earn
that you
more?
give.
Why?
Can do. Just hold on. The example that you give. Okay, the woman that is making 30 million. What is she using? What will she be using that money for? Tell me.
I don't care. What I mean, I don't need her.
I don't care. I don't care.
Mr. Simba,
That
you're
is
not
what normally
understanding what
bring fight
Simba.
between you and I. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't like it.
Listen, I hope she makes 300 million next year. What does that got to do with me?
I like that
man.
mindset. I like that mindset.
I'm the man.
Let me see why I
hope
like
she
that
becomes a
mindset.
billionaire.
Yes. Let me tell you why.
You know, let me say this. If you are talking on this platform, you are not talking about individual people. What you can, we are talking generally. People are listening to us. What is happening in the society? That's what we are talking about. I'm not talking about myself. You are not talking about yourself. We are talking about what we see that is happening.
What entails? What is
exactly. What is obtainable in the society? Not about you, not about me.
Okay, so are you saying that what can do is saying is not obtainable?
It's not.
Why is it not
Simba, sorry.
In
obtainable?
most cases, it's not.
Why?
Simba, let me come in, please. Simba, a man and a woman living in the house, married with children, and the situation falls on exactly where we are right now. The man is any lower, the woman is any higher. The woman goes to the man, and then whenever she wants to spend money, she tells the husband, please, it's her money, oh, please, can I go for this? I want to go buy this. It's going to cost me $1 million. Then until the husband gives her the permission, it's her money, oh, until the husband gives her the permission, she will never try it. Are you telling me you've not seen such women? If you have not seen it,
I don't even know what you are talking about. Where did you see that one being practiced?
You go and look for. There are women like that.
Yeah,
Go and look for them.
You are very funny. You are very funny. Very, very,
Very funny. Maybe it's acting. You are acting.
Go and look for them. You have not
A
seen
woman
one.
will make
Go
money
and
and
look
then
for
you
them.
go and ask the husband before you spend that money and say, okay, well, my husband do before you I want to buy this, so give me permission.
Yes, they are there. They are there.
Rubbish. How many examples can
Ask
you
you
give?
something. Not you, Mr. Simba. Those kind of women, what will you call them? The ones that need permission after earning their money to spend it. What kind of women are they? Submissive?
Let me let me
No,
answer
no,
that.
but the reality also, but the reality also that the men also take permission in a joint venture or partnership with the women. They do. The men just don't go to the account and just withdraw 1 million to go buy whatever. They take permission from the woman. So why is so strange? What Isaac Black is talking about?
Prince
Why
Daddy,
is the
let me
Go
use
ahead.
myself as an example. Yeah, I have a personal account. My wife has his own personal account. Then we have a joint account, which mortgages every fee, everything we have, everything we are paying for, which the money being taken out from. When I got my salary, my hand, I put money there. She put, I don't care how much she put. She doesn't care how much I put, but all bills go on that account. Bill
Sorry,
removed.
Thomas. I just want to ask you a quick question before you go on. You say you don't care how much your wife put, but you can see.
I don't care.
No. My question is this. But later you can see exactly how much she put there. Yes or no?
I can see, of course. Yeah, I know.
So who put more most time?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah. So the account is there, but if in his personal account, if it's short of fund, before she go to that account, she will say, "Hello, Joe, money do buy. Then I don't have so much fund. Can I please take money from the joint account?" And I won't say no, but she will still ask me. And even though if I need money too, I will say, there, mama, you buy me, mama, you buy $40, $20, $50 or $100 or $1,000 from the account. And she will say, go ahead, my dear. So it's just, I think it depends on who you marry.
Understanding. That's all.
Absolutely. That is a good functioning. That is a good functioning relationship.
Simba and Remy are coming from the dinosaur age. Hold on.
I don't know where they are coming from, Baba T. They should go and look for such women.
Thomas, you can see what you just narrated now. The question I asked you is very important. You put more money than your wife. That shows responsibility. That shows you are the man of the house. That's what we are talking about. Because I
but that doesn't no, Remy. You are going.
It doesn't matter.
The money I put in, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Because you say you put more most time. Why don't you put less and let your wife put more every time? And you can see.
No, because I earn more. I earn more, so I will put more.
Okay, so if the situation was reversed and she earned more, she earned more and he earns less.
It doesn't matter.
It's the same thing like that, my friend. Unless we are kidding ourselves, let's be realistic here. It's not going to be the same thing. Let's be objective.
Thank you so much, Remy. I thought I was the only one thinking that way because this is what I was saying. Let me speak for myself. Mine happens this way. It's 4. one for all the bills, one for both of individual, second is for saving, four is for the kids. So I have my own thing. I can do whatever I want with it. The one we don't touch, nobody, we just don't touch it. It is not a fund you can just go to it doesn't get touched. Because for me, um, I pay for my kids' school. My daughter is in college. So I met a man who already started saving that money for his kids to go to school before I met her. And my daughter is going to medical school soon. So things like that, for me, I don't, if I earn more than he did, let me say if I was the one in that situation right now where I earn more than he did, I will make sure the household is being taken care of, because at the end of the day, the future, planning for the future is so important. It is so important. If I don't believe in, like you said your wife needs that. For me, there's something called having my own personal funds. Let me do what I want to do with it. But he knows that I have a personal fund. He has his own
And
personal fund
Adama,
too.
I don't,
Yes.
I don't ask how much did she earn. I don't care,
Mm-hmm.
but he know how much I'm earning because he always take my phone. If she
But I
need
think you should
personal
care,
money,
because I think you should care. Let me tell you why I say you should care. Because when you both are together, it's called, is a joint fund. Is no longer her fund or your funds. So you should care how much she's earning. And I'll tell you why I said that. Because in a situation where things about the family comes up, like I said, I don't deal with those issues where I have parents to send money back home or anything. I don't have those problems. So
that is why you're talking like
Oh,
that.
Thomas.
Yes.
Thomas, how many times did I call you?
Emeta.
Mama from Anita Ajati Japa. Stop giving us cock and bull story.
Thank you.
See,
Mo ń gbọ́
No,
Yorùbá, mo ń gbọ́ gbogbo nǹkan tẹ́ ẹ sọ o, mo ń
What
gbọ́
are you?
Yorùbá
What
o.
you? No.
Mr. Thomas is not
Let
giving
Ola
you
land.
any
What
story.
are you?
He,
What are
he
you
just
trying
has
to
a,
do?
This is
he has a
figurative.
good,
It's not
he has
Am I
a
personal.
good
lying?
Don't use it.
Are
relationship.
you?
He has a
No.
good,
Hold on.
It's not
he
personal.
has
Are you
a
telling me
good
that I'm lying?
functioning relationship.
No.
That's what it is.
You let
It's not
Ola talk
personal.
now. Let Ola talk
It's not
now.
personal. Let me just clarify myself. Why I said it is this. I've been listening to all the
No,
theories.
Ola. Just tell me. Are you telling me that I'm lying? That's
No,
what you are
it's
trying
not
to
you.
say.
It's not you in particular. I'm speaking generally now. And
Eh,
Simba is the only person I'm giving the credit for being bold and being factual.
come on, Simba. That's all right.
Thomas, look at it this way. Not be this society with the live at that we they see waiting they happen. Abba, we know they see waiting they happen. We know they see how people they
But
tire
Ola,
themselves for the US for this thing
doesn't
we are talking.
imply to everybody's personal relationship with their spouse.
Look, guys.
Am I
All
right or
these
not?
hypotheses you've just been shunning out. Every proof outside there says otherwise. That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm telling
I
you.
don't argue with you, but that doesn't
Ola, I
mean
have
it's
a question
happened
for
in my
Ola,
own
please.
house.
Thomas, I have a question for
Yes.
Ola, please. I have a question for Ola. Ola,
Go on.
I want you to educate me on this, please. My mom
Am I an educator?
Okay, please okay, anyhow you want it. This is the question. My mom earned more than my dad. For real. She earned more than my dad. She was a big businesswoman. My dad was a civil servant. She earned well above my dad. Our financial
and your children,
listen.
you know.
Yeah.
That's how you know people that are raised by women now. They talk like women.
Wait.
Oh,
But
that's
you
a
said
low jab.
there are no
That is
things
a
like that
low.
now.
No.
Wait.
Come on now.
No,
Go
that's
My
on.
not
mom.
nice.
I'm not saying that my father was a poor man. No, that's not what I'm saying.
He's not responsible.
No, not responsible. No. What I'm saying is, when I was growing up, until the time I grew up, before I left them, my mom should I say, was richer than my dad. Let me just make it plain. We all know, all the children we know, she was richer. My dad was a civil servant, while my mom was a businesswoman. You know, so we all lived.
Okay. I say black. I
So,
respond to you.
but somebody now coming now to tell something that is in my household, somebody now coming now that is impossible for a man and woman to live
Just hold it.
together
Just hold
when
it
the
there.
woman
Just
is
hold it there.
anymore.
Isaac, probably you are over 50. And
yes,
one thing that is constant in life is change. The era you are talking about, you know,
it has
that's
become
only.
era now.
Wait, no.
Leave era. There are women like that.
Exactly. Ola, don't go there because you know
Don't
what you're
carry
talking
era
about.
come here. No, that's what,
Let me land.
No, Ola,
there are
what we
still
are
such
discussing is not
women.
about era. It's not about
Not
era.
era
Forget
there.
about era.
There are still such women.
No, let me tell you one thing.
What is era?
Time to changes things. Now, look at those olden days you are talking about. That's what we call collective ignorance. At the same time, you can flip it over, we call collective wisdom. In those days you are talking about, probably you grow up in the village. Now, when you look
Not
at
village, no, not village. I grew up near Ring Road.
Okay.
In Benin City, near Ring Road.
Whether Benin, whether this in a village.
Not village, in the near Ring Road for Benin.
It doesn't matter. Now, same
For
village
Benin,
or
not
person
city
will
now.
go for Lagos.
Because you wanted to take the conversation to village. No, it's town.
I'm coming to somewhere.
Ola, continue. Why are you trying to discredit where it comes from? Land your point, Ola.
So the thing now is this. The thing now is this. Those days, even if some women are suffering from some spousal abuse, they will say, okay, let me just take care of my children.
No, my mom didn't suffer abuse.
Wait, I'm not saying so. I'm just trying to talk generally. So there is this perception the mentality that no matter what, make sure you take care of your children. So those the two, you understand, we have women that they fully dependent, they dependent on their husband to provide everything. So maybe you have like about 99% of the women in that category, then you have few one. Not just because of peer pressure, even the one that excel among them, they dare not, because of the general culture of that society, the collective wisdom. You dare not stand out and say you want to go against your man in that, because they will look at you as outcast. And you still want to mingle with people. You can't stay alone. You can't be a line in that. So what others are doing indirectly impact on how you behave. But now, you now compare to this society now where you have now that they intentionally even teach you now to say, oh, you can't be doing that. You have to get out of that place. You have to do that. So over time, they've re-engineered the mentality of our people that even you dare not even try what we're doing all in those old days. Just little things like this, everything will flip over. So you can't use that to example. So when we are talking of today context, because that's why you are going back to other pre-Adamite thing. No, we are talking of the modern. The modern is what we are talking about. You understand? So the thing is this. Let me tell you something about all these things we are trying to theorize, all those things. Look at your environment. If you look at what is happening in your environment and you want to sincerely address that, all these things you are saying, is it really obtainable within your environment? You understand?
If you put it in percentage, if you put it in percentage, I will understand you. If you tell me that 70% or 75% of women cannot cope with what we are discussing right now, I will accept. And you tell me, okay, 25% can still cope, I will accept. But don't tell me, there is nothing like that. That is what I am disputing.
See, those that you are talking
there is still
about.
Percentage.
Okay. I think that's a good point. Isaac Black, and that it's hard for people like Simba to get across his brain that what we're talking about, what we're talking about, it's a reality. See, Simba, Remy, you're both right. Okay, but also you got to keep in mind that what we're talking about also is absolute reality. It is not always the case that you have to. Again, I know you're trying to deny it's not competition, but it is competition. If a man is well to do in his own capacity, there's no need I mean, it doesn't even make sense. If the man is 50 years old or 60 years old, should he be chasing his wife to go to school to become a doctor or an engineer because she chose to become one? None at all. It's all about, what you content with, your self-esteem. I mean, I know you don't like to hear that word, but it comes into play. And self-esteem, by the way, it goes a long way. You don't have to have anything in your pocket to have that self-esteem. It's beyond money.
That
It's
is so important. Yes, yes, yes. I stamp that.
okay.
Yes, yes.
So and again, it's, you have to understand where we're coming from. What Remy and Simba are talking about is quite traditional, and I grew up in that setting, and I totally understand. And that's why I tell people, okay, to have a robust understanding of your worldview is quite critical. Okay, I can understand the African traditional setting that Simba and Remy are talking about. I can also understand the Western part, the Western way. And things are changing and gradually, and I'm telling you that, what you said, the old way, as Isaac Black was saying, that his mom as a business person naturally would be more wealthier than the dad. It just makes sense, but it does not diminish the dad in any way, shape, or form. And that reality is becoming a full-blown reality in today's world. The women are going to more school, educated with higher degrees than the men, and they are going to be making more money than the men. So the men have to find a way to cope right now before they start getting into depression and all this kind of stuff. I'm telling you, that's the reality.
Daddy, I disagree with you totally.
Okay.
Can I say something? I agree with him in a lot of way because, when I put a...
Can I
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I disagree with him totally because we live in modern world. If it's so sweet and so good as you painted it, we'll have a very good family all over the world. When you look at the rate of single parenting nowadays, even in Nigeria or something like that, the percentage kept on increasing. So you can't say all of this. What you are saying is just like I would say
Remy,
just a minute percentage. Yeah.
Remy, give me 1 second. If
Go ahead.
Israel, your system is not connecting. Can you go out and come in? I can't bring you in. Yeah, okay. Go on, Remy. Yeah.
So if it's so beautiful as you painted it, why is so many divorce, so many single parenting, so many abnormality? So if women that have higher income more than their men, and we have a lot of men that they are so believing that okay, I can be self-contented, I can just go along with my wife, and everybody will be rosy. Why are so many percentage of men turning to the other men? You know what I'm talking about? So many abnormalities is happening now in our present world, as we call it, the new global phenomenon or the new global world we live in. So when we say that,
Remy, don't mind them; they are lying to themselves.
So what we are
when the statistics is saying otherwise, what they are saying that is not in reality.
Let me conclude this way. What we are saying. What we are trying to say, or what
I did for your back. Carry go.
What I am trying to say is that I'm not saying that we are looking at it in the African way. I have an open mind. My wife works, and I always support her, and she always supports me. But if she is making more money than me, I'm sure she will rub it on my face. She will tell me that because she always push me that you can do it, go ahead for it. She always supports me. But the moment she is earning more money than me, even if she does not want to do it, there will be some situation that she will just rub it on your face. And as a man, it will diminish you and you not like yourself. So let's be factual here. Let's be realistic.
It would diminish you as a person, Remy. It would not diminish me.
You know what funny thing, Remy? That thing you mentioned is even worse among the black population. Though. And black population include Nigeria.
Prince Daddy, I totally agree with you. You see, there are so many facets of this situation. I get it. Ordinarily, the average person, I get it. But one of the questions people have to ask themselves is, what is your relationship with money? What does money mean to you? To me, it's just a means to so many different ends. It's nothing in of itself. Whether you have $1 trillion, as long as I can take care of the things that I need to take care of, I don't care how many trillions you have. It doesn't do anything for me. And that's why I use the example. If, let's say, the man is a businessman, the woman is a Hollywood actress, and she makes 30 million a year.
Can do read the comment on this on the on the screen. They say I be woman rap out.
Yeah. So you see, again, it depends on what your relationship with money is. If money is your god, if I have dated many women that made way more money than me. That even sometimes when people see me and some of them, they're like, this doesn't add up because this person is too beautiful to be with this guy. It doesn't bother me. My self-esteem, it's called self.
So
It's,
before
it's
we
not
let's
something. It's not something you can gain from somebody else. It comes from within you. If you don't have it, you
Can
don't
do.
have it.
They don't understand that concept. It's hard for. Oh, hold on, Remy. They don't understand that concept. It's hard for them to understand, and I don't blame them.
I don't care
Thomas, can I say something?
if I walk into a
Yeah,
room where there's
Adama. Yeah, I think it's
Dangote.
your turn to speak back.
Hold on, really quickly, Adama. Let me add this. If I walk into a room where there's Dangote, Otedola, Bill Gates, I'm not intimidated
Okay.
by
God bless
anybody.
you. I like that.
Anybody.
Can do all those women you said you dated that they are richer
Yes.
than you or they are beautiful
Uh-huh.
than you.
Uh-huh.
You end up with one of them as your wife.
Actually, I married someone that was even way less beautiful than any one of them because of her character.
So that means you go for character. At the end of the day, you do not
No,
marry
no, 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 no. What I'm saying is, obviously there are different people, different reasons why you get on with people. What I'm
No, my
saying is,
question is simple.
Andrew, I want to even ask you a question. What do you
You
care
did not
for?
end up marrying
What do you
a
care for? Because I
woman.
don't care. I don't care. What do you care for?
No, it's not
He's
that I
trying. I
don't
think
care.
what
I
he's
think
trying to say. This is what Candy is trying to say. Thomas, I'm the one speaking. Hope I have your permission to speak.
Okay, go
Oh
ahead.
yeah, go on, my sister. Go on. Yeah.
What Kandu is trying to say is, let me take myself for example. Kandu say he can marry a woman like me. He would not be intimidated by whatever my job is. That's what Prince Dada is saying. That so long as we both
Kandu
have
is
that
also a rich man. He's a rich man, so he can accept you. That is it. Ask him. Is he
No,
a
but
poor
I'm
man?
not looking at. But do you listen to the point Prince Dada made? And that's what Kandu is saying. He said
Dada man, don't
he
mind Prince
doesn't.
Daddy. Prince Daddy always he always like talking
And
so
even
that women
Thomas
will
too.
see him as
Even
a good
Thomas.
person.
Thomas is coming into this too.
He is a
Thomas
woman
said he
rapper.
doesn't care.
Thomas is a woman
I
rapper.
said I be woman rapper. I be
They
woman
don't, they
rapper.
don't, they don't finish, they no, don't finish up this Prince Daddy morning. is a
Oh,
pastor, so
Jesus
you they
Christ.
don't don't expect finish him up to this talk
So,
to
but
you
can I ask you something, Uncle Remy and Uncle Simba? You
And
guys are
I
so
want to
old
ask,
school.
Not
I
Hold
want
old.
to
on, yeah.
also ask Remy
Let's
something, please.
Adama, ask the
Yes.
question. They all gonna
Yes.
come.
Like, I want to ask, why do you feel? Is it because of the way you grew up? I feel like you guys are still looking at things from that point that you feel no matter what, a woman earns more than a man, that she's going to always present herself like she's going to change.
I will
Hey,
respect.
we are
Why do
not
you
talking.
I
guys?
am a realist. I believe in reality. I face my thing objectively. To be frank with you, I like working women and I respect them a lot. I am not looking at it from the African way. I've been outside Nigeria for more than a decade, even far more than that. So I know what I'm talking about. But what I'm trying to say is that anywhere in the world, if you have been to different continents, you will see that women are nearly the same thing as men, only similar differences. I mean, just a little differences. So that's what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is that if a woman had more money than you, and this does not propel you or motivate you to also earn more, one of these days, there's no way she will rub it on you. When things go south or when things are not the same anymore. No matter
That is Remy. You say when things go south. Why, if this doesn't go south? So what do you think?
even if this does not go south, there'll be a situation whereby she will rub it on your face. If she is
I don't
No.
agree. No, I
That
don't
it depends on
agree.
the woman.
No, it depends on
I
the
disagree
woman.
with you.
I don't
Yes.
even understand Remy at all. Rub it on your face.
I
Rub it on
disagree.
your
I
face. Is it
disagree with
powder?
you.
Rub it
I
on your face.
disagree with you.
What is rub it on
Remy
your
is a
face?
caveman. Remy is a
I
caveman.
don't even understand.
Okay, you know what? Let me ask you all the men in this platform.
No,
sorry.
Remy, I want to ask you a question. Remy, I want to ask you a question. I beg. Very important.
A new man want to talk. Oh, I think then we
All the
allow
men in
Israel
this
to talk.
platform, who among you is your wife or your spouse or your partner is earning more money than you?
I will kick it off.
Everybody.
I will kick it off. When I made messed up from myself, when I came into this country, my wife was taking care of the bills for almost 6 months. Then I got started, I got job, I started. She's still earning more than me. Well, for God's sake, she's a nurse, she's an RN, for God's sake. Doctors, the nurses
Thomas,
earn more.
don't use
in this.
yourself as a
Let me
person.
land
Don't use yourself
now.
as a
Okay, this
Let
is
me
my
land.
answer.
Let
Let me
me
answer.
land.
You say that you don't know how much your wife earns now.
Let me land. Let me land.
Okay.
I'm thinking of then. I'm not talking of now. If I want to know how much she earn, I can pick up her phone and check. I don't need to do that. I'm not more than that. Yeah, I'm talking then. Even though then when I got job, she's still earning more than me. It's later that I started my job. I started a business. Now I'm earning more than him, not than her. But she doesn't rub it on my face. No.
So
It depends on your.
you are earning more than your wife, right?
Now,
if I follow your story very well,
see, Thomas, it is difficult to argue this because there's a way. I don't want to use you yourself as an example because there is a way I will eat you with 1 or 3 questions, and in fact,
let's do it.
I won't.
No.
Let me answer Remy's question.
No,
Let me
Ola,
answer
you are
Remy's question.
standing.
Sorry,
You
let
are
me just
standing.
Just give me a minute.
Hold on. You are standing condescending now. Ask the 3 questions, and I will answer you.
You see now, no, of course, yes, I will not say anything to derive you. That's why I will not even go to that personal matter. Trust me.
Yeah.
I won't go to your. But
please,
let me just conclude. Let me conclude. So you guys, what I'm saying is this: 2 things. You have potentials, and your potentials. Some people are able to differentiate. Okay, this thing is just temporary. And if this potential, I'm not using you as an example now, another person now, because I don't want to. I personally, I don't like.
I know you for that. You don't like that. Yeah.
Now let's assume that you have someone somewhere now. You have let's say someone that is working in the software industry and is booming. You know that this software industry can give like 600K a year, or you have a medical doctor. You know the range of what medical doctor is making. And you have someone that you partner with, maybe he knows that things is not moving on fine for you now, but the person can foresee that, let me give this person like 2-3 years chance, is going to eat it more than that, and try to control. I said we did that thing. You can't use that as an example. But now look at, assuming 2 of them are flipping burger in the world with McDonald's or Timothy or wherever.
Why you go an extreme example? See, that would nullify your argument.
Because I'm talking of what is happening, especially in that to America today.
Okay, listen. Okay, see.
Look at it, Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy. You have some people.
I know Israel wants to talk, but I think we get your point. For example, an anesthesiologist, for example, we know the range of money they make. So what about if the husband is just like let's say an ordinary what do you call him, just a doctor, a family doctor? It's more likely the anesthesiologist makes more than the doctor, the man. So what about that? Do we tell the man, doctor?
You are still not getting me.
No, I get you. Don't go to the bottom of 2 people working at McDonald's. That's irrelevant.
But I'm using that to America as an example. That to America, they are the babala wahala of this thing we are even talking about. Okay, you see someone, he's go bring someone, right? Maybe he tried everything. He resorted to becoming a taxi driver. He brought someone, sponsored the person now become a nurse. At the end of the day, immediately that person start earning. This guy is not my level again. Not knowing that.
But we're not talking about that. So that's the problem.
Just giving an example because you are saying
exactly. We're not talking about that.
I surrender.
You know,
Yeah. In order to make your point, you go to the bottom of the bottom.
the two people working at McDonald's, they have a different struggle. They have a totally
Exactly.
different struggle. We're talking about, a middle class people.
Use my
Again,
example.
what is money? What is money to you? Is money a god to you or a tool?
No,
It's just
it's.
a
I think
tool.
it's for someone like Remy and Sinbad. It's ego at play. Oh, one second, like it's ego at play for Remy and Sinbad. Absolutely ego. And again, I'll use my example. I just told you an anesthesiologist that makes 400K a year and a doctor that makes 150K a year. The doctor is making okay money. Now, do we tell the doctor, hey man, you slacking, you like backward? Look at your wife; she makes a lot of money.
You are
Why
black,
don't
you
you?
are backward, or you should go and do, and you should go and be your wife. Go and study what
Exactly.
your
Go be
wife
like your wife.
study.
Well, what about that? Two professionals, qualified, successful in their own right. What do you say about that?
As long as the man is
I really
successful,
want Israel to talk.
the
Don't worry.
woman is
We still
successful,
bring this
is
thing to the
okay.
back, to the back end later. Don't worry.
So, good morning. I just want to
Yeah.
greet
Let's hear from
everybody
Mr. How
before.
are you, my brother?
I'm good. So,
Yeah.
I will start like this. I think we are seeing this thing from different perspectives. I think Prince Daddy, Kanzu, and Isaac Black, they are coming from more of the Western ideology, while Remy and Simba are coming mostly
They
from
are
the
from our
African.
cake. They are from our cake,
Yes.
Africa.
So the present generation, from what we have
Thomas, you're bad.
observed, I think Remy and Simba are in touch with reality more than Prince Daddy and Kanzu.
Okay,
Because,
could you tell us why you said that?
yeah, I will explain more. Because now, majority of the young ladies we have back home, and I think little in the Western society, majority of them want men that can provide for them and care for them. So most of the men that they are looking for are the ones like that have the touch from back home. But when you come to the Western area here, most of the ladies here are used to that 50-50 stuff. That's why you have people like Prince Daddy and Kandu. They feel very comfortable, like being below, I will not say they are below, they are or dating ladies that are above them financially, but they feel comfortable with ladies like that. It's not a thing of pride, but I believe most of we African men and those that still have strong ties with providing like at least 90% of the family responsibility, we are not okay with that kind of. I don't know if I'm talking too much. I'm trying to put everything together. But what I'm trying to say is this, that I think Kanzu and Prince that they are mostly westernized. While,
No,
Can I say
no.
can I say something to him if you don't mind?
okay,
Right.
I'm here.
Okay, Israel, let me ask you first. Where do you reside? Do you reside here or do you reside back home?
No, I'm in UAE.
UAE?
Yeah.
Okay, now it makes sense. Let me tell you something. Have you heard of this thing that we're a product of our environment?
Come again, I can't hear you.
Have you heard these terms? We are product of our environment.
Yes.
Okay, so let me tell you something. And I don't you don't have to agree with me, but let me tell you something. A man, a real man who knows his worth will not care if a woman earns more than him. And I'll tell you why. Because here I live in the Western world. I stay in the United States. And if you look at life the way, and that's why a lot of our men back home, we grew up with this mentality of everything has to fall on the man. 90% in everything, the women are homemakers. Those things has changed. That is why the quality of life back home in Nigeria is 55. 55. So think about that. So I don't think back home is a good place to use as an example, because this is why I say that. A lot of the women back home want a better future, a better place where they can be able to establish themselves, be comfortable. If you bring any woman from back home into the society and they go to school, they start working, guess what? They are going to change because they have never experienced this freedom of being able to choose a career, do what they want to do. So when you hear a man say, oh, they have changed, of course they should change. That person has been in the dark, probably came from, I don't know where, from from an average home. So what I'm trying to tell you is,
sorry, I want to ask you a question. What is the divorce rate in America?
the divorce rate I know is high. I'm not going to sit here now.
It's about 50%, 51%.
It's almost 80%.
And guess what?
Go and
Guess
check.
what? I know, even though the divorce rate is high.
What is abusive rate in Nigeria?
Nigeria, thank you. That's what. Praise God bless you.
I don't care. I'm asking a question. Let me finish with my own question. If you go, don't use Nigeria. Go to India. The divorce rate in India is about just 1%. You understand?
No, I want us to use people that we can relate to.
Why do you think the divorce rate is so high in the so-called place that you people, because you always
because we live in a free society. We live in a free society. Women are not gagged.
PD, let me talk. Because whatever you learn in that place, you see it like a gospel, and it's the best.
No,
and that's
but
why
I think this is the problem, Mr. Simba. This is the thing. Real men don't question who they are. Nobody is questioning their manhood. They know who they are. Just like Thomas said, Thomas and Kandu.
No human being on the planet can intimidate me.
Let her land.
Go ahead.
Wait, the person that can intimidate me has not been conceived. You are another human being just like me. What you have means nothing to me.
I agree with you.
You are not a reference. You are not a reference. You are not a reference.
Listen, the reference that Prince Daddy gave you, you guys keep saying it as if we're talking about somebody making $2 an hour. He told you the man is making 150. The woman is making 400. Are they impoverished?
I think first I want to ask a question. Sorry, guys. Are we doing selective or we are generalizing everything? First and foremost, I want to ask you a question. You guys are in America. My question is very simple. All these so-called professional women that they hire higher than their husband, can you give me a percentage in generality in America?
I don't think anybody has that.
How many of them are even in a relationship? How many of those people are in a relationship?
But again,
you guys are moving the goalpost now. You're moving the goalpost.
We are not moving it.
Yeah, you guys are really painting it out to be like this women. We don't have women who are accomplished, who are under a man, and are happy.
What is the percentage? What is the percentage of these women that make all this money in America? What percentage do you think they are? They're not up to 6%.
So what are we
talking about?
That is that, and we are talking generality of everything. What we are
again, whether these people, whether the man is making 50,000.
Let me clarify my position.
I think Prince Daddy and Kanzu I don't think they are like example of what a man can be. It should be.
I don't
we are like the mentality is
Sikuru, you bring your wallet all the way from the chat room into the studio, right?
No, seriously. Like for me, the way I was brought up is a man is responsible for making every decision, making decisions. But when I listen to
and I'm saying to you, Israel, with everything you just said, what is the quality of life for men back home. I just gave you a number, 55.
I think you are wrong.
No, I'm
not. Our position is very simple. My position is that.
So hold on, Mr. Rami. Are you trying to say the quality of life for men back home is up to 70?
More than.
No,
What
that's
do
a
you mean by
lie.
quality of?
That's
What do you
a
mean by
lie.
quality of life? What do you mean by
When I
quality
say
of life?
men die early.
The average
Guys, that one has to do with relationship.
we don't understand.
What kind of relationship?
What's the definition of quality?
Let me clarify.
Again, we keep saying
No,
it depends
Remy,
on.
we are asking Adama, what's the quality? When you say quality, what's the
When I
definition
say
of
the quality of life, I mean the
Death
stress.
rate is what she meant.
That's what I'm talking about.
The life expectancy.
The life expectancy.
Yeah,
They live up to 55. Is low. So that's what I'm trying to tell Israel. No matter how you spin it.
It's not only because of women palaver. You can't say that. The life expectancy in Asia is better than you guys in America. So what are you talking about here? A lot of men in America are stressed.
At least we get up to 70.
Again, we're not talking about a man not being a man. We're not talking about a man not being a provider. The only issue, I even went to the crazy example that, okay, let me even up the ante. The man is making 10 million. His wife is making 50 million because of the nature of whatever she does. Should he now say he has to go and make 51 because his wife is making 50?
Anyway, can do your own situation is totally different because whether a million, 30 million, you can take care of your needs.
I think these guys are
That's all we're saying. That's what we
are saying. We are not saying that a poor man. Yeah, we are saying that the two of them are so.
Adama, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I can hear you, sir.
What you are talking, you are talking about life expectancy. Life expectancy. There are a lot of things that determine life expectancy. So you can't link it to this present situation that we are discussing.
But do you know the number one thing is stress?
But stress can come. Let me tell you. If I tell you how they calculate life expectancy, it's like most people doesn't know what they use to calculate life expectancy. Wait, see, if they say life expectancy in Nigeria is 55, that does not mean people will die at 55. Let me educate you. What they use, the way they calculate life expectancy, they use neonatal death, infant mortality rate, under-5 mortality rate. You understand? Let's say you have somebody who lives to 17 in Nigeria, and then you have a child that died at day 1. They will find an average. You can see what is happening now. So we have a lot of infant mortality rate, neonatal mortality rate, and under-5 mortality rate. That was what brought down our life expectancy. You understand what I'm saying? If you find an average of somebody who died day 0, day 1, and somebody who died at day 70, that means the life expectancy of the two of them is 35 years.
We agree with you, and this is not about.
So you cannot not say because men in Nigeria put a lot of responsibility on themselves. That's why our life expectancy is 55. It doesn't matter.
You have moved the goalpost.
Yes, you have. You have. What I'm trying to say is this: men back home are so stressed. I don't care how you spin it. I do not care how you spin it. They are not happy.
They are main providers. They are main providers. So it's normal for them to be stressed. But opportunity is for both. You understand?
So, but he's saying that Israel said he prefer a man. He'd rather be a man, pay 90% of the bill. That's what he said. Because men back home are taught to take care of their wife. That's what Israel said.
Everyone wants to do that.
Absolutely. Prince Daddy gave you an example of a man making 150. The woman is making 400. If that is me, if you cannot live within that 150, I'm willing to spend the entire 150 or 120 on taking care of our household. If your job is too big for your head, carry go your papa house. I don't
God
need you in
bless
my
you.
life.
God
I
bless
don't
you.
need you in my
God
life.
bless
That's
you.
all. That's
I
it.
love
Carry
that
your load and go
mentality.
to your papa house.
Andrew, can I ask you a question?
Absolutely, absolutely. Go
Okay.
right ahead.
I, I, I know as a man, I can provide for my immediate family and my wife's family without even thinking about it twice. Do you think that your wife can provide for your family and her family without thinking that you are less of a man?
It is not my job
It's
to
not her
provide for
duty.
my. It is not my job to provide for my wife's family. That's not my job.
And neither is it your wife's job to
Job to
provide
Just to
for.
provide
provide
for
for
your
your family.
family.
I will,
What are
Yes,
you
I will,
talking
my
I
about,
will,
point,
I
Israel?
will,
Rufai.
I will I
You
will
forget
provide
that
them.
the
I will
moment you
provide
marry
them
a
with
lady,
I will
you
provide
Israel,
get the
them
fact
with
that the
every
moment
let
I
me
don't
look
know
at
opportunity.
the
this. I
thing.
don't
her
know this lady
family,
you guys are marrying. It doesn't. It has never happened in my family, so I don't know what the ladies you guys are marrying. So
I
maybe
will,
you
I
guys
will,
are
I
marrying
will, I will help.
liabilities, to be
I
honest.
will, I will help.
I think
I
you
will
are
help
brought up
everybody.
in the
I will
West.
help everybody in our family wherever I can. But it's not my job. My job is to take care of me, my wife, and our children. Shikina.
Can I
I
give you one
stamp that
example?
100% can do.
I've seen a
And
person
and,
that told
and
I've seen a
see,
person.
this is also, like the societies Israel Sukur is talking about here in the West. When parents and grandparents worked and they have asset and they paid their way till their death. So the probability of having liabilities piled up for you to take care of is almost non-existent in this society. Okay, or like where Israel is talking about.
Prince Dario,
You have to think about taking care hold on, your
Prince,
wife's family and it doesn't usually happen here. Occasionally does happen,
Prince
but
Dario,
that's not the norm here.
Prince Dario, you have
What
not
I was
factored
even
this
going
into
to say, what I
consideration.
was even going to
In
say is
Western world,
this.
sorry, Ola, in Western world, there's a lot of benefit for old age people. There's a lot of benefit for unemployed because they have collected the tax and they spread it around. In Nigeria,
Exactly.
there's nothing like that. And you are going to tell me your mother is sick. You are not going to take care of your mother because you love your wife.
That is why I'm saying that we are comparing the culture, and that is where we miss it.
It's not the
So
same
No, we're
thing.
not. We're
you
not.
can't be
We're
in
not.
Nigeria
We're
and
not.
start using American
No,
standard
we're
No,
and
not.
adding
We're not.
but
culture
We're
Jake,
into
not
it.
I
mixing.
said earlier that I don't understand the African
Ola, these
setting.
people are
Hold on,
deluded.
Simba. No, no,
They
no,
are
Simba.
deluded.
No, no.
Sinbad, you fought in the Civil War. We understand.
If
Hold
my
on. See, I understand
if
the
my
African
wife's
setting
parents,
and I understand the Western setting. So, Sukuru, you can't use your one-sided story and make that the norm for every society. It doesn't work that way, Sukuru.
and
The
Mr.
truth is,
Sikiru, Mr.
that's just my
Sikiru,
view
Mr.
of what a
Sikiru,
man.
You see,
Mr.
can do is an
That's just my
American.
personal view.
No,
What
no,
a
no,
man.
Mr. Sikiru. Even people that I don't know in Nigeria, I put them in position to be able to earn for themselves. That's people I don't know. They're not
Yes,
related to
yes,
me. So
yes.
I'm willing to
That we
help
can testify
somebody
to.
to
That
become self-sufficient. I'm willing. I love doing it. So you're not
can
going
do
to.
an American. This thing you said, I've seen someone categorically. He was telling his own sibling that it is not my duty to provide for you. It's the duty of your mother or your father,
No,
and the
that
same
is
father
not.
and the same mother.
You're not being fair to me. That is not what I said. I
No,
said
no, 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 no. I know
anybody,
when you say it's not your duty
no, no,
to
no, no,
provide
no,
for your
no, no,
in-laws.
no. Hear me fully. I said I will empower anybody in their family. I empower people that are not related to me.
I agree. I said that I can testify to even from the lecture you are giving us. In
Yeah,
that
I will,
lecture
I
you
will
gave, I know.
Put
empower
his
you.
father in high esteem. He can do anything for that his father. And you are telling me if you have a wife and that wife said, "Oh, come on, we put money together. I had more money than you can do. Why should you spend that kind of money on your father?" What you
No,
are
no,
is to that
no,
we are talking
no.
about
That is
reality here.
no.
I still
I'm telling you my reality. My reality is, if I have a wife and she has a brother, a cousin, whatever in Nigeria, I will sit them down. I've done this last visit to Nigeria. I did it with more than 10 people
question you
that
should
are not.
ask yourself is the resources at your disposal. If the resources at your disposal is not enough, are you going to do
No,
it?
we're talking about.
No. Remy,
We're
get can do
talking.
very well. I understand what can do is saying perfectly. See, look, for you to be able to provide for people, stop giving out money and learn how to empower
I
people.
totally understand.
Otherwise, if you have $1 billion in your account, what am I swear they do any learning?
You have to empower them. Find out where areas they're strong. I've listened to Mr. Thomas here. I've listened to so many of you guys talk about how you empower people, buy people tools to be better carpenter, better mechanic. That's what you do.
Now my project with the talk.
Yeah, that is what you do. You empower people. You don't be
I have a
giving them
question
money.
for Israel. Israel, can I ask you a question?
Yeah,
Are
I'm
you still
listening.
there?
Yes,
Okay,
yes, yes.
Israel. Now let's bring it to a personal level. You say you're this thing, and you meet someone like me. Can you date someone like me?
You want him to have
Sorry,
a heart attack.
sorry.
You want him to have a
Please
heart
come again.
attack.
Not yet.
Do you want him to have a heart attack, Adama?
No,
Please,
no. I want him to be
come again.
real.
I did
Let's
not
put
hear
it
you.
real now. Yeah, can you marry someone like me?
Never. You are richer than him. You can't.
Sorry, the network is breaking. You say what? Come, please, one more time.
I say, can you marry someone like me?
It depends.
Before you hold on, before you answer, you must Google how much an anesthesiologist make first, okay?
No, it's
Then
not about. See, for me as a man, I'm not bothered how much a lady earns.
Oh, now you're sounding like
oh really?
priest and
That's what
Really?
no, listen, understand me. I'm not bothered about how much a lady earns. You understand me? But I'm bothered when a lady will try to put me where I supposed not to be. I don't know if you understand me. I believe as a man, I supposed to be responsible for the lady, not the other way around. That's just my view. So even though the lady is earning more than me, but she's supposed to know that I'm the man of the family. That's just what I'm trying to say.
Okay, got it. So
Sorry,
it's,
let me
it's more
put this
about
straight.
ego. Okay,
No,
I
no, no,
get
wait.
it.
No, wait, let me put this straight. If you are married, let me just tell everybody here. If you are married and you make money to be the decision of that marriage, I think you have failed.
Bless you. Thank you so much.
I
You just
100% agree.
stamp it.
That's the point.
Yes.
That's the point we're trying to pass along all this while. And these
Yes.
people are making it all about money and about no,
You have
it's not
failed
about that.
in that marriage. Once the time you begin to allow money to be the decision of your marriage, you have failed.
If that been, listen, if that been the case, hold on. If that been the case, a lot of women are married to wealthy men or men that are richer than they are, and they leave the men all the time, or they divorce. They do.
Adama, if I have to respond to your
Baba T,
question,
that is why so many men that are rich, they marry women that are not as rich as them, and they bully those women. They
so
don't respect
Adama,
them
okay, thank you. I will
because they
respond to your
think
question.
money is the everything about marriage. So they marry women that are not as rich as them. They treat that woman anyhow they like. They can spit on her just because there is money in their pocket. These are the men.
Okay, thank you.
And usually, hold on, Remy comment. And usually, when that happens, because the man they're like unidirectional. They're not diverse in a lot of ways. They're lacking in a lot of ways, which could be communication or ability to negotiate with their wife. If you have to be able to negotiate with your partner, not look down on her or on him. It goes both ways.
I think to me, if you want to date a girl or you are going to go into a relationship, first and foremost, it's not about the job first. The first thing that attracts a man to a woman is the physical appearance. And every man have what they are looking for in a woman. Is she attractive to what I'm looking for? Is she beautiful? Is she going to remain beautiful by the age of 40? Or is she going to turn to another thing if she started having baby? Characters plays a big role. So whether you are a medical doctor or whether you are top surgeon or maybe an engineer, it's irrelevant here. Because when you talk about family, and you pull resources together, as the man of the house, you have to pay more than the wife, no matter what happened. And if you are dating and she's earning more money than you, by courtship, you should be able to know that if we settle down as husband and wife, we should be able to help me. We should be able to put our money in front. Can we spend our money
anyhow? I don't care how much money you make. That's no problem. What? No, but let me tell you. Let me tell you. No, let me tell you something. Even most women that earn this high amount of money, they still want you to pay all of the bill. Which thank God I can.
That is what I'm trying to tell you.
So what difference does he make? What difference does he make? How much money you make that I cannot even spend? What difference does it make?
What I'm trying to tell you is very simple. If you are a comfortable man, you are already rich, or you are in a position of maybe higher income earner, that boosts your confidence. But if you are not,
that is what we are saying. That's what Babati has been saying. That you have to work on yourself.
But let me tell you, Mr.
any higher that you should not aim.
Don't get it mixed up. My own.
No, Mr. Remy, there was a time when I was a young man that I used to make a lot of money, and I lost everything. I slept in my car. Not that I didn't have places I could go. I have sisters that have houses. But as the man, I said, I am going to walk through this. It did not change what I felt about myself at all. Yeah, I didn't have money. But my brain told me, you've done this before, you can do it again. The amount of money in my pocket does not determine who I am. The amount of money that I have does not determine who I am. I determine things. Things don't define me.
Okay, you can see what you said now. There is a drive that is pushing you to become more successful. It does not. You are not telling me that when I'm 27 or 25, I'm happy with whatever I have, whether asset or whatever cash you have. But now you are talking about there's a drive, there's a motivation that continues to push you, that want to make you that, if this man can be rich, I can also be like him. So I have the confidence.
Absolutely, and that's that self-confidence. That's the self-confidence Daddy was talking about.
What I'm saying is, I love working women. I even like a woman to aspire for a more higher position. But I am talking from reality that when it comes to a level that the woman income is much more higher than the husband, I bet you it will rub it on you. That is why I asked you, what is the percentage of this kind of women in America? And you tell me
Mr. Remy, I don't want you to. No, listen, Mr. Remy, I don't want you to use the word all women, though. I don't want you to use the word. Say some women.
Out of these 6% professional women you talk about in America. Now,
Mr. Remy, out of that 6%, I only want one. I'm not interested in even 4% or 5%. I just need one. Whatever the number within that percentage is.
So what I'm trying to tell you, I asked you another question. Out of that 6% you guys mentioned, how many of this percentage are happily married? How many of them are still searching outside there? Break it down for yourself, and then you know the answer.
Yeah, a higher number, a very, very high number.
It's very high number that are married. They are.
Are you sure?
Yes, they are. Like you said, there's something you just said. You said, Mr. Isaac said, he said, if you make your relationship all about money, that is not a relationship. A relationship is a partnership where you want to have peace of mind, work together as a team. For me, and for the young ones listening, if before you go into marriage, just don't look at the physical. Don't look at, she has big ass, she has this, she that. Trust me, she will change once she has a child, and things are going to change. But be realistic about what you want. And another thing, if you're dating someone, know how much depth they are coming into the relationship with. Know how much, if you're dating someone who just finished a master's program, you just finished school, You both discuss those things. If not, both of you are going to be in financial debt for a long time. So those are the things these Gen Zs, they don't even care about. Money is
So
very important.
that should
Know
be
your
different. That should be different between Western culture and where we come from Nigeria. Most people that go for master from Nigeria and all this abroad and UK, America, they were being sponsored by their parents. They are not indebted in financially, so they are okay after their master,
Okay.
whatever they can go to work. But in the Western world, you guys are indebted.
No, that
Well,
that
Remy, I think what Adam is trying to say is that look, it's always nice to discuss everything, put everything on the table, and talk about it and negotiate and have a plan. I think that's the overarching point she's trying to make.
Yeah, that's what
But
I'm trying to say.
yeah,
Yes.
but hold on, Remy. But also, I've known, I've heard about, or actually know a couple that get married not because of money, but because they had an interest in a certain activity, right? And when that activity went away, when they were not able to continue in doing that thing, they broke up. The relationship did not hold. It had nothing to do with money. It had nothing to do with money. So it could be money. It could be anything. So the point here is that when you get into a relationship, try your best as much as possible to understand your partner at least, and see where you guys are coming from. If you have a better picture, more likely the relationship is going to survive. Okay, it is going to survive, and you cannot curtail the growth of the other partner. One can have ambition to go to do something else and become more successful financially, but it doesn't make them a better person or a happy person than you are. You have to understand where you're coming from. So that's self-esteem. Is really important. Knowing who you
absolutely,
are, knowing who you are
absolutely.
is essential. It's optimal.
Yeah, I mean, you should strive to be the best that you can. But again, it's about understanding and having a very good understanding of your relationship with money. If you start a business, start an industry, and you're worth 100 billion, you're not going to take it with you anyway. So what is all this gra all about? Be the best that you can, earn what you can, but I'm not in competition with a woman. If my woman is making 50 million this year, I will do everything if she wants. I will do everything. If she wants to make 200 million next year, go right ahead. If the next year you want to be at 300 million, I will be here to support you. What does what you make got to do with who I am? I'm your husband. If you're the queen of a country, you have a husband. If you're the prime minister and you're a woman, it is still a husband. So your husband should go and become king of where because you're a queen of England. So what should the king
Or,
whatever
or
the
like Camilla Harris, her husband should become the president because she's a VP, vice
yeah
president, right?
yeah. So your husband is lower than you. I mean, where
Chris,
does this mentality come from?
you're something else. Chris, you're
Where does
something.
this This is what you have to instill in children. This is what I taught my daughter and my son. Nobody is better than you, and you're not better than anybody else. Treat people right. Try and do the best thing as best as you can. They put their pants on just like you do every morning. They use the bathroom just like you do.
A
So
woman
why
that
are they
respects
better than you?
Yeah, a woman that respects her husband, regardless of what position she is, she will honor that man. She will celebrate with him. She will build him. She will respect him first. Because once you respect your husband, it says a lot about who you are. People will look at you differently. So that's
Yeah.
one thing I think we are missing. Once you respect, I don't care what position you hold. If you maintain your position as a woman and know where you are, where you belong, trust me, everything will fall in place. Like I said, I don't compete with anybody. I'm only competing with myself. And the only way I can be a better person is to hear what I am not doing. So that way we are constantly improving. So Israel, I want you to take, if there's nothing you take out of this panel today, I want you to keep an open mind and realize if I did things the way my parents did things, I would not look at life the way they look at life. my children are going to do things better than I did. So that's the prayer of every parent. So my parents, during their time, is gone. So the way they do things now, I'm learning to embrace it and pick up our culture as well and put both of them together. At the end of the day, what matters is you have peace at home. If you have peace at home, you can go and accomplish whatever, and you'll be looking forward to coming home.
And the
Ma,
church
I
says,
have to go. I have to go, please. Hello, hello. I
Yeah.
have to go.
Well
Let
said.
me drop my last word. I have to go, please.
and the church says, Amen.
Let me go. I have to drop my last word before I go, please. A successful man that sees that the wife is about to be more successful than him, and he begins to run around all the babalawos just to put that woman down so he can always be on top. I think that man is a witch or a wizard.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I
Thank
guess
you.
some people do that, huh?
Yeah,
If my wife,
because you don't want the woman to excel
be
more than you.
billionaire, good for her, good for
You're
us.
already
Which one
successful.
concern me?
You're already successful. Just you don't want the woman to be ahead of you. You're now running to babalawos, to pastors, to pray her down. You are a wizard.
Andrew, and Prince Daddy, the thing I notice here is that majority of you guys, older generation, you are out of touch with present reality. You
And
are out, way out of touch.
make una carry go with your reality. I'm not interested.
See, the women we have these days, the women we have these days, like 90% of them are not willing to do the sacrifice you as a man you are willing to do.
Go and find another one. There are 2 billion,
No,
at least
See,
2 billion
I'm
of
not
them. Go
talking
find
about
another one.
Israel,
individualism, I'm talking
I
about
think
general.
you may be out of touch a little bit, because the women here, women even in Africa, I'm talking about here, they are going to school, graduating, getting higher degree than the men, and the number is increasing every year. Okay, so see, what you're saying is not wrong. See, that's the problem. I understand you, but you don't understand me. See, that's the problem we have. And I understand where you're coming from, but women in Africa, just like here, are they are doing great things. Okay, so no, the women now know that they cannot be like 100% dependent on the men, and they're willing to contribute and do their part. I guess you don't know that yet, but it is a reality in today's world. Not my age group, but I'm talking like in your age group. For real, that's what is
Anyway,
going on.
I understand you. I understand you. You're a Western being, so your ideology is way different from my ideology. So that's where I would just end it.
And Mr. Israel, I
Yes.
grew up in Nigeria with 5 sisters. Okay, we all grew up in Nigeria. They all work at the highest level in whatever field they're in. They make great money. They respect their husband. They conduct themselves like a wife is supposed to. So this is not Western ideology. This is what was taught to us growing up in Lagos. So
And you
I
think
don't care
the
where you were
lady,
from. I
and you
don't.
think the generation we have now, this Gen Z generation, have that kind of upbringing you as a
Why?
family will have.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something.
We
I'm
are talking
going some.
about reality. We are
Hold
not
on,
talking
oh,
about
hold
what
on.
we see.
I am going somewhere. I am teaching. I live by example. Those who are going, you can't save everybody. Those who are going to listen, they will benefit from it. The 99% that are not going to, God help them. I can't save everybody.
Israel, and Israel, can I tell you something? I don't know if you're married. My advice for you is you have to, the way you sound, you have a lot of things to work on, brother. I'm just being honest with you. Because now where you're staying in the UAE, you have to, I'm just being honest with you. You have to realize that in order for you to grow, you have to acknowledge that some of the things you've been doing has not been the right way. It doesn't make you less of a man acknowledging that. So that's all I want. That's the piece of advice I want to give you, because you know why? You are stuck on your ways. And with a man like that who is not open to what other people are saying, my dear, growth is far from you if you keep going this way.
Anyway, thank you for the advice.
Yeah. Thank you, gentlemen and lady. I'm gonna call it a night. Thank you all. It's been really interesting debating all of the topics from the very beginning. Yeah, I think I'm gonna be on with one man in about 4.5 hours or something. Or 5 hours.
You guys are doing another live?
Yes, yeah. We're doing something about stock split, especially this NVIDIA that's gonna happen on Friday. So
is it going to be live or is it just going to be backstage?
I think it's.
I think the woman said it's going to be recorded and played later and premiered later.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thomas,
All
I
right.
just want to tell you, thank you so much. I
Thank
appreciate
you all.
you. You are a
Thank you
darling.
all. Good night.
Yeah, Prince, nice to talk to you.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, you
All
too,
right.
Diamond. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Great conversation. Appreciate it.
Yeah. All right, take care.
You too.
Yeah, good night.
Good night,
All right, Israel. Yeah.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. See you guys later.
All right, take care, Thomas. Have a good one, okay?
God bless you.
I really
Thank you for
appreciate
coming.
you.
Oh,
No
thank you for
problem.
coming. You are a
All
sweetheart.
right.
Thank you so
All
much.
right,
We
thank you.
expect
You
you
too.
anytime again. Yeah.
No
Thank you so
problem.
much.
Thank you. All
Yeah,
right,
thank you.
bye-bye.
Yeah, bye. My regards to the family. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, we've come to crescendo, the end of this section today. Thank you, guys. God bless you. Thank you.
Our great Nigeria is possible. Our great Nigeria is very possible. And useful. Obedient and useful. Our great Nigeria is possible. Our great Nigeria is very possible. For better infrastructure, for better life, yeah, my people. For better roads, yeah, for better hospitals and health, yeah, hey. For lights today, for everything to work for us, for Nigeria. Yeah. No more hunger.
For better Nigeria.
Obedient and useful. Oh yeah, Obi, get it. Hausa man, Yoruba man, Igbo man, Middle Belt, Niger Delta. Let us come together for better Nigeria. For better life, for better health, for better road. From consumption to production. ya demba, obi ya kachamba, obi for Nigeria, obi go to good, obi follow obi, gede, daga, obi ye, che obi ya demba. Okay now, ewo, I beg you. Ewo. Òyìnbó lọ́tọ̀ bẹ̀lẹ̀ wá lọ́tọ̀ ìrọ̀nsí lọ́tọ̀ kò wá ní lọ́tọ̀ Mọ̀rítàlá lọ́tọ̀ Ọbásanjọ́ lọ́tọ̀ Ṣàgárí lọ́tọ̀ Buhari lọ́tọ̀ Babangida lọ́tọ̀ Ṣọ̀nẹ́kan lọ́tọ̀ Abacha lọ́tọ̀ Abdulsalam lọ́tọ̀ Ọbásanjọ́ lọ́tọ̀ Yar'Adua lọ́tọ̀ Jonathan lọ́tọ̀ Buhari lọ́tọ̀ Peter Obi. Ewo, abẹ́yẹ.
My convoy is 5 vehicles, and you cannot buy fuel unless I'm inside the car. So I will pay them. No more.
I know. The governor was paying for petrol himself for his convoy. When they get to the gas station, he will come out and bring out money and pay. In fact, at Oka government house then, when he was governor, forget about drinking champagne, what they are now doing there. Then he gave out old newspapers as substitute for toilet roll. If you are going to the toilet, he will just to save money. Yeah.
He was going to run somewhere. He said he's going for interview for job. Peter, can't you give him a job? Peter, can't you do this? The boy doesn't even have. I said, none of my children have car. I was the only person who is governor and bank chairman, not to them.
Isn't that mesmerizing? But I know that Peter B. I know that he's a smart man. You know? But the governor, that Obi, did he say anything about that 200 million from security vote that he was caught? His convoy was trying to smuggle out of the country. Did he say anything about that? No, he didn't. No, but he talked about that 72 billion he left behind for his handpicked successor.
Because when you hear that Peter Obi left 75 billion, if anybody doubts it, call me. I know where the money is. I kept it.
Did he talk about? Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. I know the man that he's now fighting. You know, remember? Yes, no. I know. Of course. Did he talk about what is it called again? The liabilities he left behind. Did he talk about that? No. Like signed contracts that were not paid for. Did he talk about? No. Like thousands of workers that he hired during the last weeks of his administration without provision for their pay in the budget. Did he talk? No. But definitely he must have talked about the millions and millions he was dashing out to schools, churches, town hall, traditional. Yeah. At the end of the administration, he was just giving out money without appropriation. He talked about that, huh? Of course. Okay, one last thing. Did P2B finally explained how bodies of Biafran activists ended up floating on Anambra River when he was governor. Did he explain that? No, he didn't. Why? Why? It must be an omission.
We are also reporting that P2B, everybody seeks umbrella under Nigeria. P2B is today telling us that he is also commending the Nigerian army for keeping Nigeria as one. These are the people that will defend him when we come after him. This is the criminal that stole money belonging to Anambra people to go and build a shopping mall in Abuja. P2B. He is now hailing Nigerian army for keeping the country together, the people that killed his own people. When I tell you that P2B was bad, people thought I was joking. Have you now seen it? He's hailing them for killing his own people, keeping Nigeria as one. And these are so-called Igbo people. Igbo men. Maybe his Alhaji boyfriend has told him to do that. People don't know that P2B sleeps with other men. People don't know that. People don't know what we know. Only if you people knew what we know. And now the news in greater detail. President Goodluck Jonathan has sacked all the service chiefs. P2B. This same P2B with his Hausa male lovers. We know him very well. And when the time comes, we told him he will run. When we release the information we have on P2B, P2B will abandon Anambra forever and will never come back. We will tell him the name of his boyfriend and the hotel where they slept together. He doesn't know that we are Radio Biafra. Everything is documented, everything. We must continue to bring the news and clarity.